Hello, y'all. How are you doing? It is Black Friday today, and I have taken the day off. I actually don't have this. I only get Thanksgiving off by default, but I'm taking the whole week off. And as a result, I feel like it is a good time to do a big long stream, in particular, Extra Life. It's Extra Life today, as you can see by the thing in the lower right. I'm doing my big 24-hour Extra Live stream, which reminds me the timer needs to start. Let's start that timer. 12 hours starting now. Okay, good. Okay. So, what is going on here? What is the drill? What are we doing? This is going to be a stream where I play Yooka-Replaylee and maybe some other stuff as well. We'll get into it in a second when I talk about the incentives for tonight, the donation incentives for tonight. Yooka-Laylee was probably the game I was most disappointed by in recent memory, other than, like, I think Sticker Star was a bigger disappointment and a lot more abysmal of a game overall. Like, I will say with Yooka-Laylee, no one was trying to piss me off. No one was trying to be, like, weird about it. No one was going in saying, like, oh, we don't want to make a Paper Mario game. We want to make something different. Something garbage. Something dog shit that no one wants. They wanted to make a Banjo game, and they failed. And that's all there was to it. I had tons of little issues, and tons of complaints, and what it basically boils down to, I'm sure, like, over the course of the next 12 hours, I will explain, like, various things that I had issue with. But at its most fundamental level, I found the process of going to go get another Pagie, finding where it is, and collecting it to be like pulling teeth. Just miserable, just objectively abject misery, especially in the later levels that get more confusing, more weird, more hard to navigate. They don't really have weenies in the sense of an amusement park. They don't really have big central structures to orient yourself by. This game doesn't. Like the snowman in Freezeezy Peak, or, the various mountains, trees, in, like, Cloud Cuckoo Land, Pterodactyl Land, Click Clock Woods. There's the boats, obviously, in Rusty Bucket Bay. There's a lot of good, I think, design sense that escaped them at some point, but I'll say we are here now with Yooka-Re-Playlee, and, it's purported to be kind of a fix for a lot of these issues. They've added a map. They've made it so, I believe, that if you want to find, like, where's the next Pagie, I think they might be literally marked on the map, which sounds like it might help. I know that you start with all the moves now, which I don't think I would personally say was a concern originally, but whatever, maybe that'll help in some other ways. We'll see. I am interested to get into it. I am, not quite sure what we'll find, if this will be good, this will be really good, or bad, really bad, still bad. I'll say either way, I'm ready for whatever. I would like to be pleased to find that, like, oh, it's actually fun now, it's actually a decent game. But I will say also, I think the funniest possible outcome for tonight and the 12 hours that I've committed to playing this game is that it's still bad, and we will be somewhat miserable as we're getting into it and just seeing, like, nope, no, it's still, I don't know what I expected. This is a Dead Dove remade. It's still dead, turns out. Do not eat. Do not eat. I'll say this is Extra Life, so we have incentives. This is all in support of my local children's hospital, which I do believe I can show the information for by hitting this button. Yes, of course, there we go. You can see there my local children's hospital in Dallas. Well, the local participating children's hospital. I think there's also a children's hospital in Plano, but they're not participating. So this is in support of the one in Dallas then. That's fine. That's good. You know, closest one participating in Extra Life to me. That is fine. That is good. And hey, everyone's heard of Dallas. It's a city and all that everyone has heard of. And you know, I'm from the suburbs of Dallas. That's fine. That's good. I think that is the correct hospital to have this go towards. Also, I'll say we have a number of donation incentives. Let me explain. First off, let me say that for each of these incentives, there's a cheaper version and a less cheap version, an early bird and a not early bird. Basically, the idea there is just I want the first couple redemptions of each to be cheaper, and as it turns out that they are popular enough to get like 4 redemptions in the case of the second two, and 10 redemptions in the case of the first one. The early birds will run out, and the redemptions from then on will be the bigger ones. But basically, here's the drill. First off, I have 50 shirts next to me in a big basket here, and basically, you can donate to get me to change into a new one. I will throw to a break for like 10 to 20 seconds and come back wearing a new shirt. Like this is the first one. Ooh. I have tons of shirts. I actually started with like 70 and then narrowed down to 50 to be reasonable. And I'll say, like, obviously I am wearing a pretty good shirt right now. This says Santa's Little Rappa, and it's Parappa the Rappa, and it says there, I gotta believe in Xmas. That's pretty good. But let me say, there are tons of good shirts in that pile, and if, you know, you want an idea of, like, where we're working to, the very last shirt is a pink shirt with trans icon Vivian from Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door on it, so that is what we are working towards. That would be, like, the ultimate reward if we were to get through all of them somehow. You know, the most trans-affirming shirt in the pile. Well, that's not necessarily true. There's a Celeste shirt in there as well. Maybe, I think just one Celeste shirt. But that's also... Madeline is also a trans icon, as you know. But yeah, you know, that's the thing we're working towards. Oh, we got a donation. What's that? How much was that from Rock Party? Was that a 5? Was that a... I gotta get my Twitch activity feed out of the way so I can see how much stuff got donated. That was a 5. We got a shirt change. Okay, break time. Say goodbye to Santa's Little Rappa. Brand new shirt here. And say hello to the Mario Maker shirt that I put on top of the pile. Alright, now I'm wearing a different shirt. I'm gonna take the old shirt and put it in the pile. These shirts are all really good, and I'll say, like, going through the pile, I was kind of dejected to go like, oh man, this shirt is so good. It's at number 40. My god, we're never gonna hit it. But, like, honestly, there's 50 killer shirts in there. There's no shirt I could put at number 10, number 20, number 30 without it being a shame that we don't get to see it. But hey, maybe we'll get to see it. Maybe folks will put in a bunch of 5s and a bunch of 10s. We'll see. Also, we have 2 bigger incentives to switch games entirely. And basically it'll be a world or a level of Banjo-Kazooie or Sonic 06. I have them both running right now. I have hotkeys on my thing to switch the Twitch game and also to adjust the volume a little bit, since those games have different volume levels just because games are weird like that. I'm fully prepared to switch over at a moment's notice, and we will do one world of each game. I will say, for Banjo-Kazooie, I will combine Mumbo's Mountain and Spiral Mountain. Those will be counting as one. But, yeah, basically, the idea there... One of the reasons why the price increases, especially for those ones, is because the later worlds get a lot longer. You know, like, at first, I can probably do, like, Mumbo's Mountain, Treasure Trove Cove in, like, 10-20 minutes. By the end of the game, if we get to the end of the game, it's like, yeah, a world then is, like, an hour. Maybe 40 to 50 minutes. minimum, and that's going to be more difficult. I am playing on the Xbox version, which means I won't lose notes and other such progress things. But yeah, that's all fine. That's all good. There's also Sonic 06, which will be interesting. I got an original Xbox 360 running. We can switch over that and play a level of that bad game, including whatever hub stuff I have to do to get to said level, which could be a bit as well. Could be quite a bit as well. That's more expensive because that game sucks. And, you know, you gotta charge a little bit of a premium for that. It's a bad game. It's a bad game. What can you say? But anyway, I feel like switching and playing these two games has a valid purpose in this Yooka-Replaylee stream. In the case of Banjo, we can go and see like the mark they missed, right? We can see like what things Banjo-Kazooie does that Yooka-Laylee does not, and we can sort of compare, contrast, and really think about why it fails and what it falls short on. Meanwhile, Sonic 06 is the opposite insofar as like we can get some perspective and understand like, yes, it could be worse. It could be so much worse. It could be terribly worse. That's what's going to be the case if we have to switch to Sonic 06, which I hope we do. I hope we do get like a couple of redemptions of that. I want to play some of that because I think it'd be a goofy bad time, and that sounds good to me, if that makes sense. That sounds like an interesting time. I want to see it. I hope y'all want to see it. That is the agenda tonight. Those are the incentives. 20 per world for the first 4 for Banjo, 50 per level for the first 4 for Sonic, and then as we get into the, like, you know, worlds 5 through 10, I've capped it at 10 for Sonic and 10 for Banjo. I think that's enough to finish Banjo, and I think there's 10 levels of Sonic in Sonic's campaign, so keep that in mind. It goes up to 75. If we end up getting a lot of those redemptions, maybe we end up seeing more of those games than Yooka-Replaylee. We'll see what happens, folks. We'll fucking see what happens. I'm curious. I'm interested. I hope we see some. I hope there's a good balance. But y'all do what you want, and keep in mind it is for a good cause, so, you know, don't feel bad about donating. You should never feel bad about donating. That's a weird thing to feel. Bad for donating. Feel good for donating. That's what I say. Alright, I think we're ready. I think that's all the prep we need. Excellent, excellent. I'll say I do have a number of things to talk about. I have prepared some things to talk about if, like, the going gets slow, if we need another topic. There's been a bunch going on. It's Black Friday. Thanksgiving was yesterday. Suffice to say, we are at no dearth of things to talk about to pass the time during this 12-hour span that is already 13 minutes in the making. 13 minutes in the making. Let me drink some water, and then we'll go. And by the way, if you're curious, the timer does not start. The timer does not stop when we go to a break. It keeps going. When I'm changing t-shirts, the timer keeps going. Those breaks will not be in the VOD, they'll be cut out, but the timer keeps on trucking. The VOD probably will be less than 12 hours as a result, especially if I end up taking like a dinner break of, like, you know, it'll be quick. I'll try to make it quick, but we'll see what happens. Let's go. 14 minutes is a good place to start. Here we go. Let's hit play, and yeah. I will say, again, I was very disappointed by this game originally. I am curious if they fixed it. It is worth noting that this is the Nintendo Switch version, Nintendo Switch 2 version. Apparently, they have gotten out and said, like, whoops, we didn't have enough time with the dev kits to make it good, to make it perform well, which is a concern, I will say. Apparently, it is very chuggy. But hey, Let me just say, I'm not the one who decided to put this out and to charge money for it. So, that's on them. Let's just see what's this all about. I don't remember if this cutscene was here originally. My guess is no. This is original. I feel like it just started in the main area with just a ship beached on a random part of the world. Oh crap! Let me make myself small and also go to this perspective. Yeah, I gotta remember to do that. I think I'll make myself big as I'm switching shirts so you can see the shirt. And it's full glory, but you can see enough of it, just the top side in this camera perspective, I think. Let's do it, let's go. Okay, this is much different. This is a brand new tutorial. I busted a piggy and jumped up. So far, I'm not really reminded of Banjo so much as just... Oh yeah, I think I am seeing some framiness. Some Switch 2 framiness right here. Just a little bit there, just in bits and bobs. This reminds me more of Wario... Wario... What's that one on the GameCube called? Jeagle, did your donation go through? Oh, I see it on the counter, but where was the alert? That's weird. We got another redemption for t-shirts? Excellent. I will do that now. Let's go. Thank you, Jeagle, for the donation. Weird that didn't seem to pop up on screen, but I can see it in the counter in the lower right. Maybe it's just slow. Maybe, it's just a little slow. Let me switch shirts real fast. Here we are. Here's the new shirt. Look at it. It's a really great one with a pixel art Midna on it, as well as Wolf Link. Isn't that cool? Isn't that good? Anyway, thank you for the donation. Good crap. Let's continue this tutorial. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. More like that Wario 3D game on the GameCube than like Banjo-Kazooie in particular. Though, as I understand, the original idea for Banjo-Kazooie, the original prototype, Dream, was kind of a platformer from a fixed perspective like this. Like this honestly, actually, kind of low-key resembles, Dream. Which is an interesting choice. I'll say I don't dislike this new prologue. I think that this is alright. And maybe they're going to tutorialize, like, all the moves. Like I said, one of the changes now is that the moves, you start out with them. So maybe this whole sequence is just going to be like, hey, you know, do a double jump, do a thing, do a that. What sort of topics do you have lined up to talk about later on? Oh, a bunch. Look on the... I posted in the behind the scenes channel on the Discord just like a picture, an image of all the cards that I made. So there's literally a preview out there in the Discord. I'll say for the first bit, we'll just be talking about, like, you know, the holidays. It's holiday season. Talk about the holidays for a bit. And then we'll, you know, sort of get into some other crap. What did that guy said? Go hit switches? I think he said to go hit switches. Man, my brain is a little bit... I was doing the camera the wrong way because I'm too used to, like, the original games like these, which had the camera the other way. I almost expected it to go the other way, but that's ridiculous. Why would it? Of course, it's regular style, and that is correct to do so. Never mind. Don't worry about it. We freed a book. I forget what the deal with this book is. I feel like the original game didn't really establish. Is this all new? I feel like this is all new. I have no memories of this. Feel like it just started here in Shipwreck Creek as like the first thing. Just like, oh hey, you're just a guy in a weird shipwreck in the middle of a creek. Okay, that's creative. Gotcha, Neagle Jeagle. Nice to have you on the Discord. Very cool, very good. You're the all-powerful one book. This is new. This is all new. This setup, I think. It's been like 7 years. I didn't like it, so I didn't, like, you know, play it a second time. I'll say, like, you know, with my long-standing feelings on this game, I've always felt like it was a game that I eventually would have to play on stream. You know what I mean? Just like, yeah, no, this is definitely one that is relevant to do, and somewhat, key. I need to remember to change my camera thing to this view as well. When we change shirts and all. It's weird that that alert didn't seem to hit. That's funny. So, that is a duck, and there's a bee. Those are the villains. It's fine. Let me get the extra life page on the thing so I know we'll see alerts come up there. Just as a... on my phone, you know. That'll be a good thing to do, just, as a, thing. I'm not reading this dialogue. Is it funny? Is the dialogue funny? They got a trap or something. Alright, now I can see the alerts page. I can see the donation from Rock Party and Neagle. Excellent. Very good. We'll keep an eye on that and make sure that we are thanking everyone as they donate. That is important for the purposes of an extra live stream. For sure, for sure. Why are there letters? Oh, because they're from the book. They're from the pages. The letters are being extracted. He will own all the world's books to sell back to everyone for profit. So he wants to make Amazon, basically. He wants to make, like, Amazon, but... it's almost like AI. It's not dissimilar to AI. He is literally stealing all the books so as to make a machine that sells all the books. And this thing just, like, self-destructs to avoid being sucked in. Okay. I got it. These are our main collectible. Your notifications are not working? The first one went through. Hey, 06i, what's up? Hang on, let me just do a quick... It should be good, but let me just check on, like, stream elements real fast. We'll just do a quick test of the donation overlay. You just did a donation? Shit. Might be slow. Yeah, another 5 from Rock Party. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Why did it break? That's weird. 1 second. Yeah, they are legitimately not working. It works if you put test in, like a test thing. But they're not coming through the actual thing. Weird. Pause. Hang on. 1 second. Let me... Okay, just noodled around with the settings a bit. I don't know what's going up. It worked on your close-up screen. Yeah, I can test. I can do a test of the stream elements thing, and it works. I don't know what's going on with, like, the real ones, why that's not coming through. But I do have the event ID correctly. Maybe it's a problem with Extra Life specifically. Could be a problem with Extra Life, in which case there's nothing I can do about that. It seems to be on Stream Element side. I'll say that, or maybe on Extra Life side. One of them did come up. That is correct. And let me just reset the alerts. You know, I'm going to reset the alerts scene just to make sure that that's not the problem. But, yeah, there's something weird going on. Okay, I believe now I've refreshed that alert source. So, like, it should be doing something. I don't know. I believe we have another shirt redemption that should be going through. Should be redeemed. Y'all let me know if any donations come through, if the alerts are just broken. It might be on Stream Elements end or on like Extra Life's end. I am not sure, but it seems to be working as far as like if I do a test, it works. So yeah, new T-shirt. Let's go. Donkey Kong Country 2 shirt. Isn't it nice? Let's go, let's do this. We can talk to the Pagie. He's gonna give us some tutorial type stuff, I guess. Use the telescope, you press A. Okay. We're actually beginning the game properly now. Again, apologies for technical issues. Hopefully those are resolved, we'll see. Let me know when another donation comes in, and if the alert doesn't go off, well, I guess we'll just have to keep an eye on that. The alert scene seems like it's working. It's just that, and honestly, like when I loaded up the alert scene in like the test thing on the website, the alerts came through. The donations that y'all are doing came through there. So, like, it's connecting to Extra Life properly. It's just not coming through, it would seem. I don't know why that would be. Wait, I already done this bit. To just make you do... Make you do this again. Okay, so I think that's a change, by the way. I'm pretty sure those guys formerly just took 1 hit. Just making these guys into more of a to-do, improve them. Well, it's less like Banjo-Kazooie, where guys typically, you just like, you know, whack them once and they're dead. But maybe they're thinking, you know, make it more modern or something. Maybe. I don't know. Also, it's interesting, the first time we came through this place, it was, like, more isometric style. And now we're actually, like, free cameraing for no reason whatsoever, considering that it's the same linear space. Except now with enemies that are... you can deal with optionally. Interesting. Yeah, it's screwed up. I don't know exactly. To be fair, like, without... All I can do to test is do a test donation in Steam Elements, and you can see that that worked, so... Stream Elements, you can see that that worked, so... You know, what the fuck, right? It's annoying. Technical issues are a nightmare. I could have done an actual donation as a test balloon, I guess. Really expensive test balloon, you know, like just every time you want to test, you gotta donate actual money. That's not quite it. I believe, I don't remember this, there being like money. I don't remember the money system, but I do remember there was a vending machine gimmick, so maybe there was money the whole time. I guess I'll say, like, my memory isn't the best, so, like, maybe we shouldn't be, like, comparing my memory against, like, what is actually here. And just sort of, like, try to appreciate it from an objective point of view. Just kind of get a feel for what it is now. What it is now is a game where you start off with all the abilities. I mean, I do think, so far, you know, just like using all these abilities, they are basic enough where it does make sense kind of start with them. You know what I mean? It kind of does make sense to be like, okay, just give me the basic roll. Give me the basic, give me all the basic crap. Wait, is this like a... No, it's not like a mini game or nothing. Or at any rate, you can't retry it once you lose it, so it's probably not, probably not a thing where you need to use it. Nice Silk Song interview came out today. What did they say, 06i? Silk Shot is kind of... The Sonic Shot is kind of annoying as abilities go. Haha, says the, thing. Also, you can turn invisible. And, oh, that's annoying. You just have to sort of crouch walk to get through stealth stuff. Stuff about story development, cut content, and DLC. Dang, that sounds interesting. I'll have to look at that after the stream. Or you can, like, you know, just tell me things in chat as far as, like, what's up with that. I am definitely curious about all of that stuff. Easy Money by Chris. And I think they put some fan art in the game. In the game originally or in the remake. Either way, I think a lot of this fan art was not originally here. You'd like do a... Yeah, you can do like a spring jump. Do like a... There's no Z plus X or Z plus Y on a Switch controller move. This guy previously did all the moves, so now what is he doing, I guess? What is Trouser's role? Fairly good pun, you know, Trouser, he's a snake. Get it? It's a little bit, euphemistic, a little bit, entendre. He has the one book, but, none of the pages. Yeah, we get it. They're scattered throughout the 5 or 6 worlds in the game. I'll have to check that out, 06i. I do feel like something about this writing and like the scenes doesn't really like have the same impact as like any of the writing and storytelling in the original Banjo. You know what I mean? I feel like there's a second... There's like a second between every line of dialogue. Even when it's the same person talking, and that seems weird. Like, just cue up the next line. You know, like, when someone finishes a line in Banjo, the next person talks, like, right away. There's less of a delay. I suppose this might be the level of nitpick that, like, I bring to bear, and I sort of, like, make in my head as I'm comparing this game to the original. You know, I'll say again, like, this is not this sort of abject failure where, like, oh, they didn't even want to make a good game. Like, Paper Mario Sticker Star. Like, no, they wanted to make basically the game that I wanted. What am I shooting with the water? It just doesn't quite, you know, ain't quite right, you know what I mean? Like, it's a subtle thing in a lot of ways, but just... it's feeling. I hate this shirt. Time for a change. You don't like this shirt? It's Ratley. Ratley and Diddy. Ratley and Diddy are good folks. Let's see if the alert works. Fingers crossed. Let me know when it's actually in, and I'll do it. And maybe we'll see if the actual alert comes up this time. One of them did earlier. The first one. I'm watching the thing on the thing. The like alert feed on the actual website, just to be safe. I hope that that'll keep us honest. I see. This is like this is like how do you do this? Oh, you fire fire into it or something. Hey. G. There we go. Feel like it's a little bit jank in ways, you know? Feel like it's a little bit stiff, is how I would describe it generally. Whereas, I do think, the original... Okay, looks like, yeah, the donation is in. I don't see it, the alert coming in, though, so... Yeah, that is just a real damn concern. I wonder... No, it couldn't have anything to do with, like... switching scenes or anything, right? Bizarre. Can someone Google, like, Stream Elements, Extra Life alerts issue? See if there's anyone that's run into this before. But yeah, I will absolutely. You got it, Rock Party. Let's go ahead and get another t-shirt. All right. Back with that. Here, have a look. Have a look. It's Pikmin 4 shirt. It's the glow Pikmin from Pikmin 4. Let's go. Let's do it. I like this shirt, and I do feel like green. It's sort of a glow-in-the-dark shirt. It sort of glows a little bit. I think that's cool. I also just, you know, really loved Pikmin 4, so it's a good shirt to have insofar as representing that. Saw some Reddit posts from a few years ago, but no answers on how to fix it. What the hell? Well, shit. The only thing I could think is I could try restarting OBS, but, like, that would be very annoying when it came time to post the VOD. You know, I'd have to stitch it together, and that would be, annoying for a 12-hour VOD. That would take forever to export. So... how about, please, someone just, like, keep an eye on that shit and let me know when major donations come in. Like, please, if you make one, can someone, like, keep refreshing that? That's a big ask, I know, but what the hell else can I do? In this case... it's kind of weird having all the abilities because we can totally go to, like, the later areas before we actually go into the first world, which, yeah, we should go into the first world. For sure, for sure. I'll keep an eye on the donations. I will do that. This is very annoying. I was worried in some cases, like, if you change the participant ID without changing, like, the event ID, but Extra Life, the stream elements Extra Life alert thing doesn't actually use the event ID, it just uses the participant ID, and also it works, in theory, like, that thing, like, on their website works great. I wonder if I could capture that instead. Let me just double triple check this. Okay, one second. I'm gonna pause and I'm just gonna switch out the URL for the stream elements thing. Alright, I tried refreshing the cache of that alert scene and also just double checking that the URL was right. That's all I can do. Other than, like, making a new alerts scene, which probably I don't want to do in the middle of my 12-hour live stream. That is annoying. We should play the game and think about if we like it. I think... oh, it's interesting here. I thought the Ghostwriters all had, like, a gimmick to them. Where you each... it wasn't just, like, the Jinjos. No, okay, you have to do different tactics for each one. That's right, okay. You'll test it, Neagle Jeagle. Excellent. I am on the edge of my seat. I am very curious what's going to happen. Bookmark here. Right, this is the fast travel system that they added. They add a fast travel system to the new game, to the new remake. And, that's probably a good thing to add. Honestly. We got another 5 from Neagle Jeagle. Looks like it's not working. Looks like the alerts still aren't working. Well, fuck then. That's all fucked up. What the hell, man? I don't know there's anything I can do about that, but we do have a t-shirt, so let's do it! Alright. This one is Vinco, a classic shirt from Giant Bomb's history. Had to have one Giant Bomb shirt in there, and this one is my favorite from like 10 years ago or so. Very cool reference to a podcast from like 12 years ago. That's what everyone loves to see. People who remember. It's a good shirt too. I like the the simplicity of it. It's stylish. And if you don't know what it is, it just looks kind of cool, I think. Kind of just a cool logo. Referencing a pod from ages ago. Interesting that I don't believe this was originally the thing here. I'll say so far, I feel like they might have actually improved things a little bit. Feel like this world is fine. But also, like, you know, also I'll say, like, maybe the thing was always that this world was, like, fine. Maybe that Jiggy, that Pagie was always fine. I'll also say, like, now there's a map, so you can actually look around and see, like, okay, here's, like, the whole map of the area. What the hell is all this crap? Kind of... Oh, there's, like, different layers. There's, like, a high, medium, and, you know, elevation and all that. That is a way to make that work. Make that a little more viable. Make that a little more obvious what's going on. Interesting. Okay. Hello, Ghost Man. Gotta lob a projectile at him. Also, I'll say, like, I feel like a lot of my biggest concerns came, like, hours in when, like, oh... You know, I will say, like, right now, this is okay. You know, it's, like, nothing special. It's, like, fine. I do feel like it's obviously no Astrobots. It's obviously no Odyssey or Bonanza. It just is a little bit anemic, I would say. And if my memory serves, it was more of a thing just, like, long-term. As you get deeper and deeper in and the challenges become more and more obscure, difficult to figure out, confusing, it's at that point that it gets too difficult to proceed and too difficult to, like, really want to bother with. But, we'll see how that goes. Right now, I just want to relax and play the game, and also honor any donations that come our way. Reminder that, there are bigger incentives for Banjo-Kazooie and Sonic 06. We'll see if we see those later tonight, if anyone wants to oblige. Also, because the whole thing is fucking fucked, please, tell me, should you redeem that? Because it's not showing up. This is like a boss. I remember back in the day when they released the Playroom beta thing. They released, like, Yooka-Replaylee Playroom. Why did that hit me? I was clearly not... The fire did not pass through the stone. I remember the Playroom and messing around with that and going like, oh, this is kind of busted. Kind of doesn't feel that great. A lot of the puzzles are based around, like, moving physics objects around that are really awkward and clunky and don't work that well. I would guess that we had to, like, climb up here, but maybe the thing is just... I think there might be an actual... Yeah, I think there's, like, a wall or something. Oh, we gotta bust open his teeth. Okay. The spring is slow. If you want to jump over something using the spring jump, you really have to, like, you have to, like, plan your jumps out, like, a second in advance. Okay. We're learning. Like, so far, it's kind of just a... You know, if I were to say... If I were to assume that this keeps on going at about this quality level, I would say, like... Yeah, about a 3 out of 5 is where I would land this right now, which, to be clear, is a step up from where I had the original game. But also, if I recall, it's the distance where the original game really failed me. Right? And where I really got frustrated, really got burnt out, really just... Didn't want to go the distance, didn't want to finish the game. And, you know, didn't also. Okay, it's like a phase 2. Let's see how thee deal with this, mortal pest. This text cannot be sped up, because you have to wait for the thing to, finish. Wait, why is my health recharging? Health just what? Hang on. What the hell was that? My health? Wait. I'm gonna take a hit real fast. Watch the health. Watch the health. Is it going to recharge on its own? That's really weird. No, it doesn't look like it did that time. Okay. I don't know what the deal is with that. I feel like if I take a hit, that's on me. Maybe it's something like, oh, you got to, like, a checkpoint in the battle. You got to, like, a major milestone. That, is a time where you get your health back. You got to the top of the hill. I don't know. Rampo is like a less than halfway done. There's four phases to this thing? Oh, God. Maybe 3 phases where the last phase is like half the health. That's way too much. Rampo, you're overstaying your welcome, man. This is not a, I don't care for this, honestly. Don't flyer me. Okay, now he's got like 2 tongues. This boss fight, well, okay, I think it starts at the phase we left it at. Kinda looks like. Nope, it resets. Once you actually run up. Fucking. Way to give me some fucking hope. Some false fucking hope. Video game. This boss fight is like the length of a Gruntilda fight. Like a 5-minute boss fight. Well, it's a good thing we have 12 hours. I now wish the health recharged. Well, I'll say I don't wish that, but, you know, I think... I don't know why we recovered that health, but trying to test it was a mistake. How about a card? We got cards here. Thanksgiving happened. That's right. Yesterday was Thanksgiving. Went and did Thanksgiving stuff with the folks, with the family, with I'm not sure how to describe my sister's extended family, the in-laws of my sister, which is to say, you know, how the fuck do you describe just literally sisters, husbands, parents, you know, them. Is in-laws the right word? Not my in-laws, shit. But, you know, my sister's in-laws. Anyway, it was fun. A nice Thanksgiving, had lovely food, and nothing really went wrong. It wasn't a disaster. Like, I feel like Thanksgiving, it's a perfectly good day where you go and hang out with friends, family, etc., and eat good food. But I feel like it has a reputation for just, like, the political stuff just being a showstopper. Insofar as, like, yeah, no, things are gonna get awkward with family and everyone saying things. No one really said shit. It was fine. Everyone just sort of talked about whatever. And it was nice and amicable. And also, we'll talk about it later, but did a round of the Lego Party. I got Lego Party and was able to give that a go with the folks. And I'll say, it went over really well. Was a big hit among the folk that were, you know, the folk around my age. You know, sister's husband, sister's husband's brother, sister's husband's brother's wife. Whole younger sets really took to Lego Party very well, and that was real nice. About to finish this fucker off, but I'll say there's one more piece of. Let me just also check the extra life while I'm at it. Okay, good. We're still up to date on that. Let me know if y'all see any donations come in. If you see the number move, I need to be on top of that, etc., etc. Let's just do the Thanksgiving gimmick. What am I thankful for this year? Well, I'm thankful for y'all, as has been previously established. I'm thankful for y'all, the support, the relative growth of the various channels here. The YouTube, the Twitch, etc. Whole nine. Yeah, Rampo's done. As far as things that aren't, like, strictly stream related, I'm grateful for the Switch 2 and the AYN Thor. Those two things have been excellent additions to my hardware. Oh boy, good. It was for 3 Pagies. That is nice. This game probably originally didn't have that. They got that idea from you know, Mario Odyssey, perhaps. I do feel like with stuff like that, I am curious, like, if they actually added Pagies, or if they just, like, made them less of a ass pain to get. Going in this guy's mouth does nothing. Cool. Oh, I must have eaten one of these bugs. That's how I got my health back. Previously, it wasn't regenerating. It was just good eaten. Anyway, other things I'm thankful for. I'm really thankful for the new mattress that I got this year. That's been really nice, very comfy. I feel like with that and, oh, another Pagie. You know what? Let's test the fast travel system. There we go. Remember, it's Nintendo controls in this case. There we go. It's a little awkward to navigate to the mark, but it's not terrible. There we go. Just a little awkward. Just a little tiny bit awkward. Here we go. Nice Pagie. Exactly 1/3 as hard as that boss that we just spent like 10 minutes fighting. 20 minutes fighting. It probably wasn't as long as it felt like. Thankful for my new bed. That's been really nice this year. I feel like in general, since I've been doing like the melatonin pretty consistently this year. That's been going pretty well. I feel like I sleep better now than I did a year ago. There's an alert. There's another $5 for the extra life. Does that just come in, or are they just like really delayed? You know what? I think that might be. All the alerts are coming in. Great, perfect. Okay. Fucking what the hell? Extra life alerts. Here they all come. All the alerts that we've been looking for. Here they all are, all at once, like a half hour later. I hope that they will continue coming, and we won't have to like keep an eye on it manually or some silly business. I think that was it. I think that was all of them. Thank you again for all the donos. It is for a good cause, my local children's hospital, and, you know, the shirt I am wearing is because of the support of y'all. I do have to make sure that, we are, you know, redemption-wise. After 10 of them, after 10 of the shirts, we go up to, $10 a shirt. Maybe it should have been like 20 shirts before we go up to $10. I don't know. I made that decision arbitrarily the other day. Maybe that was the wrong one. So far, I feel like if this was the game they released, you know, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, we'd be more satisfied with it. But also, again, like I said, Yooka-Laylee is sort of a thing where it's like it starts off kind of anemic and gets worse as it goes, so going the distance is a good idea, and we will definitely, you know, go the distance. We definitely have all the time in the world. This is a 12-hour stream. We still got 11 hours to go. What else am I thankful for? Job's going quite nicely. I have a good work-life balance. Generally. Not so thankful for the return to office this year, I guess I'll say. But that's not the gimmick here. I'm not supposed to be doing things I'm not thankful for. But, like, overall, I'm pretty happy. I, you know, have plans to get a house next year. And a lot of that is just because, you know, when you're a software engineer and you're not at your first job that's entry level, you do pretty well. You do pretty alright. I'm doing pretty alright and ready to, like, do something new. I mean, try to phrase this in a way that makes sense. I'm ready to invest, I guess. I don't fucking know what I'm saying. What the hell is this? Oh, you can freeze it in place. Alright. I think we're good from now on out. Very good, very good. What? Huh? I guess that was a collectible for Shovel Knight, who, yes, if you don't know, has a cameo in this game. This was around the time that Shovel Knight was, like, cameoing everywhere as, like, the #1 indie mascot. Which is funny now, considering, like, yeah, I don't know, I feel like Shovel Knight right now is by no means #1 anymore. Like, if I had to say who's the #1 indie mascot, I would say, Hollow Knight, for sure. Hornet, you know. Hades, Zagreus, and, his sister are, definitely in the conversation. I feel like the indie space has, gotten a lot more contested relatively, recently. Okay, so these are the red coin challenges are for a Pagie. So far, this is like fine. Not bad. It's not like, you know, it's not like it's even on the level of like Bowser's Fury, like let alone any of the killer 3D platformers that there have been. But it's like not terrible. I will say I do appreciate a smaller 3D platformer. Like, you know, I think in the last few years there's been like Super Kiwi 64 and all those like smaller games that are very much just like, you know, here is a game that could have been on the Dreamcast or whatever. And I appreciate those and think they're cool. One does wonder, looking at this, if just like... Was the problem Pagie piece. Is the problem that it's just kind of mid? Was that the problem? And just being compared against, like, the All-Stars? I mean, I'll say at the same time, like, Hat in Time came out that same year, which is also an indie 3D platformer that really can't measure up to Odyssey. And I'll say, like, oh, I really loved, like, the hell out of Hat in Time. I think I gave it a 5 out of 5. It's about as good as an indie platformer has been, I would say. I would also note, as far as indie platformers go, there is Tinykin. Tinykin's up there, and the aforementioned what is that game called with the yo ho ho yo ho. Super Kiwi 64. I feel like that's one of the top ones. Has there been Odyssey, Bonanza, Astrobot? Those are like the top 3. Bowser's Fury, I feel like, is worth mentioning just as a mode of the last few years, and obviously like the 3D World and 3D Land are both excellent games as well. Definitely better than this for sure. Less anemic, etc. What's this dude's deal? Okay, yes, I will race you. I mean, I'll also say, like, we've been going around an hour. In this point in Banjo-Kazooie, if we're comparing to Banjo-Kazooie specifically, at this point in Banjo-Kazooie, we would be in, like, World 3. I do think part of the thing that holds it back is just, like, the fact is, they couldn't do that much. You know? Is there, like, a speed boost thing that we're missing here? Seems like they have an insurmountable lead on us. Oh, there's, like, a hold down the button to do a speed boost gimmick. But it seems like it kind of loses you as much time as you gain. So, I don't know if it's really gonna make the difference. There's one part in particular I remember. Oh, I somehow won. Oh, fuck. Hell. Okay. Whatever. Maybe they rubber band it in my favor, because it would be annoying to have to do that multiple times, considering that, like, yeah, that was, pretty sauceless. You know, maybe that's the problem, like, just a sauceless game, relatively. You know, just, that's a lack of sauce, I think, puts you at a 3 out of 5, you know, sort of a boring, forgettable type, thing. But, you know, we'll see as we get in later into the game, into the parts that they perhaps didn't have the time to really think through as much. You know, this is the first stage when they had all the time in the world to figure out, like, okay, what's up with this one. I feel like when we get to the marsh level, that's like the level where... That's like the inflection point for this game, I would say. Yeah, there's like a flying system where I guess you need to... I'll say they might have changed some stuff. There was, I remember, and I'm not sure where it is, I remember there being like a part of the thing where there were just a bunch of platforms really far apart, and using your extended flippity flap, you had to like platform between them, and it was just like kind of eye-opening in a way, so far as just like, oh, if you make the traversal move too easy and too just brain dead, it actually can just have a bad effect on the platforming, insofar as, like, all of a sudden there's no reason to platform with grace or skill. Oh, you can use the updraft here, if you can tell where it is in 3D space. But they might have... That area where the platforms were invisible and we had to echo them, that might have been it originally, and maybe they made it so that the platforms were closer together and that you actually had to platform along a path, which is a thing that I would say is like core to 3D platforming, and is like, yeah, give you a good path to platform down that is coherent and makes sense, and not just like a bunch of platforms that are real far apart and crap. Let's get that Pagie. Did I get the Pagie? Let's see the Pagie. Maybe I got it. My memory is bad. Perhaps. Yeah, I don't see it. We got it. We got it. Maybe this was it. Ow. But if they change that part, I can't make that point anymore. The point that, platforming just, oh, I gotta just bust it out. No? Oh, button. Buddy slammed the button. Matching game. What? Not a matching game. Oh, yes it is. Match the thing that's on the top. I thought it was like... Oh, Jesus. Foot. We're not gonna make it. It's too late. Almost close enough. We got it this time. Oh, it's the same combination every time. Then for sure, I know what to do. And we'll have it like that. I was pretty close to the actual, panel I needed the panel to press, too. Pretty close to, being right on the money. There was a gimmick in this game originally, which I think is another one of those gimmicks they took away. They went back on. But I believe in the first game, in the original game, it was set up so that, like, oh, you know, you'll unlock a world and then you'll expand a world. And I don't think that ever just made sense. The expansion gimmick just didn't pan out, I feel like. Am I just collecting all the coins here? I think I'm just collecting all the coins here. I feel like the expansion gimmick just made for worlds that were already kind of a mess, and then just grew way beyond manageable after you got, like, an expansion, and it added, like, oh, you know, a whole new zone, or a whole new this, whole new that. And, yeah. The Echo to reveal platform thing, I don't love it, but whatever, it's fine. No, it's better than... The way that these pulse is weird, but I guess it's... Fuck you! Giving you an idea of, like, how much more time is left on the thing. Not very much, it turns out. We were, just about at our limit. Do this again, but we'll do it, this time for sure. Because I will roll, and I will go fast from the jump. It's so long since I played the original, I have no memory, like, if any of the... If I'll... Hey, there's another thing, I think. That was... I heard the sound effect, but I don't see the thing. Where's the alert? Hmm? Oh, you know what? I have the, You know what it is? I have the thing open on the, preview thing. So I guess it's another issue where the alert is going to be slow. Or maybe it's... Maybe these are just the alerts from before. Let me check. No, I think these are the alerts from before. They're playing again in the, Stream Elements preview. Yeah, the last one was 3:06 according to Gmail. Good. I could also just watch my email, because I'm pretty sure I get an email every time there is a donation. That is a possibility. Also, I think it might be fixed, really, for what? Really? Have to, like, actually look at it for the grapple to work. That's a great way for a grapple to work. It's fine. I just have to know what to do. I'll say, for what it's worth, some amount of my grumpiness at the time might have been definitely influenced by the fact that I definitely went all in on this game at the time when it was in the Kickstarter form. You know, when it was on Kickstarter, I totally gave them, like, whatever 100 pounds is in American dollars, which was a lot of money, and then when I got it, I was really disappointed, so that really felt bad. That was a bad feeling, and that might have made me a tad bit biased. Or at the very least, like, just, oh, I expected to be, like, better than average. Better than mid. And I'll say again, you know, this first world, I do feel like, thinking back, was always a world where it was like, oh, this is okay. And then as it went on, the worlds were worse. What the hell is this shit? What's up? Oh, you need a transformation for this. I think the transformation thing in this game might be weird, where, like, each world has... Each world has, like, a number of, has, like, you can use all the transformations in every world. And as you keep on going, that means that there's just, like, an increasing number of, forms to try in the case of any puzzle, you know? It sort of has, like, the... Worse than a Banjo-Tooie thing where it's like, oh, you know, you have like 3 forms to manage 4 forms. It's like, no, you just have like an increasing amount as the game goes on, up to like 5 or 6. I think like 5, really. Wow, that's pretty demanding. How late is the stream going? Oh, it's going 12 hours, which means that it's going to around 2:15 a.m. We started around 2:15. That's when we actually hit the go live button. So that is when it will end. Jesus Christ, this thing is tight. Cool, should have plenty of time. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a long day. Y'all go trample people. If you need to go trample people, don't you know, don't hold up on account of me. Go step on some folk. Get some deals. Hey, here's a question. Y'all getting any deals today? It's Black Friday and all. Y'all getting the deals? What is the deal with that? How is that going for y'all? This one might suck. Timing-wise, it seems pretty precise. And also just like rolling in a straight line without turning. You got an air fryer? Cool. I've not gotten one of those, but, is this your first one? We missed one, but let's just at least see if we can go the distance, just going fast and not stopping for nothing. What the hell? I didn't stop for nothing. I went as fast as I could. How the hell is this? Do I have to, like, do a weird boosty boost? Well, if I do a boosty boost, I'm gonna miss the fucking... jumps. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking this, Pagie blows, and, fuck this. Let's, find one that's doable. I fear that as we get more and more into the game, we are going to find just like, oh, this Pagie blows. Which is one of the things that knocks this game down a notch. Just like, occasionally, you'll just find that a thing that the game is asking you to do is suck ass. And you don't want to do it. And it is what it is. Oh, that'd be the transformation gimmick. The transformation thing. I've not gotten an air fryer. What are you gonna cook in it? Is it just for, like, reheating pizza, wings, that sort of thing? I don't mind the microwave for, like, honestly anything. But people who have air fryers really swear by them. Crispy foods, specifically. Interesting. Crispy foods, like fried chicken. That sort of thing. That's cool, that's good. What is that? What just made that noise? I don't know. Oh, I need ice for this. I think we feed this guy a mushroom, is the gimmick. And then we get, our Jinjo dude. That's alright. I like the simplicity of Jinjos, honestly. We already been up this thing? This is the thing with the guy on the top, right? I think this one isn't for us. I think this one is good. I mean, the weird thing is now, looking at this map, they actually do just label where all the things are. Like, hot water is over this way. Like, they really just possibly overcorrected to the fact that finding where the Pagies are was a pain in the ass before. Like, it could have easily been like, hey, you know, take some of that currency you got and just, like, spend 10 of it to get a hint on where it is, like in Bonanza or Odyssey. You know, it doesn't have to be free and upfront, and just, like, in some cases, just like, get rid of the mystery of, like, where is it? You know, in some cases you want a little bit of mystery, but, you know, like I said, I feel like one of the problems of the original game was that you just ended up at a loss of, like, where to go next, and sort of just felt like no particular drive to actually go the distance, do the thing. If you're wondering, no, you can't set a waypoint. You just have to look at the map and sort of navigate based on that, I guess. Something over here, so we'll go over here. That's fine. I looked at the store. I looked at the Nintendo store before I began, because there's been a number of, like, games I've been looking to get. Particularly the ones that used to be on Game... I say used to be. The ones I used to get through Game Pass, but now I don't have anymore. But, like, none of the 5 that I still haven't gotten that I want are on sale right now, so... Oh, come on. Oh, I'm alive. That guy just runs away poorly. Okay. What? Wait, does each Ghost Rider give you a Pagie? I thought it was a Jinjo situation where you needed all of them. It doesn't matter. That's fine. You can do whatever you want, game. Mostly I just looked online and just looked at Nintendo Store, and none of the sales I've been looking for seem to be happening today. I also... And maybe this is like just an indicator of where I'm at these days since I played Fortnite for the first time. But I did check the Fortnite shop and just saw just to see if there was anything like really compelling. But looks like they're, you know, gonna be holding off for like next season or whatever. You know, Kill Bill and Marty McFly, and I saw a leak that had like a bunch of other alleged collabs listed in there, and it sounds like a pretty good season, I guess. I don't know. I'm very curious about all that, and you know, plan on continuing to play Fortnite into next season, which is good. I feel an overwhelming sense of not giving a fuck. A big feeling of like, oh hey, how many pieces do you need? I've been finding your pieces. I've been finding your pieces all around, and they're, I guess I almost got them all, maybe. I don't know. There's the last one, I think. Oh, there's still more. This one's just invisible. Oh. Anyway, Black Friday, I hope y'all enjoyed. I don't know, I've never been a big sale dude. My preference on a Black Friday day is just to like sleep in and do nothing. Though obviously, I think last year did I do I might have also done one of these streams, one of these extra lives on Black Friday. I like doing it on a Black Friday. It just makes sense. Feels like the right day to do it to me. I don't know. We'll see what happens. By the way, we are we are going to 250 is the goal here. We've raised 75 bucks. A lot of that from the folks, and also I pitched in 50 myself. I think that's a good, reasonable goal, and something we can probably look to get by the end of the night. So yeah, let's continue at it. Also, I do have, you know, like I said, Sonic and Banjo ready to go. If anyone wants to donate a 20 or 40 or 50, either of those could be made to happen. And I think we're just about done with this world. I'm sort of tired of this world. Ready to leave. I probably have enough to afford the next one. Pretty sure they took out the world expansion gimmick too, so it's not like... I don't know why that tree was glowing or why it had money. Oh hey, there's a whole area of the world that I think this area might be one that we didn't visit before. This area over here that seems to have a switch and a checkpoint. That might, like, open a temple or something. I don't know. Let's go over there and see what's up, and then, maybe after this, we'll go to the next world. Camera. How's about... Also, I should keep an eye on the thing, just in case someone does donate to either of those ends, either of those worlds. That'd be cool if you did. What is this? What is this thing? God of Ore. Oh yeah, this is the kart racing minigame. We'll do the kart racing minigame and just see how that works. Get gems. We can fire cannonballs as well. This is like, I would maybe describe this as like, it's fine. Not terribly, exciting. Not terribly, like, not super fast. It's like Kirby 64 level of, like, minecart is what I would describe this as. You know, it sort of has a similar, like, oh, it's 3D. You can sort of see from the perspective. Alright, we gotta, like, get gems or something to get Pagies. I really don't care for that. It's not terribly exciting, and, like, the gem collecting aspect of it is bad. Isn't great. Bit windy up here. I can see that. Slurp state? Yeah, this is the thing where you need to slurp to become, God. You need to slurp up a cannonball to become heavy, so you can weigh down, resist wind. Sure, I guess that's fine. Use projectiles to kill that guy. So far, I haven't really noticed any performance issues here on the Switch 2, but I don't know, maybe I'm not that sensitive to it. Maybe others would say, like, You know, oh, this is like 30 frames a second. Inconsistent. That's bad. I don't know. Doesn't bother me none. Probably the originals were worse on their original hardware. They were probably like lower frame rates. And in some cases, less consistent. It's fine. It's not really a problem, turns out. Though, apparently, if you want better performance, I guess just maybe play the other versions. Just play another version. I personally would not play a version that was not also portable. I mean, I say that. I don't know, I'm gonna play it after tonight, to be clear. Like, I think this stream might be the stream that I spend with this game. But, Blastooey. Today is their birthday. They need to get some cannonballs into them. Okay. Aim straight forward. Don't look left and right. Wait, that hits? Maybe this is like free. You can tell it's high up in the air because there's no music anymore. Just wind. Only wind. Yippee. Wind. There's like a money pig there. I had an okay night of sleep, but I'm still tired. I've been sleeping in during this whole Thanksgiving break. Been sleeping in long and hard. Been sleeping in like well into the afternoon. Well into the evening in some cases. I like to do that. It's nice to sleep in. Let's just like jump down. I don't know. That looks like it could be something. I don't know. I think they might have reduced the amount that like Laylee can flap. I feel like it used to be just kind of low-key, almost unlimited, how far you could flap. And this feels a lot more reasonable. Maybe this is just my imagination because, like, you know, at the time, it was the farthest that anyone was able to flap. And, you know, now I'm remembering it as like, oh, it was way too much. And now in retrospect, it's like, oh, well, compared to things like Tinykin, where you can really just, like, bubble forever, which is good because you have to earn the bubbles and the level design isn't based around the bubbling. God damn it. The bubbling is sort of a optional thing that, platforming isn't designed around and you don't need unless you want to basically cheese the world, which is, I believe, the most fun part of having abilities like these, the powerful traversal tools. Like, I believe if your traversal tools are mostly just for intended traversal, obviously mandatory traversal, that's less cool than just like, oh, you know, we have these tools, you don't need them. But if you do, you can really bust some holes in the world. Like, to me, that's the best possible case. Like, at no point in Mario Odyssey do you need to, like, double jump, hat jump across a pit. At no point is that actually required, but the fact that you can do it is powerful and good. Fire up the machine. Mm. I am ready to transform. How about another... Wait, we'll get to see the plants form for the first time. It's not a T-Rex. Yeah. I can now use water on guys. I just have to spray them to water these plants. Make them big. I guess this is gameplay. This is like gameplay, yeah. I'm watering plants. It's like a not great Mario Party minigame. Except I'm alone. I suppose you can make the argument that, like, especially like 2E in particular, a lot of its like minigames are not that dissimilar. Maybe it's the bias of time, just like, yeah, I liked it back then when I was 10. But this stuff from my mid-20s, you know, when I was in my mid-20s, like, yeah, obviously I'm not anymore. That was 10 years ago. Less appealing. I guess you could say it has a unique, like... it has a unique move it can do. Oh, you know what? Also worth noting an improvement here that I'm just remembering. Right, in the original game, the roll move required stamina, which, if you consider that you always want to be rolling around the world, is annoying because, like, every, like, 100 feet or so, you'd have to be like, oh, I'm, switching back and waiting for my stamina to recharge. Okay, let's run again. And, you know, rinse repeats. Kind of annoying. That's not a thing anymore. And I think that is a pretty meaningful improvement. Thumbs up. It's a meaningful improvement. The map and the fact that all the Pagies are marked hopefully should help us in the later parts of the game that are more of a pain in the ass, but we'll see. Okay, so let's see. I could get some outfits. I could get a heart. Don't lose coins when knocked out. Wids? Oh, okay. Let's you equip another tonic. I'll take energy and hearts. Yeah, sure. Yum. Yum. Okay. All right. Okay. Bendy has, like, tonics for us, which will modify the game. Let's see. The oxygen sounds annoying. Corpulets die in one hit. Wait, take fall damage? You can, okay. You can buy fall damage. It's kind of backwards, but you know what? Hey, it's a good default. Yeah, fuck corpulets. Let me just kill them instantly. That seems like a good thing. And, yeah, I'd like to breathe underwater. Cosmetics. Gloves. Shirts. I can only afford a Shovel Knight shirt. No, that's not a good shirt. Platonic shirt. No. Y'all can afford a shirt. It's only $5. It's still $5, right? We've gone through 5 of them. So yeah, 5 more $5 shirts. Yeah, get some shorts. Come on. Hide your shame. Equip those pants, man. You need to... Modesty. What the fuck? There. Now we're decent. Let's get out of here. Head to the second world. And you know, carry on and all that. It's weird how the loading screen here is the outside area. I feel like meh, doesn't matter. I feel like Shipwreck Creek was really that not much of a area. It's pretty much just we were in there for like 2 seconds and then out. Which is fine, you know, honestly. That's a better way to do it than like making us linger. Okay. And now we can go through a 15-pagey door. Now, one thing this original game did is it put quiz time gimmicks between each world. Wondering if it still does that. Or is that how do I equip my tonics? I just bought these tonics. There we go. I wonder if that's still here, the whole... that whole gimmick. Yay. Ooh, we can now open the door at Ivory Towers. Okay. You mean the next door, or do you mean this door that we're heading towards, that we know about, that the cutscene alerted us was here? I don't know. Already did this. What do I get? Where's the... It's in this room. Okay. The signs very helpfully just like point out where to go, where you can go. They add some stuff to make it so that it was less confusing to navigate around. I will say I think that is a good change, and honestly something that like any 3D platformer should be thinking about. Like, I have seen people struggle with Banjo-Kazooie just navigating the layer who didn't grow up with it, right? Like, not knowing where to go, where to find the worlds. It is kind of a big labyrinth, to be fair, for sure. But, a little bit of, like, theme park style arrows will really help a lot in this game and also in general. Not that, like... Well, like Bonanza and Odyssey, they have like fast travel systems where you get in a vehicle or you go like level by level. You don't need like a thing saying like, hey, here's where to go for the second world because there's no hub. I don't mind that. I feel like, in fact, Odyssey and Bonanza are kind of better Banjo games than the original Banjo. Do we have to do a quiz show here? We might have to do a quiz show here. Just gonna check the stuff. Still at the same level. Okay, cool. Did they cut the quiz shows? Tell me they cut the quiz shows. Honestly, I did find those to be tiring. Especially because, like, you know, going through that world... I feel like I've retained zero information. You know, like, Shovel Knight was there. There was a big guy on top of the thing. I don't remember his name. And, I got nothing else. I think the quiz show might have been cut. Oh, let's hope. Let's goddamn hope. How many do I have? 27. So I can't go to World 3. Did you beat Windswept EX? No, I haven't yet. No, I haven't beaten that particular... I haven't beaten the last level of Windswept, but I'll say I got a card for that later. But I'm close enough. I've heard with Windswept, they're adding a thing that will let you, you know, like quit the game and resume from a save, resume from a checkpoint after returning to it. And I'm kind of waiting until that because I don't think I can get halfway through that level and then have to quit because a stream or something, you know. I have to switch to Mario Maker all of a sudden. Oh no. I can't lose progress in that. I'll die. Not really. You know what I mean? Like, I just... No way. No way, no way. But I got through the first really hard final level of Windswept. So, you know, that, felt good, I guess. And also got it to Sun Collective. Have you done it yet? Oh, 6i? That's impressive, if so. What is with this, fucking shiny thing? Weird shiny spot. Go up here and explore a little bit. Just relax and have a good time. Oh, crap. Oh, it's... fine. It's fine. How about a card? I got more cards. I do believe it is time to start thinking about Xmas. It is officially, is that what the card says? I got my Twitch activity in the way. 1 second. Yes, okay, good. It is officially time to start thinking about Xmas. I am now starting to think about Xmas. Apparently my folk have their Xmas tree up already, which is, seems premature to me, but I think that now that Thanksgiving is over, it is now not premature, and in fact the correct time to start thinking about, thing. You had to use the create checkpoints, accessibility feature. Gotcha. I haven't used any of those. I've been, keeping it pure, but honestly, I feel like that game could really use an accessibility feature that's not infinite health, you know, like, infinite health, but just, like, give me 1 extra point. You know what I mean? Like, that's actually what I would ask for, like, in a new Tropical Freeze mode, you know, like when Tropical Freeze added an additional point of health for both of the characters. Like, that is more what I would request rather than infinite. Infinite feels like too much, too easy, etc. And, create checkpoints. That sounds nice, honestly. But, I haven't done that myself. Xmas is exciting. Need to start thinking about what to get. What to, if I ask anyone for anything, what to ask for. I guess for my part, I'll be looking into house shopping next year, so, like, anything, like, house-related is just going to be an invaluable, sort of gift for me. But for my folks, like, I haven't really decided. I got my sister a Retroid. I gave her my Retroid Pocket Flip 2. Wait a minute. Isn't this where the quiz show was? I think originally you had to pass through here to get to this part of the thing. It's kind of weird the way that this map just feels like, wait, I went through a different... Oh. The original route is still here, but it's not the main one anymore. That's weird. It's kind of weird. Or maybe it was a shortcut all along. I forget, but I'm pretty sure there was definitely quiz show. Thank God. Overboard. Overboard. One at the end of the game, that's it. Feel like that's correct. Yeah, some of those last spots are way too long in those couple last levels. Man, just I could not believe how long that last level went. The first of the 2 last levels of Windswept. My God, it was indecent, especially considering that you cannot you know, resume from a checkpoint after closing the game yet. Apparently it's on the Steam version right now, but they haven't gotten that on Switch yet. I hope it gets there soon. I'll say that much. I was thinking of doing the, playing the, that level as part of the, Game of the Year stuff, where I'm, like, revisiting Windswept to show off what's cool about it and where it stands on my Game of the Year list. I feel like trying to beat that level would be a good representation of, like, how hard the game can be at its hardest. Ducks are for this. I have no memory of these ducks. Turns out there's a lot about this game I don't remember. A game I played once, you know, 7 years ago and didn't care for. 7, 8 years ago? Something like that. Jeez, it's been forever. But also, they could have easily changed a bunch and I would have no idea. Like, other than things that I can remember being bad, I don't remember what was previously mid. Whoa. Camera was really confused there. Anyway, gonna have to start Christmas shopping soon. I'm sure y'all are too. And, you know, other than that, not that much to think about Christmas-wise, other than, like, yeah, it's time to bring back green and red. Green and red combinations are now kosher. For the next month, green and red is on the table. And I like that a lot. I like it when green and red are on the table. That's just a great combination. It's very fun for this whole holiday season to do. And I'm looking forward to wearing some holiday apparel. You know, it's time to bring out the holiday apparel. It's basically the main thing about this season, the main appeal. We've gotten to the second world, the ice world. Go in there shortly after we grab a Pagie. That's right. That's definitely how you pronounce that. It's not. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm fucking around. I'm just saying whatever I want. You have to, like, pay up, or it's just like the gates, the main checkpoint to get around. Like previously, you had to invest Pagies to, like, expand the book worlds and make them bigger. Oh, there was some graphical bug there for a second. Ignore that. Not important. They didn't have the dev kits for long. It's true. They could have delayed it if they thought it was a problem, but you know what I'll say? I'll say so far, it's, like, perfectly fine. Like, if this is how it performed on Switch 1, I would say, like, yeah, this would be perfectly playable on Switch 1. If you got a Switch 1 game to run as well as this, you'd be thanking your lucky stars. You'd be saying, like, oh, wow, it's, mostly 30 frames a second. It, looks okay. Wow. And, I will go into this with that sort of optimism tonight. World 2. Let's go. Let's do it. Here we go. Here we are doing it. Oh. I'll say we are going to play. Eventually, we might need to backtrack, considering that we are here for 10 more hours, roundabout. And also, we might need to go get some Pagies from previous worlds that we left on the table. You know, in theory, we could 100% every world before leaving, but in some cases, that's just annoying to do. No. We'll see. Like I said, I feel like eventually the Pagies become... I would compare getting some of the later Pagies in the original game to pulling teeth. And half the battle there was just finding them, so, you know, maybe like... Oh, hang on. He only gives us the Pagie locations? Confused. In the first world, I had all the locations for free. What was up with that? I had like a bunch of locations. Did I get all those locations from like the dudes? Whatever. It's fine. Let's go into this. I believe this might be a sliding minigame thing. Yeah, I remember this. The fact that I remember it is not a good sign, to be clear. God damn it. What that probably means is that it's a pain in the ass to a certain degree. Let's see. Well, that wasn't bad. I feel like there might be a case later where, like, you slide down a whole big long thing and you have to, like, collect a bunch of stuff. And if you miss everything, you're, like, screwed or something. Whereas in this case... Well, we did miss some quills or something, but I don't think those actually amount to anything, so whatever. Hello, Cage. I suppose you explain what I need to do? That crystal ditty. Okay, we gotta work out the correct order. Also, our shits. Whenever we run out, we just gotta wait 5 minutes for it to come back. So that's fun. And if we accidentally trigger it early... we'll end up with a timer that we can't possibly finish. With, so, you know, just time wasted. How about another card? Saw Sisu 2, Road to Revenge. The poster in Finnish is styled with the second S in Sisu looking like the number 2. I think that's really cool. I think that's the way to do. Saw a bunch of movies on Wednesdays. Made it a big movie day, and Sisu was the first of those that I got out to. Sisu is a sequel to Sisu 1, which is a movie about an old man in, like, old Finnish man in, like, Nazi-occupied Finland who finds a bunch of gold and then has to figure out, like, oh shit, how am I gonna get this gold to a bank without the Nazis catching wise and trying to steal it from me? And then the Nazis catch wise and try to steal it from him, but it turns out he's like a legendary John Wick type dude who single-handedly killed like 300 dudes in like the previous conflict against the Soviet Union, so they picked the wrong guy to fuck with. Anyway, in the sequel, he goes into the Soviet Union to into like the area that they previously occupied or got like as a result of the war, to like sort of cart off and bring back his home back. He sort of like takes apart his home and then Sit back. What the hell? Oh, I see. Let me reset this. Let me wait. He turns the home into lumber and then tries to get the home home past the border, except, you know, the Russians, they're out for revenge. So, you know, hell breaks loose, and it's fucking great. Hey, Yuki Dookie, thank you for the follow. Twitch follow, hell yeah. Welcome to the bucket that shit! Welcome to the extra live stream that I'm doing right now. I appreciate it. It's for a good cause. Hopefully, if you donate, the alert should come through eventually. Seems like there was some issue with that later, but hey, if you do an alert, or you do a donation, let me know. And hopefully the alert will be real quick and stuff. Got exposed by the follow notification. It's cool. Hey, it's a good thing to follow on Twitch or on YouTube. This is a good thing. Behavior I want to encourage. You're welcome to just watch if you just want to watch, of course. But hey, lots of great donation incentives. Let's see those again. It's been a bit. It's been a while. You can make me switch shirts. You can make me play a world of Banjo-Kazooie. You can make me play a world of Sonic 06. There's some options tonight as far as the incentives go. I'll say, like, I'm hoping at least we see one of each of those. You know, it'd be a shame if it was just Yooka-Laylee this whole time, but hey, if y'all would rather just do small dollar donations, make me switch shirts, that's also cool. I got 50 of them ready to go, like I said, and like I've been demonstrating as I've been switching shirts so far a bunch. That is cool too. What the fuck was I saying? Sisu 2 was a lot of fun. Like the first one, it has a lot of amazing action, a lot of amazing set pieces, and just some very creative fucking grit-ass combat. Amazing combat situations with old man just like hanging in by edge of teeth. Am I dead? No, I'm not dead. I'm just down for it. With the old man in the movie just managing to fight off like hordes of dudes, impossible odds, really flashy, visceral combat, action, drama, John Wick pedigree there. There's some John Wick pedigree to Sisu's development. It is a hell of a good movie and one that I would thoroughly recommend. I think we should probably wait once we're... No, we gotta crank, we gotta roll. Yay! We did it. Let me, do another card, because that's not the only movie I watched on Wednesday. Keep talking about the Wednesday movies. I also went and saw Zootopia 2. Overall, like, spoiler-free, I'll say I thought Zootopia 2, which if you don't know, you should probably... It's fairly common knowledge what Zootopia is. It's a popular movie. But Zootopia is about a world where all animals sort of exist in a big city. All mammals, at least, exist in a big, cool city where they all hang out and be urbane. And it's about a rabbit who has a fox for a partner. You know, the other main character is a fox, and that's a whole thing in the first movie, obviously. y'all know where it ends up. Anyway, in the second movie, they're together, they're partners, and there's a whole situation involving a reptile, involving a snake. This is clear just looking at the poster, so it's not like a spoiler or nothing. But I'll say it is, on a basic level, cool to see that world expanded to include reptiles and, you know, such, and like where they are in the world and how that all works is very interesting and cool. And also there's a couple new venues, a couple of new locations that are also neat. This is the exit. We somehow ended up back at the exit. I would say Zootopia 2 is a better, well, better is a weird. It is a pretty good Disney sequel. It is better than the average Disney sequel. You know, I think I'd put it over like, I would probably put it out over Inside Out 2, honestly. About on that level. Where it's like, yeah, this is a, yeah, I can see how this would be the next thing that happens in that universe after the previous movie. It's not like, plot-wise, it's a little more cartoony and, less believable, I would say, than the previous, Zootopia 1, right? I feel like Zootopia 1 just is a lot more credible of a film, a lot more realistic, I guess I would say. Kind of, I need to, tell you what, here. Minor Zootopia spoilers. Minor Zootopia 2 spoilers. Zootopia 1. Is this a boss? This actually might be a boss. Hold off on the Zootopia 2 spoilers. Let me fight this boss. Oh, maybe this isn't a boss. Maybe this is just like a enemy arena. Like a really insipid, like, version of, well, it was only for a quarter Jiggy, so a quarter Pagies, so I guess that, makes sense then. That's like what if High Halls was really boring and very easy. You know, one of those, Silk Song holdout things, but brain dead. Spoilers! Spoilers! The first movie is cool insofar as it, like, I believe very convincingly sets up a racism analog, right? Of just like, oh, people are really, all the prey animal, who are like the majority of animals, are really suspicious of the predator animals because the predators keep going wild and attacking. And on a consistent basis. And like after that happens like 3, 4, 5, 6 times, people start feeling the heat. And that kind of computes, kind of makes sense. And, you know, at the very least, you can also tell, like, they all know it's kind of wrong to think this way, to be this way. Meanwhile, in like Zootopia 2, it turns out that the plot is, it's a grenade. Yeah, this is a grenade. Very nice. Yeah, here's some performance stuff. It turns out in, Zootopia 2 that, the reason why reptiles, and again, spoilers, you can see over on the side, spoilers. The reason why reptiles aren't trusted in the world of Zootopia Zootopia 2 is that, and this is true, one time a single snake bit a turtle, and that was it for the people of the world of Zootopia. They said, okay, fuck this, no more snakes, no more turtles, no more anything, you're all out. Which really doesn't make sense. It's a little cartoon logic, and like, you know, spoilers, but like the ending turns out to be like, oh, well that snake was framed the whole time. And I can't help but go like, you know, it's a good plot for a children's movie, but like, even if, you know, the snake did do it, even if the snake was just like, yeah, I'm like a criminal, I was trying to do a robbery, and I killed the rich person's maid to cover my escape, or something reasonable like that. Even if that were true, like, that wouldn't be like a cause to be like, and fuck snakes forever, no more snakes. Like, you gotta understand, like, even if they weren't framed, that's like, you know, racist and stuff. That is just beyond the pale. That is not how we do things. What is this? You want a hat? Okay, I can get you a hat. I do think in these movies, in both of them, it's pretty cool that like the ultimate plot ends up being like, you know, okay, so it turns out racism is a socially constructed concept that has been socially constructed for a purpose. That is to say, to keep the race issue the core issue, rather than just like wealth inequality, that sort of thing, you know. They'd rather have a race war than a class war. In other words, the rich would rather, because they're less likely to win a class war, basically. And like, you know, as simplified as this is, as ridiculous as the framework around it is a genuinely good message for kids to say like, yeah, you know, the reason why the predator and prey relationship is so tense, because someone's profiting off it. Someone is making political hay off this shit. And yeah, you know, you can't... You gotta keep that in mind, you know, who's benefiting from this racism. But also, like, even if it were true, and that, like, oh, predators are eating prey, or reptiles do occasionally bite people and poison them. Even if that were true, that's no reason for racism. It's still, obviously, beyond the pale. Okay. Yes! Oh. Oh boy, yes, I'm ready to transform. That's it for spoilers. Oh, actually, one more thing. They did tease at the end of the movie. End movie tease. They did tease that birds are next. I'm very curious, like, what sort of racism caused birds to not be accepted in their society. I do hope that, like, maybe it could be a case where, like, oh, this time the statistics are true. But, you know, maybe they can be explained through economics or class relations and just, like, poverty among bird kind or something, rather than saying something like, oh, well, it's a frame job. It has to be a frame job, or, oh, or else racism is justified. That's a weird thing to do, weird line to draw, and I am wondering how exactly that turns out. Zootopia is cool, and long story short, Zootopia is cool, and I do really like to see more of the world and see it all fleshed out. I'm realizing now, actually, these cards probably should have been reversed. I ended up seeing Zootopia first and then Sisu 2 after, because there was a mix-up with I didn't know what open caption meant, and what it means is that there's captions just like on the bottom of the movie theater screen, and the first showing of Sisu I walked into was that, so I was like, oh crap, let me go to another theater that has like a showing of Zootopia right now, and then tell you what, I'll go to a different theater to watch Sisu 2. This control's pretty good, honestly. You know what I'll say? I'll say, like, the first 2 worlds of this are, like, fine. Contain... Fucking hell! Contain marginal improvements to how some transformations felt in the original games, at least in Kazooie, where they were all the same and were just sort of like walking around machines. Kind of annoyed that I fell there, though, I'll say. Kind of annoyed that I have to go back and do that again. Let it be said, it's not perfect, but, not perfect, but it's, you know, not gotten to the bad place yet. I think there's 5 worlds in this. I think there's 5 worlds, and we will see how far we get. We'll definitely get to Moonglaze, Moon Dream, Moon Horde, Moon something Swamp, Moodymaze Swamp. Not a great name. What's the name of this one? Glitterglaze Glacier. That's mid. I don't think that's as good as their original names. I just don't. Anyway, I saw one last movie on Wednesday, and for this one, I just sort of went home and got it off a streaming service, you know, as you do, because it's been out long enough that it's been available. Yes, transform me. The last one that I saw was Nobody 2. Went and saw Nobody 2. Saw it at home, you know, I didn't go out to a theater or nothing. Oh, there's the hat. Yar, that's me hat. You can have it back, and now you can give me a Pagie. Right next to him. Weird sort of thing. I assume there's more to be done with this transformation, and it's not just like, oh yeah, walk over there and say hi to the guy and there you go, you're done. I assume we have to go out this way or some such. Nobody 2. Nobody is the Bob Odenkirk action movie. Fuck! Again. Nobody was the Bob Odenkirk action movie where he was sort of a John Wick style hitman, and he was really good at his job. But, God, I forget what the plot was. He wanted to quit or something, maybe. Or he ended up in sort of a conflict with someone else. And, basically the main thing I remember about the first game, or the first movie, was that it ended in a very cool... It had very good fight choreography, and also it ended in a very cool action scene where dude did a cool thing with a landmine. That was very memorable and cool. And I'll say Nobody 2 is okay. I think Nobody 2 is just okay. I would say, personally, it is like... Here's the thing about Nobody 2. It is sort of like an hour of setup for one really good action scene. If you catch my drift. Like, Nobody 2... The basic plot is like, oh, the hitman goes on vacation and gets up the shit at a water park. You know, lap 1? Okay. If you say so, video game. Oh boy. Yeah, it does say so. Are you fucking kidding me? That was a good one. I basically touched the damn thing. Feel like it made a damn noise. Oh, it said lap 1, but there's only 1 lap. That's good. I prefer that to having to do a million laps. Unless I finish that lap every time and you just have to like pass through the ring to spawn lap 2, lap 3. That's really weird if that's the case. Why would it work like that? Don't question it. You don't have to question it. It's a weird game. Move on. Move on. The big fight scene at the end was fun. The rest of the game, or the rest of the movie, setup. I like Bob Odenkirk. I wish him luck in his endeavors. Nobody 2 was kind of just a lot of waiting for things to kick off, and then like a relatively short, like 10-20 minutes of action at the end. It's fine. I would put it below both other movies, honestly. Truth be told. And I did think Nobody was really cool, and you know, watching the choreography of that movie is just like it's really good fight choreography and really like sells the action. The point where I kind of wish that I enjoyed watching it as a movie more, but it is what it is. That was my Wednesday. A lot of movie stuff. Very fun to do. Would like to do more. I can't do that as a truck. That's for lizards and bats. Can you go in here as a truck? Weird. No, you get booted out. Icy Metric Palace. Ha ha ha. Very reminiscent of their some of their games that are in Rare Replay. We already got everything we need, though. You know, give me one of these. That's fine. Okay. Get one of these and we'll dress up, I'll switch this out. And if I need to swim, I'll switch that on. We need to get our bats a hat. That skull's pretty cool. I think that skull is like the coolest possible option. We can't really afford it right now. We'll save for it. You know what? It's kind of funny, the idea of putting a backpack on Yooka. That's pretty good. Let's go with that. So yeah, movies. Final card on movie stuff. Final card relating to movies. in a hot second. One more to go on those Pagie pieces. Cool. Made a list of movies to watch before the end of the year. Yeah, I've made a list of movies I want to watch before the end of the year, considering that, like, you know, I like to do end of year, like, lists. I would love to do one that's like, here's the top movies that I watched this year. And I do feel like before, you know, watching CC2 and maybe a couple others recently, I feel like I've just had no list. I feel like I've not had enough to even form a top 5 list, even. And, a few more I have in mind. How do I get past these fucking ice doors? I don't know, but whatever. Made a whole list of movies that I would like to watch, should watch, could watch, etc. Let me see. It's on my phone here. Let me just. Here's my list of, like, movies I should watch. I should watch One Battle After Another, which I hear is really good. I should watch K-Pop Demon Hunter, which apparently is real damn popular. One of the most popular movies of the year, it would seem. I didn't see the new Mission Impossible. I saw the first part of it, though, so it would just make a lot of sense to go ahead and watch the second part of that. I have put on my list Captain America just because I've basically seen every other Disney movie before, even the ones that are crap garbage, but I really don't need to see that. That would just be out of morbid curiosity, you know? Like, I have no faith that, and no belief that, I very much have no faith, no belief that, the hell are these gates? Oh, here's the first one. I did see it. Probably too late now. I have no faith. What the hell was I saying? I have no belief in that, but morbid curiosity might win out. You know, and it is a Marvel movie, and I've seen most all of those. Yeah, it's fine. Let me retry. I would have retried sooner if I had, the option. Man, I'm sleepy. Got most of 9 hours left. I hope someone lets me play a world of Banjo-Kazooie. That'd be a really nice relief. Well, I'll say, like, the alternative, you know, obviously, again, the donation incentives include Banjo-Kazooie and Sonic 06. I'll say, just like a little of that would really whet my appetite, you know, just really be a nice change. Even the bad one would be refreshing at this point. But up to y'all. If y'all want to stick to shirts, that's fun too. And hey, you know, I'm glad this idea worked out. I'm glad this idea, you like it. Wake Up Dead Man and Avatar 3 will be coming out before the end of the year. Need to watch those. I saw some people mentioning other films, but I don't know. I'm weirdly wary when it comes to, like, cases of, like, oh, I asked what movies should I watch, and then I get a whole big list. It's like, I don't know if that's really true. If y'all weren't, like, prophesizing before I started asking, like, are they really the top dogs? You know, no one was saying, like, Sinners, you know, no one was just going like, oh, you know, if you're in for a movie, Sinners is good. People were just saying, hey, everyone should go see Sinners. Like, I don't know about Frankenstein. I don't know about, like, Begonia. That was one that I saw one person mention. Probably a lot of those aren't, like, everyone should check out type movies, but just some people really like it type movies. I don't know. Definitely try to watch some more movies next month and get a good solid list of at least the top 5, but we'll see. I thought about seeing if I could watch one battle or another after all the other 3 movies, but then I looked and I saw it was 3 hours long, and it was like 4 a.m. after, it was like 3 a.m. after Nobody 2, so I was just like, okay, I need to sleep. Oh boy, this is a boss. Oh, this is a boiler? I guess we're evicting this guy. It's fine. We can use his homing bullshit to, like, hit the stuff, and, really not that hard. And then we get some fire. Then we melt him. Arg, look what you've done! I'm melting! Like the witch in The Wizard of Oz. Another movie. Oh, please, let this be one fruit. May be able to do this in one. Yeah, it'll do 2. 2's fine. Get me some more blocks. Of course, the thing I'm most looking forward to with Christmas break is that, you know, I'm taking a full 2 weeks off, so that'll be just lovely. Of course, there'll be a lot of streams during that time. I have, relatively big plans, you know. I say relatively big. I have a bunch of plans that might be big and long in nature. Yeah, you should have locked the door. That's what they all say. A triple Pagie. Real nice. Real nice. I'm tired. I am. Ooh, much better. You two heroes put a fire in my belly. Alright, Bernie. Fucking talk faster, man. I don't have time to hear all your lines of dialogue. This scene should be faster. This scene should be faster. Alright, we out. Oh, good, good, good. That wasn't bad. I think we have, like, more stuff to do here in this area now. Why are you locked? What? What? Tyler Baldwin Toilet Services. No Tice. Because it's a nice world. Yeah, I get it. So how do we... Oh, there's a switch on these rotating gimmicks. There's multiple switches. Oh. Oh, they took the Odyssey idea. It's funny how many parts of this remake are just like, yeah, we took a good hard look at Odyssey and we said we should probably do some things that they do, like a map and the Money to Lives gimmick and some other stuff. It's like, you know, I won't fault people for copying the best, copying the all times. You know, I definitely think there's well, are there are worse places to look for inspiration. By which I mean, it's good to look for inspiration wherever you can find it. I'll say it's a positive, actually. Like, yeah, no, the more Odyssey-like it is, the more decent it is. The more quality your life is. Some real life quality stuff here. Oh. Please spawn me at the other side of this pit. It's fine, I can jump. I can jump really good. I think we're leaving. I think we're leaving. Anyway, what else is there to talk about? I still have a bunch of cards left. Definitely need to go through these by the end of the stream, so let's just continue. What's up, man? Where's our Pagie? Oh, well, he does give us access to more of this area, which will presumably let us get more Pagies. Excellent. Okay. Card. Should we all always be stating you can't train AIs off us? This is something I was thinking about recently after, you know, like I said, I watched Sisu 2, right? And I noticed in the credits at the very end of Sisu 2, it's respawned me like, look at where it respawns me here. Literally a step away from the edge. You just move, literally just like flicking the stick left once, which is what I just did, is enough to kill you dead. Which, by the way, you do have to flick the stick a little bit to turn in the direction to, like, fire your silly beam to make the platform appear, so, you know, I guess they want you to, like, back off and take a running start. Oh, crap, that's, oh, Jesus. Anyway, that's not great. I thought it was really neat, though, what Sisu 2 did with that. Can I Sonic? Not from this ledge. No, I can't turn around. I can't turn around and do a Sonic from that ledge. Another. Wait! You know what? I just have to jump over the whole thing. No, I can't do that either. Wait, it's spawning me here on top of this platform. But I can't... I can use this. I can use the charge thing to make the whole thing be made visible, but it's kind of wacky that that's where they start you. Starting the respawn stuff is still not thought all the way through here, I would say. I thought that was really cool. Definitely makes me think, like, yeah, that should be something that, like, everyone does on, like, every profile that they have, on every site that they have. Just, like, put in your, like, blue sky, you know, your blue sky, you know, like, in your Twitch description, in your Twitch account detail, in your Twitter account, if you're still using that. Probably shouldn't be, but whatever. Just put, yeah, no AI, no training, get the fuck out of here. That would be fun. That's a fun thing to do. And, you know, I feel like that could be a major... That could be like a trend if people were to do it, I guess. I don't know. I am flagging, man. Oh. I feel like maybe I should have, I'm planning a bunch of, like, 2 p.m. streams for, like, a bunch of coming Sundays this month. Next month, you know? Oh, weird. Most of them are fake. Except for one. A weird gimmick. Like... gimmick. Decoy coins. I guess. Let's talk to the dinosaur. Let me stretch. Let me drink some water. We haven't done any of these minigames yet. As I understand it, these used to be like a bunch of minigames, and if I recall, they were all crap garbage. And from what I've heard, they've been replaced by a single type of minigame that is like, it's alright. A fun arcade game. Might be giving it too much credit, but it's not bad, is what I've heard. You chomp ledges. There you go. That's all you need to know. Chomp. And bite. It's alright. Sort of like a, Captain Toad, but if Captain Toad had, like, a little bit of additional gameplay. Crocodile Toad. I don't know. I'm tired. I don't know what I'm saying. What? Also, it's nice that it respawns you right there. Oh, you can twist the platforms while they're spinning. This is a good idea, but I have no patience. I think you can... Maybe you just have to bite onto the side to do it. Like, if you bite in from... Oh, it's a switch that turns them into coins. Okay, it wasn't at all what I thought it would be. And I think it goes the other way too, so if we do the switch too early... If we do the switch too early, it doesn't work. This isn't bad. This is mid. Am I enjoying myself? I don't think I am. This part here is kind of, it's kind of mid. It's kind of mid. I don't know, maybe it's fine. Maybe this game is like... fine. Maybe it's like a 3 out of 5 and not a 2 out of 5. Maybe a lot of that is down to a couple of good decisions in the remaking process. I don't know, man. There we go. Oopsie daisy. Oh, fuck. Yeah, we did it. Oh. I would say that's like, it's fine, it works, it's, playable. I wouldn't recommend it. Maybe that's like the short version of this whole, stream. It's just like, yeah, it works. Plays alright. I wouldn't recommend it. You know, there's other 3D platformers out there who recommend these days. Like, obviously, the main big daddies. The big ones. There's also, like, plenty of small ones that are also worth recommending. Wow. What the hell was my question about? I am thinking about maybe putting in that into like the AIs cannot train off my shit into like descriptions and stuff. I feel like that could be fun to do and be a good bit of praxis. I don't know if it's praxis to just say no AIs can train off my shit. Oh, that's instant death, huh? Oh boy. Jesus, there's barely enough room to get a big jump off. By the time you're landed, you have to be starting the next big jump. We got it though, we got it. It's good. We grabbed the Pagie. We're doing really good. We're making real good strides in this game. And we got 9 hours left. That's extra life. Another card. I got more to talk about. Y'all hear that Oreos has gone in on AI. Speaking of AI, I saw this story earlier this week. This story that said shit, I have these in the wrong order. It's fine, it's good, whatever. Apparently, the parent company of Oreos has embraced AI, same as Coca-Cola has done in recent times, to slash marketing costs, which I, for one, think is bad and I don't like. And I'll tell you, like, my thoughts here are just like, here's my thoughts right now. It is this lovely meme of the guy who has to shoot someone and he really wishes he didn't. I feel that way about Oreos. I really like Oreos, but man, if you're gonna do AI, you're out. Fuck off. You know, I do feel like that sort of hard line is a good policy. Also, it's a good way to just like hopefully disincentivize companies from just being like, yo, we got AI now. Like, if you do that, a lot of people are gonna go, fuck you. You know what? Fuck you. And we gotta do that with Oreo, but I do like Oreo. And I will miss eating it. I wonder if like Chips Ahoy is under the same parent corporation and also would be using it to defray their costs. Seems quite likely. Quite likely, quite possible. Ooh, my head. Boy, this is a big place that's full of just rooms that are, I have no mental map here, is the thing. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. That's all. That's all. I guess I'm not eating Oreos now. Can you take care of those targets? What the hell are you? Oh, there's targets. Yeah, sure, I can take care of those targets. Apparently, my crap is auto-aim because I'm just mashing the button and they all just spinning up, spinning down. It all worked. Might be an exit. Dude said exit. Is it an exit? Just another room with a Pagie in it. Oh boy, we got a quiz show. I'll take this versus the original thing, which was just more elaborate and slow and hooey. I'm now sure that the quiz show has been retired, or at any rate, it's just for maybe the last one. Maybe it's for the last one, or maybe after World 2 we'll have to go through one. I don't know. We'll find out. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. You mean me? All of these are true. But this is Yooka-Replaylee specifically. But these two were the stars in the other two games. Bad question. Okay, even worse. -8. Maybe whatever you answer, it gets it right. It counts it. That would be nice. But, I only feel like I barely avoided an annoyance. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I wasn't as annoyed. This is supposed to be a fire exit. I'm calling it now. That's the less quizzing we're doing in this adventure. Oh, I think if Laylee is right, they cut the quizzes all together. It's probably a good thing. I just don't feel like learning. Clearly, the quizzes didn't work as well here as they did in the original. Maybe a lot of that is just like, where we were at the time. I'm a lot less interested in just like memorizing lore details now versus like when I was a kid. But like, I still have everything from when I was a kid all down pat, so I'm still good with the minigame as is. Anyway, let's get out of here. I think we're done. Are we done? I think we went over here previously. Yeah. We went over here. I remember this room. We're out of this whole isometric portion of the game. Man, every part of this game does drag a little bit. It's like fine, but I'm tired and sleepy. Yay, we grappled over here. We got 4 quills. Now we'll grapple over there. Oh boy. Okay. Another card. I think now is a good time for another card. What would you do with Elon money? This thing I saw on social media. I saw a nice. I completed a full Pagie there. I saw a skeet asking this, and I thought it was interesting enough to make into a card on its own. Like, what would be a good... How would you use Elon money? And basically, for those who don't know, Elon Musk is filthy fucking rich and has basically all the money in the world. And has been using it to buy bad companies and to, you know, make outlandish promises that he will surely underdeliver on. But Wall Street don't care. Because they are rubes, I guess I would say. I have thought very little about this. Really? You have to miss. Oh, is hitting a wall thing that like keeps you from capturing him? That's ooh. I think the only ethical thing really would be to try to just like go heavy hard in philanthropy and like use your, you know, largesse to fund entire networks of like humanitarian purposes internationally and try to create like, you know, an alternate, like an Amazon scale charity enterprise. Like if you had that much money, that'd be the only thing really to do. I mean, that said, I probably would also do things like, oh, you know, I'd make it like a theme park of my own, probably. I don't know, like, shit, where would you put it? I don't know, but I think I could probably figure out, especially if I had Elon Musk money, I could figure out, like, what to put in the park. What sort of, like, attractions, IPs, etc. That'd be fun. Other than that, though, I'd probably just, you know, live normally, more or less. I don't know that I would, like, do a yacht or do any sort of silly... You know, I'd buy a house, obviously. That goes without saying. How come... Get it. I think, actually, we get this fire, and we want to get onto the ice from above. That'll do it. Used, I don't know what. But what's the point of having fire? You light torches. Okay, is there another torch to light, like, on the other side of this? No, this is an exit. Whatever, let's get out of here. Anyway, that's the thoughts that I had. What the fuck was I talking about? Those are the thoughts I was having on whatever the last card was. Elon Musk money, that's right. Elon Musk money. Just go heavy and hard into humanitarian stuff. And, you know, I mean, humanitarian stuff would be one thing. I would also just try to establish... I would legitimately be looking to be like, okay, let's just license as much media as possible. And then just literally give it all out for free. Maybe later. Maybe just literally give it out for free on a streaming service that no one has to pay for and it has no ads. Just with that infinite Elon Musk money, just literally you could make a competitor to all the big boys that paid for the media it streams, but makes no money. It's just a place people can go if they want a nice thing. They want to enjoy content. Wah. An idea. I don't know. The next card is more of a... Oh, where these are smaller and smaller ice cubes or whatever. Yay, we destroyed it. Yay. How about another card? Shout out to Defunct Land. Really enjoyed their 5-hour video about animatronics. Theme Park would be on my list, to be clear. Yeah, I really enjoyed the Defunct Land video about the animatronics. I just really like a good, in-depth, 5-hour video essay. Wish there were more of them, honestly. And I wish those were in more supply, and also just like... you know, I wish there was always one I could go to and be like, oh, this is what I want to watch next. It's real good. This, that, the other thing. That latest one, very interesting, very entertaining. Honestly, I didn't know much about the, I didn't know much about Disney's animatronic stuff. And it's interesting to know that, like, oh, you know, honestly, as far as, like, ambition goes, they've kind of taken a step back recently as they've moved to, like, save money and not spend as much on animatronics. Like, as far as the animatronics go, they're really less advanced than they've ever been. Oh. Look at me, I'm flying, I'm flying. Oh. Okay. How about get above? Yay, that was it. Just get above and smash the thing, and there we go. It's not like a complicated thing. It's not like I need to get steel up there. Just pound it, and there we go. I don't know. Maybe I'm not in the right mindset. Maybe I'm just, if I was better rested, I'd be feeling more positive right now. Because, like, yeah, this is fine. It's just, I'm getting increasingly tired. Let me say again, lots of great incentives tonight. Banjo-Kazooie, Sonic 06, and of course, a whole bunch of t-shirts are on the table. I would love to play a world of each, and I hope those early bird prices really encourage y'all to jump in. Really, for the price, it's really not bad. Oh, damn it. I don't know that I love the whole like echo a platform and then jump on it. It seems to me like to add one extra step to the platforming that really doesn't need to be there. Part where you use your meter to activate a platform. That said, I will hand it to them. Like, most of the platforms are a single jump away. You don't have to use your hover. I remember that being a big thing in this game, just like a lot of times platforms being ridiculously far apart. And I'm wondering if, you know, this is a change, or if just like, well, if you had the echo from the start, you would have known, you would have been able to echo a bunch of intermediate platforms. Or what the deal is there. I mean, I'm pretty sure you didn't start with the echo, so in World 1 and 2 like this, you might not have been able to echo, making the intended route sort of a, originally sort of an Easter egg type thing. How many have we gotten here? 21 out of... Go to like 25 here. Keep exploring. We got plenty of time tonight. There's, I think, only like 5-6 worlds, so, you know, we don't have infinite time, space to go. What happens if we finish this game? I wonder. I don't know. I didn't finish it originally, so if we do end up doing that, it'd be a surprise to me. You know, they would have to have improved it such that I never just said, oh, I just don't want to play this. You know? But whatever. Whatever. Okay, grab that. Yay, we did it. How's about another card? Bought Lego Party and played some too. That's right, I played a bunch yesterday at Thanksgiving. I'm gonna take my headphones off for a second, give my ears some air. Played a bunch of played a bunch of Lego Party over the Thanksgiving holidays at the while doing the festivities, you know, and that was fun. It was actually a big hit. All the people who were my age at the Thanksgiving really took to it. We did like a 4-player minigame rush, and like all 10 of the minigames that we played were excellent. Just honestly fantastic. What's your deal? Fetch your hat is underwater. Okay. I can do that. I feel like, you know what I'll say? Just like, apropos of nothing, I'm pretty sure a lot of these cases where we have to do a thing and we get a Pagie. I bet in a lot of these cases, they were not 1 Pagie per objective in the past. Like, there's multiple snowmen looking for their hat. I bet you in the original game, the situation was like, oh, you find his hat. That's not enough. You have to find all of their hats. You have to find all of the snowmen's hats to get 1 Pagie. Whereas here they've been like, okay, every snowman is their own Pagie. You know, every Ghost Rider, every Jinjo equivalent just gives you a Jiggy. Just gives you a Pagie. You know, they decided to not mess around so much, and honestly, I do think that is an improvement. You know, it does make me think of Mario Odyssey, which basically does the same thing. Makes it so that, like, every individual task that you can do basically elicits 1 moon for the bosses that give you 3, which this game also does. You just gotta echo that guy, and then you can collect him. And then you get your Pagie. So yeah, that would have been just like 1/5 of a Pagie in the original game. They decided to be very nice in this one. And I think hopefully that'll make it so that getting enough Pagies to get to endgame type stuff won't be a process of just increasing, you know, diminishing returns for you know, more work, less Pagies. And maybe instead it'll just be like, yeah, okay, yeah, more Pagie. Here's another Pagie. Another Pagie for you. Here, one more Pagie right here. Look, this guy's gonna turn into a Pagie. You got it. You want a Pagie? There you go. You don't have to work for it. Arguably an improvement. I would say that helps a bit. But also, you know, I bet they accounted for that insofar as, like, yeah, you probably have to get a lot more of them now. I would like to drink my water. Lego Party is fucking great. The minigames were all excellent, and, like, after, and, like, we were definitely on the edge of our seats, just, like, going back and forth during all the, minigames, just, like, trying to win, being all competitive and crap, and laughing and having a good time. It was a goddamn success. And, really just worth doing. I'm glad I, bought it and brought it to Thanksgiving. Oh, these guys are like, you can't beat them or something. Unless, maybe you have to hit them with your projectile before you can. Okay, whatever. I will also say I tried out a round of the board game mode. We just did a mini game rush, so we just played 10 mini games and out. But I did just do a pants. Okay, that's belongs to another dude. What's up, skeleton? Igloo it back together. That's a good pun. Let me see. Okay, so board game. I would say that the board game part of Lego Party makes it arguably the best. I say arguably the best. Definitely the best, Mario Party type game since Mario Party 7. I would say 7 is the last one where you could say it was good. And I'd also say, just as a note, like, yeah, no, 4 is probably bad. And like, definitely mid. And 5 is like, it's okay. 6 and 7 I do really like, though, for what it's worth. I would say that Lego Party is Nah, it's just for money, not for a Pagie. Lego Party is the best Mario Party product that has been out in a while. And if you like Mario Party and you, perhaps more importantly, have an opportunity to do some Mario Party type crap, I think we need to get a snowplow here. Let's go get a snowplow. Interesting how it prioritizes like a list of pages. Like if you want to get like what I want to do. Oh, move with the right stick. Okay. What I want to do honestly is just give me the warp points. Just give me a warp point. I guess this is the closest one. Not exactly the best warp system. Could be more convenient. Whatever. Anyway, if you like Paper Mario and have an opportunity to do any family stuff regularly, Lego Party is a good one. And I'll say like the board game part is like solid. Has like some good smart twists to it. And also like the boards are interesting. Like when I played the amusement park. You know, just a single player casually just to see like, okay, what the hell is it like? I went through the amusement park scenario, and it was really cool. One of the gimmicks it has is that, like, it has 3 lands that kind of surround the main central area. And each of these lands has, like, ways for you to get, you know, your star equivalent. But when you first go to one, it's not built, and you get to choose, like, okay, I want a water park here. I want like a spooky area here, or some sort of castle here. You know, you get to choose what specific environment. I see. Okay, was that it? Must be a different tree then. Okay, cool. I'll keep an eye out. Trees. Yeah. It's cool and interesting and like, oh, you can, holding down the trigger untransforms you. I didn't know that. I was just kind of hoping it would let me go faster, like it does normal style. Lego Party is fucking good, and I would recommend it, and I hope play it again. Honestly, I wouldn't mind playing it on stream, but like, it would be relying on some folks, other folks other than me. Why is there snow at my feet, even when I'm not on snow? And also when I'm jumping. That's, not right, Platonic. Looks good when you're on the ground, though. But when you're in the air, or on ice that does not have snow on it, kind of just looks ridiculous. The ice jumping with you. Oh. Wait, can I fast travel with the van with the Mr. Plow? If I can fast travel with Mr. Plow, then all I need to do is become Mr. Plow and then fast travel to where I think he's needed. Let's try that. I'm tired. Is it time to mosey? Time to move on? Certainly we have enough collectibles. What do you want, bet, as we warp, we untransform? Yep. Yep. Should've known. I did know, that's why I said, that's why I predicted. Because I knew. I had some idea that would be how it, worked. I don't even know how you get up here, honestly, as a van. Maybe you have to, like, find a snow-covered cave to get through. We've gotten, over half of the Pagies of this world. That's good enough for me for now. Let's, return to Ivory Cat Towers and head towards Moodymaze Fog, Moodymaze Mire, or whatever it's called. Ugh. Folks, it's been a stream. It's been fun. We have still 8.5 hours left, though, so... I'll say, like, so far, those first two worlds are fine. You know? Like, I do think they're a bit of a mess, like, layout-wise, and just, like, a bunch of stuff kind of everywhere. You know, if I had to say about those first two worlds, I would say, like, yeah, there's not, like, a big centerpiece of either. You know, the glacier is just, like, a bunch of water with some stuff above, like some paths and crap. And there's, like, an isometric palace, which is so far up above, you don't usually have it in your line of sight. You don't usually see it. It's not a particularly good central wiener. You know, in the, what is it called, a wiener? In Disney terms? I forget, but, you know, it's a whole thing. That terminology is ooh. We can get this real fast. I think, though, we're about to see a drop. Unless they've made major changes. Moodymaze, I remember being... more bad. More... disorganized. More just... stuff everywhere. Flat. That's another thing about Moodymaze I remember. It's flat. To the point where... yeah, no, it's kind of a... it is kind of a big confusing mess. And also, like, finding your way around this mess. Not, most intuitive thing in the world. I will say we haven't needed to, like, do any move collecting as a result of starting with all the moves. I don't know, that's been a big improvement, though. It's kind of just been a neutral, you know? Like, yeah, we didn't have to learn how to swallow, how to spit, how to hover. All these things just came naturally, and that's good. It means that we, what's up? Yeah, well, I'm punching them. Okay, well, they're taking credit for our achievements. That's fine. I don't care. I'm reading what they said. No minigame, right? No quiz game. We're not doing quiz games anymore. That's arguably an improvement too. Hey, Rachel Brown, how you doing? It is Extra Life. We are playing Yooka-Laylee, and we are a couple hours in. We just finished the second world. I am flagging a little bit. I am wondering if we'll end up playing the other 2 games tonight. If not, like, this is gonna be a long night. But that is all up to y'all. Let me plug that again. This is Extra Life. It is all going towards my local children's hospital. That's what Extra Life is. It's a charity event where people raise money for their local hospital. I have incentives where I can change shirts and also change games to a better game, the original Banjo-Kazooie, or Sonic 06, a worse game. Honestly, I'm in the mood for either. If you want me to suffer, like, suffering at least would wake me up and make me feel something. You know what I mean? Like, a more active, a more nefarious blight versus this, where it's just sort of kind of been a little bit flat, I would say. Just a little bit flat. But we're going the distance. We're making it work. We're whatever happens, happens, and hey, you know, any money is for a good cause. That's right. These are books, I guess. Then you're there. That's right. Then you're there. Yeah, that's right. I keep on warping around on account of books or whatever. I will say, by the way, there was an issue early on with the donation alerts. Up the books. We are up the books. Wait, is this something stupid like a hidden door or something? Because I'm confused right now. I feel like I've walked through all the doors. Oh, new. This is new. Okay, we're good. It's how to get the Pagie. Okay. You're the expert. There we go. Yep. Okay, we did it. Very good. Okay. Moodymaze is, like, nearby, if I remember. I mean, I don't, but I'm curious. I'll say again, I was not the biggest fan of this game originally. I was really disappointed by it. But this, so far, has been fine. Not like anything exceptional, but, has been okay. But also, I feel like Yooka-Laylee is such that it kind of flags as it goes on. You know, like, the first world, arguably the best world. The second world, arguably the second best. Moodymaze. Well, let's wait. We'll be going there soon. How the hell do I? Arrow is pointing at that switch or something, but I don't know how I lay the switch down. Oh, what? I made an air bubble? They don't explain that you can make an air bubble by... What the hell? I held down, like, You can make an air bubble, apparently, by holding down LZ. I guess, you know, hey, when they're not giving out moves one by one, they forget to tutorialize them a little bit. And explain, like, yeah, you can make an air bubble when you're underwater. So it might be important later. Who can say? Wait, is that a tentacle? Is Moodymaze like a tentacle level? Maybe they switched up the order. Maybe it's like the space world now. And that's like an alien tentacle? I would be surprised if that was the case, but... Let's just, you know, see what happens. You just gotta slowly crouch walk for this one. And we're almost at the thing. You missed one coin or penny coin, didn't know the coin's name. Yeah, now, I'll say, in this, there's a lot more hints. You can get hints for every Pagie. You can get, I don't know about, like, pennies. I don't know if those are, like, the quills you can collect all of, I think. But the money just seems like you just keep on getting it. Now then, the piggy bank down there. I feel like a bunch of these things are new. I don't remember piggy banks. I don't remember. I'd be curious if anyone, like, actually remembers. If anyone, like, has a direct comparison. Like, how much stuff is new here versus old. There's probably a breakdown somewhere online that maybe we could look at real fast at some point. Like, maybe towards the end. Just out of sheer curiosity. I'm going. I'm not sure where we're going, but there's some way here of getting to Moodymaze. This is like a shortcut after you unlock the regular way. Okay. I would say this has improved so far. I don't know. There's a glide who's just a double jump, but it isn't a double jump. Right. That's similar to how Banjo-Kazooie was. And to be fair, like, just across the board, there's a lot of this game that it was just like, do what Banjo-Kazooie does, but without, I don't know. It's a lot of subtle stuff, honestly. And I feel like there's a lot that's, like, subtly different in ways that keeps it... that, like, separates Banjo-Kazooie in this. You know? The stamina talent trot was a big part of it, and them changing that to be more like the original, it's just unlimited. That helps a lot. You don't have to use your stamina now to roll, and it's just, honestly, a big improvement. Missed one coin? Well... really, I didn't miss anything because I'm still... I gotta go back to this. Do this thing. We don't need every coin. We don't need every Pagie. All we need to do is make progress. I also feel like jumping into these books isn't as cool as, like, jumping into... or the portraits of, you know... well, one, the book covers are really plain, so compared to, like, the paintings of Banjo-Kazooie, or the paintings of, Mario 64, like, yeah. Okay. Let's go on in. A lot more plain. Moodymaze Marsh is the next world. Oh, boy. I remember this being sort of an inflection point in this game from being fine to less than fine. I feel like Moodymaze is like, was never a good world, was kind of flat, kind of just a lot of things everywhere. You know, not a lot of sense, not a lot of reason, not a lot of structure to it. And, let's see if this is the kind of thing that you can even fix. First off, it probably looks better. I'll say that much. Probably looked worse on the, I was gonna say on the original Switch. I played it on the PC, though. Which, you know, this is, was probably powerful enough to run this at the time. Right? Of course, now we have a map. We can now look at the map and see what the hell. So this is the map. $40 from Yuki Dookie. That is... let's see. Are you redeeming one of the worlds of Banjo-Kazooie? One of the higher ticket value ones? Excellent. I'm glad that that worked. You want to oh, that's... Wait. Did I say you... It said Trabucket. Trabucket. Okay, I misread. Sorry, I saw Yuki Dookie redeem throws at me. Trabucket did that. Thought you'd have a donate for a banjo level. There is an early bird special on those. You can get those for cheaper, but if you want to do the more expensive one and such, that would be lovely. Okay! Fuck Moodymaze Marsh. We're going to instead switch games, switch things. All right, let's do it. All right, I'm excited. I'm feeling it. Where's my Xbox controller? Here it is. Let me turn on my original Xbox 360, which I'll be playing Sonic 06 off. Should we get Sonic 06? Seems to have turned off by its own. Just as we were playing, so I'm probably going to have to go into settings into that to make sure it stays on. But, yeah, let's go, let's do it. I'm gonna switch. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to, switch to that. Switch the game. And here we go. Banjo-Kazooie. I have started it off on a new file, and I will say for this first redemption, I am going to do Spiral Mountain and Mumbo's Mountain. I will be counting those as one. Also, we'll just skip the cutscenes. It's fine. It's good. We're feeling pretty good here. We'll also skip the tutorials here. Now, this game did a thing where it teaches you moves one by one, expanded the scope of moves one world at a time. Yooka-Laylee originally did that, and they changed it on account of, I don't know, they felt it was more modern to not do so. I personally would not say that's a problem here, especially since, like, all the tedious moves, like, up front, you can just totally keep, you can just totally skip if you decline at training, and, you know, the rest of them are pretty okay. Are pretty doable, pretty gettable, etc. You know, just like you plan your worlds around getting them, and then you can get them. The Xbox version has, like, modern camera controls here, where right is right and left is left. That's good. I think the last time I played it was on a, I played a ROM hack of Banjo-Kazooie that had the usual mirrored controls, so, you know, I'll have to adjust back to, you know, what's more reasonable, modern, etc. One thing I think that Yooka-Laylee does a lot different from Banjo, and as a start, like, you can tell, right? You 100% Spiral Mountain in real time? Hell yeah, what does that mean? Like, in minutes? I do too. I'm pretty quick. We will be back to Yooka-Laylee, honestly, not that long from now. Like, maybe 20 minutes tops. But, you know, the great thing about it, I feel like, here's the difference. Here's the difference between Banjo-Kazooie and Yooka-Laylee. Okay, here we go. The enemies are a lot bigger in Banjo-Kazooie, which means that they can be more of an obstacle without, like, running up at you and, like, being annoying, being on your tail. They can just be in the way a lot more naturally and just be, like, on the path without necessarily, like, being, like, you know, obstacles, in other words. Yeah, keep in mind, by the way, for Sonic 06, there's a $50 level for the early bird on that, so you don't have to do a full 75 yet. That is strictly for the for late comers. But you know, donate, redeem whichever ones you want, and that'll just make later worlds of Banjo-Kazooie cheaper, later levels of Sonic 06 cheaper, and maybe other people would like to redeem those. Anyway. That was it, right? We got all of the honeycombs. No, we're one short. Moat. Oh, the Collywobble. Collywobble. I feel like also the worlds here are a lot more straightforward, a lot more linear, a lot more not linear, but like central. Like one thing I will note that like Yooka-Laylee doesn't have as much of is weenies like this, like Spiral Mountain, Spiral Mountain. The Spiral Mountain in the middle helps you orient, helps you know where you are and know where you are in relation to the big central thing. And I feel like as a result, these levels don't need maps. You don't need a map to navigate a Banjo-Kazooie level. Now, mind you, I do feel like in the case of like Odyssey and Bonanza, the maps are invaluable, and they're a modernization that I think Yooka-Laylee does benefit from. But like, it's worth noting, I think, that these levels were designed such that you could know where you were. And you know where you were going, and it's easy to orient yourself in, and especially like after you played the game enough, you know where everything is and where to go, etc., etc. Let's go in and do Mumbo's Mountain. That's right. Worth noting, this is for the first redemption, Spiral Mountain and Mumbo's Mountain as a package deal. It helps because Mumbo's Mountain will also be quick. I think I can do it in like 10-15 minutes. I think we can really just knock it out real damn quick like. Gotta say, playing Banjo-Kazooie in 2022 was a big part of getting into retro gaming in the last few years. Terrific game. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that you got into it and you enjoyed it for the first time. I feel like things like, you know, I do think there are some things that have aged poorly, and that, like, you know, Banjo-Tooie, for instance, improves on. Like, the hub is pretty confusing, and, like, whenever you return to it, it can, or, like, restart the game, it can be a pain in the ass to get back to other parts of the layer, you know? You know what I mean? Whereas, like, obviously, like, once fast travel was more standardized in and Tooie, and to a certain degree, Donkey Kong 64, it's a lot more doable. The worlds are more bite-sized, though, and more just doable in one, and, that is lovely. I think I like, in games like this, a compact world. You know, as much as I love Tooie, and feel like it's just a meatier package, I do feel like the compactness and the density of collectibles that Mario Odyssey brings is just so damn good. It's just so damn compelling, and just leads to such a rich experience where you're just constantly having something to collect. It all feels good, it's creative and thoughtful, and none of it feels like thrown out. One of the few games you've 100%ed? I wonder how many games I've 100%ed. I honestly don't know. Personally, when it comes to Spiral Mountain, I like to go, I have no idea what's optimal. Let me be clear. I have no idea what's optimal, but I like to start by going up here to Mumbo's area and getting the ground pound. That's gonna be helpful for the Witch Switch. It's going to be helpful for pretty much just the Witch Switch, actually. But being able to do that the first time you go over to Orange area is valuable. And also we have to return here anyway, back after we get enough Mumbo tokens to do the transformation. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering, we will be 100%ing each of these worlds. The $20 to $40 for Banjo-Kazooie levels does include 100%. That is not the case for Sonic. Sonic is just beat the level and move on to the next one. Or, well, let's get to the level and do it. So, like, it's been a while. I've seen a playthrough, a Let's Play of Sonic 06 called Blight Club, where the idea was Giant Bomb's people played terrible games. I don't remember, like, how much stuff was between levels, but it was kind of like not nothing, so I guess we'll see if Sonic 06 is redeemed, how much that actually is. Again, I'll say, after 4 hours of Yooka-Laylee, I'm kind of in the mood for some other games, and I would love, honestly, I would love to see a Sonic 06 redemption. I would love to finish the first level of Sonic 06. I would love to finish the second level. The third level, you know, might be pushing it. But, you know, at that point, I feel like that's where I'll start to suffer. You know what, I'll probably start to suffer as soon as the camera starts acting up. Let's be real here. Suffering, if you redeem the Sonic 06, I will feel you know, I will feel happiness briefly as, like, I get to go like, ooh, something new, something fresh. And then I will feel despair as I realize what I have signed up for. I really love in Banjo-Kazooie how compact everything is, right? I feel like that's the best thing about it. Just like, you can, as a casual player, really get to thinking about how to map out each world, how to optimize, where to go first, to the point where, like, yeah, no, probably, like, non-speedrunners, like myself, have opinions as far as, like, where to go first in Spiral Mountain. Whether to go up or go down. Whether to get the notes on the way down here, or while, coming back up after doing this. I choose to get them on the way down, apparently. I feel like this game is a lot snappier than Yooka-Laylee. Like, the handling, it just feels better. Banjo and Kazooie just control a lot tighter. And, the flip-flap is just exactly as much hovering as you need. You know, I feel like you don't need any more. And, it's enough to save your ass if you fuck up on occasion, but not enough to really, like, provide tremendous shortcuts. Yeah. Chimpy help, Fat Bear and Bird. Thank you, Chimpy. I appreciate it. And I love the Jiggy. Now we get some eggs, and we'll get this all nice and in the bag. I'll say, by the way, we are nearing halfway to our goal of 250. I hope that we can get that in the next, we're 4 hours in, we got 8 hours left. In the next 8 hours, we'll see. I'll say, you know, any amount is a good amount. Any money raised is a good amount of money raised. You know, we should not feel bad about not reaching the goal. We should feel good about the money raised. I have set too ambitious of goals in previous years, and had to, you know, had to think about that after the fact. Hopefully this year we'll make it, and I hope these incentives are fun enough for y'all to consider dropping some cash. Whew. Nice, nice, nice. It all has a good pacing to it. That's what I would say right now. Yooka-Laylee versus this. Banjo-Kazooie is a very fast-paced game. It does not fuck around. And I'd say even with, like, Tooie. You know, Tooie makes you do more things for each individual collectible, but you still run around just as fast. The worlds are maybe twice as big, but you still are constantly doing things, constantly doing different things. I would say there's a good variety. We have 4. That means we need to go into here. Are we ready to go? Hang on 1 second. Let me look at my totals. We have 6 jiggies. What's left? There's the egg totem. There's the top of the tower. There's Jinjos. Jinjos, right? Jinjos. Yeah, we gotta get the blue. The blue's in the water. There's the Jinjos, and, what am I forgetting about? We got the eye, we got the huts. Oh, the one on the slopes. The one on the slopes. Yeah, okay. We can do all those as termites. So we can totally switch over once we get this, totem. I do love just how optimizable this game is. One of the easiest games for a casual person to be interested in speedrunning. Just, there is a delight in doing a world and then checking your time and being like, yeah, that was 10 minutes, let's go. That was fast as shit. And I think that is something that Yooka-Laylee can't quite do. It's also funny, just like, obviously Yooka-Laylee has more involved transformations. No, no! Okay, good. I nearly forgot to do the honeycomb. That would have been bad. Always remember to do your honeycomb, folks. It wouldn't be that bad. It'd just be, slightly annoying. I would just have to exit the level and come back. It'd be fine. It's a bit of an overreaction, perhaps. It's fine. It's good. We're good. We got it. More time playing this game. Really, it would have been. Honestly. That would have been a good thing. We are almost done with this world. I will say, obviously, that we have here. Still have rewards here. Still have. If y'all want to do another world, $20 donation will make that happen. It's Aunt Joe. Aunt Joe, is that what we call him? Termite. It's Termite Joe. Turn Joe. Just not a good mouthfeel. That. Wait, isn't the blue guy on a little fucking island? Oh shit, I think I fucked up. The blue Jinjo, isn't he on a little fucking island? Can I get there as a termite? I might not be able to get to the island as a termite because I can't swim. Unless I jump really good. Let's just try to make that work, actually. Whatever. I like this platforming here with the platforms that are so sloped you cannot usually walk on them. That's pretty cool. That's a little bit different, but also real damn basic, so it's not really too big of a challenge, too big of an ask. Yeah, the Jinjo's on a little island. Yeah, termite. It's a small difference. Can I jump from this side? I don't know if we can do it. We will have to switch back and then... Well, this is the Xbox version, so I might just be able to go outside and come back and the Jinjos will still be there. Y'all want to test that? See that it's the case? That's fine. The notes I know definitely stick around, so we could literally exit a world. Damn it. That's... We can test that out. And if we're wrong, then all we know, for one, and for two, we can, you know, just run around and get all the other Jinjos It won't take but a minute. We got all the notes, we got all the honeycombs, we just need to get that last Jinjo, and also the Witch Switch, Jiggy, which, please continue offline. The reason is the other Xbox, turned off my, you know, I got 2 Xboxes. I don't really need to sign into the other Xbox because I have a local copy of, a physical copy of, the game, but... Yeah, no, we can totally, just de-ant, de-termite, and then, get that blue Jinjo. Let's go. Let's go! I like how the enemies aren't, like, annoying. You can kill them in mostly one hit, and they are big enough where they can obstruct paths and, stuff without necessarily, like, being the swarmy kind. I feel like we haven't really noticed that as much this time, but I feel like in the original game, I thought, like, a lot of the enemies were sort of more in the manner of, like, the dumb bots from Banjo-Tooie, where they would just, like, constantly be swarming you and stopping you from being able to do your talent trots. You know, by just, like, running after you, being hard to avoid. Whereas these guys, they're big, they're in the way. You can run around them if you want to, if you need to. Which I feel like is the optimum way to do it, you know, just, like, yeah, you know, if you want to just run at them and rat-tat-tat them, that just feels good. But if you just want to go around them, they're big enough to be, like, you know, they're in your direct path and all. But they're not going to be a nuisance on top of that. You know, I always found it weird that in Nuts and Bolts, and also, I believe, to a certain extent in Yooka-Laylee, they base the, we also have enough notes to go up here. They base the toughest, the enemies off, like, the worst enemies in Banjo-Tooie. The worst enemies that are the most annoying and the least sufferable. But whatever, we did it. Good work, everyone. Good work, me. I'm gonna open the note door, and then we're going to head back. Again, I will say, let me put up the thing again. Again, I will say that if we want to see more Banjo-Kazooie, that is an option. It is $20 right now. You can just do it for $20, Trabucket. You didn't have to do the non-early bird one. But hey, you know, if you want to do a non-early bird one, leaves more early birds for other people to redeem. So that's nice too. And also, money is money and a good cause is a good cause. We could also have a $50 donation to do Sonic 06, level of that. I hope that we get one of those by the end. And maybe, I am thinking now, a third of the way in, maybe should have had the early bird for that be pretty damn cheap just to ensure it, but $50 gets you a level of that. If anyone wants to do that, be my guest. That is a atrocious game, much worse than Yooka-Laylee, and I think it would really be a shock to the system and put in perspective that things can be worse, could be worse than having to play Yooka-Laylee. What was our time looking like so far here in the game? We spent 5 minutes in Spiral Mountain. We spent 3 minutes in the lair and 11.5 minutes in Mumbo's Mountain. So about 20 minutes so far, if the timer is to be believed there. It might not be including things like, whoopsie daisy. Maybe it's not including things like load times and, dialogue and stuff like that. I feel like it's been longer than 20 minutes since we were playing Yooka-Laylee, but whatever. Let's go ahead and switch on back. In 5, 4, 3, hitting the button. Changing the game. Grabbing the controller. Back to Moodymaze. Back to Moodymaze Marsh. We just poked the head in at the last time we were here. the redemption for hang on. Okay. We have to go back to Moodymaze now. Did we open up a fast travel point? Maybe pausing for 20 minutes to play Banjo-Kazooie is what caused this bug in Yooka-Laylee. It turns out Yooka-Laylee, Yooka-Replaylee, is a jealous mistress and doesn't like you going to play the original while you play it for a breath of fresh air. It's feels quite spurned, feels quite jilted. We're sorry, Yooka-Replaylee. We're sorry. Oh, there's a new update. Hey, you know what? Maybe this'll help. This, what fucking timing? Hey, what the hell? Not actually... You know what? Maybe they fixed it. Maybe they fixed it. Who can say? Who can say? Check the patch notes. I can't believe they put out a patch in the middle of me playing it. In the middle of this. What timing? Did you pre-order Prime 4? Not yet. I will. I definitely will be playing it launch night on Wednesday at 11 p.m. Central. It's going up at midnight, right? If it's going up on at thing. Yeah, I'll definitely do that off stream. Like hang on. Remind me tomorrow to pre-order Metroid Prime 4. It said pre-order a Metroid Prime 4. Yes, I will pre-order one copy of Metroid Prime 4. That's correct. No more. No more. I'm looking forward to that. In fact, I do have more cards. There's a minute left here. We can do another card. I'm still playing Fortnite, by the way. Playing a bunch of Fortnite these days. And I'll say, I feel like Nintendo Switch matchmaking might be a little soft. Insofar, like, I feel like I'm getting way too many Victory Royales in the Blitz mode than can be reasonably explained by, like, proper MMR. Like, I have definitely gotten, like... The other day, yesterday, I think, was yesterday, Wednesday? I forget, but I think I did like 5 Victory Royales in Blitz Royale in a row. And Blitz Royale, to be clear, is just like a 30-person mode. So it's not like impossible to do that, but it's like, man, the people playing it, I feel like maybe try aiming occasionally. Now, I will say I have died plenty in that mode, and more recently, after that 5-win streak, did some games where I had some more unfortunate results. Some more unfortunately, like, I got killed, like, right away. Oh, I fell off a tree, like, after parachuting in, and fall damage did me in. That's very funny. In fact, I think I literally saved... Hang on. Oh, hey. One last couch gag before the thing goes away. I was just sort of sitting there and then let the storm come and then left. It would have been funny if I could have switched seats, you know, and missed the storm, but it really came in too fast to do any sort of, like, reaction there. Here, I think this is... I think this is the one where I landed on a tree, fell, and died immediately. Number 32, last place. Perfect, beautiful. I definitely saved that because I thought it was funny when it happened. What the hell is this one? Oh, this is like minigun versus minigun finale. I found a minigun and this guy also had a minigame gun. That's good. Yeah, I've been doing Scratchy. I got Scratchy, I got the Itchy and Scratchy bundle. That's been my skin recently. Really enjoying that. I also played a little bit of duos with Rock Party. Played a bunch of duos with Rock Party over the last week. If anyone that I know wants to join in on that, maybe definitely we could do more than just duos sometime, but, you know, just been doing some duos, and that's a lot more difficult, it turns out. We really had to work, like, multiple nights, couple hours before we got, like, a single victory royale there in duos, so duos is definitely a lot more tougher. It's also, like, you have to do a lot more cooperation, and, you know, you have to, like, pay more attention, which is interesting, which is good, which is fun. I really enjoy, the duos in Fortnite. Well, it's different, because you have to, like, in singles, you just, like, run where you want to run. And you're like, okay, I'm going there, I'm gonna collect this, loot this. Meanwhile, in duos, you actually have to say out loud, oh, I'm gonna collect this, I'm gonna loot this. You're getting pretty far away. Maybe don't get so far away. And me going like, oh, I got this though. I like being far away. I want to run over there and check out the thing. Whatever though. It's a good time. Really, thoroughly enjoying it. And yeah, Moodymaze Marsh. We're finally here for a good time. Oh, now they do the tutorial. They do the tutorial for the fucking bubble after you have to use it to get into the world itself. That's a good place to put the tutorial. After you test its use in a mandatory manner. That's not great, I'll say. For if anyone's wondering. It could be better. I remember this world being really weird, flat, hard to understand, and sort of the low point for this game, which kind of does worry me. I'm looking at this map now, and yeah, I low-key just don't know what I'm looking at. Why are these areas separated? Are these areas like the dry docks areas? Maybe like it's water in between each of these little islands. It's just a bunch of little islands all in a row, all over the place. I guess, you know, it lives true to its name of maze. It is a maze level, but yeah. Let's explore and do it. Thank you again. Hey, Zombie Pie, thank you for the follow. That's I believe Zombie Pie is the like community person of Giant Bomb. Community manager? What would be your role there, Zombie Pie? Community person? Appreciate it. And thanks for sharing the stream on socials. We're doing this as part of Team Giant Bomb's Extra Life. You know, we're on Team Giant Bomb, so that is something that they do, you know, for team members. To get the word out, you know, stuff like that. Very nice of you. Hopefully, we see some good crap. I'll say again, we have done one world. I'll say again real fast, we've done one world of Banjo-Kazooie. No Sonic 06 yet. Would love to see some Sonic 06, and it is all at a cheaper price until like 4 levels have been done, early bird style. This level is kind of just a mess, I would say. Kind of just all over the place. What? Oh, little zombie dudes. Let's struggle through, and I'll say I'm really glad to have played. You can kind of see, right? Going back from Banjo-Kazooie to this, Yooka-Laylee is a lot smaller compared to the world that Yooka-Laylee platformed through. You can also see that the enemies are a lot smaller as well. I do think, like, making the worlds bigger, like literally just physically bigger, means that they take more time to traverse, and also, like, any sort of, like, jumping up along, you know, platforming paths just ends up being a lot more, I don't want to say monotonous, but a lot more time-consuming. Like, it takes more time to get anywhere you need to go. And personally, I just, not big into that. And, like, because the worlds are so big and the enemies so small, you have to have, like, a lot of them to present a challenge. I'll say in this remake, they don't really swarm all that much. Like, they're not really getting in the way of me, which I'm not sure if, like, how much of a problem it was originally, or just, like, you know, I'm misremembering the original. If I'm misremembering the original, or if, like, it is a thing that they fixed. As far as I know, they fixed a bunch of stuff here. But, who can say? By the way, the alerts were having some troubles, like, at the start of the stream. The, extra life alerts. They all eventually did come through. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna die. But, if your alert does, if you do a dono and it doesn't show up, please let me know. And, I will absolutely do the thing, whether you want me to switch a t-shirt or, whatever. It's been a while since we changed t-shirts. I'll say the next one, if anyone's curious, and they're $5 at this point, the next one is a Tears of the Kingdom shirt with a Link and a dragon. Oh, and the next one after that, ooh. The next one after that is one of my favorites. Look at this. It's Donkey Kong on a realistic ostrich. I like that one a lot. Ooh, there's some real good ones coming, honestly, looking down at the pile at my feet. Down to y'all, whether you like this one. This one is a, Giant Bomb classic, a very classic shirt. I'll also say again, the last t-shirt that is, available for tonight is Vivian, from Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, trans icon. Very good shirt. So, you know, if you want to just, like, see new shorts and keep it moving, that'd be cool too, you know? As much as I love every one of these shirts, I am down for switching at any time for $5 for the first 10, and then $10 after that. Maybe it should have been 5 the whole way. Maybe 5 the whole way would have been right. We were getting a lot of those up top. We have switched shirts like 5 times already. Hello, just dropping by to wish everyone the best. Thank you, Zombie Pie. It's going okay so far. I mean, I'll say I think that Yooka-Laylee was sort of getting to me, but a little. I don't know what it is, but a little Banjo-Kazooie just perked me right back up. I think it's a pacing thing. I think the pacing is a big part of it. This game is, by comparison, slower. It has less juice, I would say, if that makes sense. And it is a lot more just fine. This is a level that's basically just a bunch of little platforms. At the very least, now we can check and see where we are and see, like, yeah, we're on one of the earlier platforms. I don't think it's a good sign when you go to name your level and you're like, oh, this is Moodymaze. It's a maze. It's confusing. It's like, no, are you lampshading? Like, are you lampshading here because your level is confusing and it's hard to navigate and figure out where you are? That's bad. You should just make it, like, comprehensible. Like, I think of the swamp level in Banjo-Kazooie with its big central area that has, like, a loop around the middle, and each of it, like, it has a hub and spoke design. You know, each of the little areas sort of spoke out from that main central zone in a way that is very easy to get the hang of, and very easy to navigate. And every place has, like, a great big landmark that you immediately recognize and know that you've done. Like, yeah, I've been at the turtle, I've been to the crocodile, I've been to the giant turtle, been to the giant crocodile. There's a big egg. The egg is gone. Okay, so I've definitely done the egg. There's the Stilt Village. Like, each corner is very memorable and unique. Whereas, the only indication I have right now of, like, what areas I've done versus not would be, whether there's quills or something there, You know? What? What is this? Oh, I do like a chargy dealy. And that destroys these mushrooms. What's going on? Oh, there's a shopping cart. That was presumably gonna give us tell us to do this. That's fine. How many pages have we gotten so far in this world? Like 3. Probably the slowest of the worlds we've been to so far. But yeah, that's fine. It's good. Anyway, I still have cards. I still have things to talk about. We just talked about Fortnite while the game broke. What the hell? What was the gimmick there? Let's see what unlocked. What did the Switch do? Oh! That. Gotta be that, right? Let's see that it disappears, and then we'll, grab it. I'd say so far, I feel like they have made getting Pagies a little less like pulling teeth. And of course, the hint system and the map probably both help to that end to a big degree. We probably should be saving our money for like when we need hints. And though I do want to get that skull thing for the bat. I want to get the skull. I do wonder with like more modern platformers, things of that nature. I remember there being some jank in this game originally where like you could Skyrim a little bit, you know what I mean? Just like climb up on background scenery objects and it wouldn't stop you, and just like, you know, you'd get to weird places that you weren't expected to go. I would have to assume that they fixed all that. Personally, I feel like some amount of just like, you know, it's cool, I guess, on some level, and I'm sure that's why they did it, that these areas are so detailed, and they have, like, a bunch of weird cliffs with a bunch of weird stuff on it. But it's like, yeah, but if you can, like, Skyrim up there, it's weird. So maybe it should just be, like, flat. Just, like, flat, you slide off it. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like they also just made pages easier to get. Like, I feel like they added a bunch to make this more, like, Odyssey-like, which does help. You know what I'll say? I do think so far this game is better. I think this game is improved. I think this game could go as high as a 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. You know, it's not like a 4 out of 5. You know, I don't think it quite rises to that level, but not terrible. And, like, I'm not hating it. Though, like, after 12 hours of a 3 out of 5 game, I feel like I would be dead. Exaggeration. Don't worry. I will live. We will survive. And, we'll make it to the end. And then after, I'll have a nice, relaxing, evening. Well, no, it'll be 2 a.m. I will, well, I'll watch the anime for tonight. This guy just wants to fight. I'll watch some anime and then I'll go to bed and enjoy the rest of my, vacation, time off, you know, Saturday and Sunday. Have a nice, relaxed Saturday and Sunday and try like hell to be able to get up on, Monday morning. I have been sleeping in, I have been staying up. What else is new but, you know, I feel like it's especially bad right now. I got up at like noon today, and I'm kind of, feeling it, you know? Tired. I got like 7 hours of sleep, I'll be fine. Just, you know, right now my body is saying like, I could use a nap. You know, that's maybe where I'm at with Yooka-Laylee, right? Which is that with Yooka-Replaylee, like, yeah, it's improved. It doesn't beat a nap, though. I don't think this game is better than a nap, to be clear. Banjo-Kazooie, way better than a nap. Oh my god, I would lose sleep for Banjo-Kazooie. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sonic 06 is probably bad enough where you cannot fall asleep, and you will not enjoy your nap. You'll be fuming in bed and going like, have I just been running around this little central area? We gotta figure out how to go over here. Again, this is called Moodymaze Marsh. It's a real confusing level. Intentionally so? Maybe they designed it, and it ended up really confusing, and they said, we don't have time to fix it. Put maze in the title! If it's called a maze, people won't get upset that it's confusing. You know, we'll lampshade it. I'm pretty sure, though, when you lampshade something, it's like, isn't the thing about lampshading is that that doesn't forgive the lampshading? You know, that doesn't, like, make up for it. I have no fucking idea where I'm going. I, for one, don't like it. I don't know if this is a surprise. Also, like, all the platforms are weirdly far apart, and there's, you know, I feel like in the original game, the glide could get out of control. I'm not sure if they, like, adjusted it at all, but I do feel like, overall, there's more platforming to be done in between point A and point B now. I remember in the original game, there was a lot more just cases where the platforming path was clearly just, like, a bunch of platforms floating over a void that were just like a million miles apart. And it feels like now the game very much wants you to just do smaller jumps, and if you want to just do longer jumps, that's on you. That's you know, use some skill and do some stuff. And I think that is better. There are some cases here where I do wonder if the levels were adjusted with that in mind. We had to like jump over that pit there, whatever the hell that was. Some of these are okay. That wasn't bad. I don't feel like it has the snappiness and responsiveness of like the original Banjo-Kazooie, but it controls all right. It looks good enough. And it was kind of an interesting, like, path to follow to get a Pagie. This is, you know, Christmas Story 2 with the, we're adequate. Yes, that's right, Yooka-Laylee, you're adequate. Have you gotten anything off the Steam sale? No, I haven't. Is there anything really good? I'm not really a big Steam person, honestly. Like, I prefer to get things on the Switch, given the choice. If I ever get, like, if Steam OS ever works on a retro-style device, like my AYN Thor, or if, I get a Steam Deck, probably the next Steam Deck, or a Steam Box, let's say, probably I'll start buying things on the Steam, like, first and foremost, but, like, right now, Steam is like the last platform that I like invest in, personally. Have you gotten anything? What's up? I have been curious if like Nintendo, there are some games that I got. You know what I need to keep an eye on? I need to see. Could someone check, is Ori 2 on sale? And Tunic. Those are two games that I need to do the randomizer of, so I need copies of them on Steam to randomize when that comes to pass. I also wouldn't say no to Silksong, because Silksong also, whenever there's a randomizer of that, that'll be on the Steam version, so I'll need a Steam copy, so, you know, there you go. Not Ori? Dang. Ori 2, specifically. Notice Viewfinder is at a nice discount. Bunch of 360-era games like Geometry Wars and Dust. I've been wanting to play Geometry Wars on my retro handheld, but I'm kind of waiting to see if it comes out on, if they come out with a 360 emulator. I feel like that would probably run it just fine. But I bet through, like, Steam emulation, through, like, Windows emulation, which is already a thing for Winlater already exists, by the way. Actually, it is on Steam. Wait, Ori 2? Okay, shit, I gotta look into it. Tunic is not on Steam sale, though. Dang. It's not on Nintendo Switch sale, either. Like, Nintendo Switch doesn't have discounts on... I'm also looking for Tunic and Tunic for Switch 2 because I want the thing. It ends December 2nd. Plenty of time, plenty of time. I'll have to check that for those games. Remind me, check Steam sale for things I need for randomizer purposes. / in general. I'll say if I... Wait, what is this saying? Arriving? I think it thinks I want that reminder when I arrive somewhere. That's weird. Remind me tomorrow at 2 p.m. Check what the fuck's going on with those reminders I made. Okay. I've heard good things, speaking of Geometry Wars, about a game called Rec something? I've heard good things about that. Apparently it's like a Geometry Wars type twin stick shooter that's like kind of fast paced. Sectori, that's right. Sectori. That's exactly it. I'm curious about that, but I prefer a Switch 2 version, and that doesn't exist yet, so I'm just gonna hold off and wait, I think. Or should I get it? Is it, like, good enough for, like, Game of the Year consideration? Am I missing out on, like, Game of the Year consideration by not playing it? I'll have to think about it. Maybe just get the Steam version and see if it works on my Retroid. You know, through like, the Winlater layer. It might. And eventually everything might work. It might be a good time to start investing in, Steam. I mean, I'm sure some would say, that was 10 years ago. When was the good time to start investing? But you know what I mean. Have I been over there? Yeah, I'm curious about Sectori. I'll also say, I don't think I have a card for this, but I haven't played that much, because I haven't played that much of it. I haven't been playing that much Demon School. I really feel like I should get back to Demon School and play more of it. The thing is, it's just a writing-based game where you need to pay full attention. If you're not, doing full attention on it, it's really not worth playing, I think. Just because, like, the dialogue is, like, 90% of the thing. Well, that's like a decoy enemy, I guess. What is this? Why is this? It's like a Ghost Rider thing that unlocks. You need to play that and... Roger? What's Roger? Roger on Switch. I've not heard of this Roger. Tell me about Roger. This cart is here again. What's up? Wheels have gotten stuck in the sledge. What does that mean? I guess just hit the switch and see what happens. Is this it? Or is he saying, like, go for a swim and do some underwater stuff? Not sure, but whatever. It's called Roger, lowercase, and is in the title. What's it about? Oh, what kind of game is it? Alright, we got the the thing that lets you transform in this game. Very least we found it. It's about a kid who has dementia. That's all. Who has a parent who has dementia. Oh, so it's like a story game. Okay. It's like a... I'm picturing Florence from, and this might be way off base because all we know is that it's as a premise. But I'm picturing Florence. How do I do this? Is it like a phone game or like, how much is it? Is it a Steam game? Interesting thing, you by default sink. So if you do nothing, you will sink to the bottom and drown. You believe it's on phone as well? Okay, yeah, it's on Switch, but also phone, you believe. I'm picturing Florence as like a equivalent thing. I'm picturing interactable, story-based. Sounds cool. That sounds like a cool thing. This might be a thing where we need to have a different form. And like, as a result... The shape-shifting aspect of this game is kind of alright. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Glover. But I do think in Glover, having access to all the forms by default is a better way to go. I guess it's not a good sign when I say, like, it's like Glover, but I like the way Glover does it more. I mean, I guess Glover does actually have potions that transform you temporarily, and all the stuff that you swallow in this game is very Glover insofar as temporary transformations that are mostly used for puzzle-solving purposes. It's not that different. I'm more charmed by Glover in general when it comes right down to it. I think I like Glover more. I think Glover is a fun game. It's difficult and like jank as all hell, but I like it more than some. More than some platformers, that's for sure. Maybe I need to do like a charge gimmick. Ah, okay. That hasn't been something I needed to do yet to get through a wall, so it's helpful to know. This will be really fast, so we want to do charge gimmicks here. Excellent. Another card. I super finished Windswept. Well, as we discussed earlier, super might be an exaggeration, but I basically did everything except for the very, 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 very last level, which is a super amped up version, I believe, super amped up version of one of the other levels, which was also super duper 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 hard. Windswept is a damn hard game, and, you know, I'll say, like, when I first played it on stream, I did feel like, you know, like, hey, you know, it's a DKC like indie game. I feel like anyone can enjoy it. I do think as I've gotten deeper into it, it has bared its teeth at me, and probably like a good, I'll say, it is not wanting for content. You know, it has like 8 worlds basically, like 5 at first, and then like 2 or 3 post-game worlds. But like, it is tough as balls. By the time of like the 3rd world, things are already like pretty out of whack, pretty like difficult as all hell. And that's world 3. That's halfway through the main game, and not even halfway if you consider like, oh, there's so much post-game content, you know, so much after the fact that like, yeah, you know, you can just end at the credits and all that, but you'd be missing multiple lost worlds, which I wouldn't recommend. I'll say I've really quite enjoyed it. It's been frustrating at times, but it is a it is a great game that has a lot of really cool movement tech, such that it really does just allow you to just dash around constantly, do amazing stuff. I would compare it to more Celeste than Donkey Kong Country, but it is basically like, what if you took the bare bones of Donkey Kong Country and made a game that had, like, Celeste's, like, difficulty level to it. I will say, it's not as hard as the parts of Celeste I've never finished without using cheat codes, right? Like, I've been able to, through grit and perseverance, get through it, get through everything pretty much. I've pretty much got nearly everything, except for a few stuff. Wish the mouse girl had some post-game stuff because you can reach her house. But there's nothing there. Wait, what? Mouse girl had... Oh! Wait, you mean the abandoned... Was the mouse girl as in the antagonist of the game, right? You mean the abandoned house in the white area? Is that what you're talking about as far as reaching her house? Yeah, it's weird that she didn't show up. I was kind of minor. These are kind of spoilers, I guess, by the way, what we're saying right now. I don't have a thing that disclaims spoilers or nothing, but yeah, I was kind of expecting like a proper boss fight with her where you play as the turtle and duck tag team. By the way, if you're wondering, yes, Windswept is a game where you play as a dynamic duo of two mismatched animals. It is better than this, I'll say. And like, I would recommend it well before I recommended this. And I'll say, like, I hope it does really well. I hope speedrunners really take to it. I do think this is a game that speedrunners will enjoy more than casual folks, you know, more than just, like, someone who's not ready for a challenge. But it does feel really good to play. I do think it has the juice. I would recommend it. And, like, personally, where I'm at is sort of like, if I were to give it a rating, I would say 5 out of 5. You know, like, I do think it's difficult, but, like, you cannot fault it for lack of content. It is a massive game with a lot of levels. Some of them are frustrating as all hell and make you go like, God damn it, this is an auto-scroller. This is slow. Why is it like this? You know, there's a part where you have to, like, do an underwater person where you have, like, weird gravity because you're playing as an animal buddy that can't swim. So you just have to jump slowly over annoying obstacles, and if you get hit, well, you lose a hit. I'll say I wish that in the case of the I feel like Windswept would be a lot more approachable if in all the cases where they did, like, you know, like, oh, if you take a hit, you die because you need both partners to make it through this area due to the mobility moves that they have, right? You reached her house, but you can't enter or do an interaction. I think that might be past where I am, 06i. That's interesting. I wonder if they'll patch it. I do know that they have a Discord, and as I understand it, that game is getting a patch on Switch 2. Has already gotten it on Steam. It's the level with the cloud collectible. Oh, her level is in the cloud level? I didn't realize that. Yeah, I was doing some business to, like, try to skip as much of that level as I could because I didn't have 40 clouds, which was really... I really like that they let you do that. Without going into detail, you know, if this sounds like nonsense to you, great. Just play the game and find out on your own. I'll say what the hell I'm talking about, but you can go even further up. Oh, like past the ending? Okay, so shit, yeah, that's cool. I do think that game needs, like, a restart from checkpoint feature. And, like, really, I think it'd be good if it worked just like Glover. God, multiple comparisons to Glover right now. where Glover is getting the better end. This has never happened before. This has never happened before. But like in Glover, you can just pick checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, checkpoint 3, and it'll just warp you to that checkpoint. I think that'd be really good for Windswept, especially considering it is a Celeste difficulty game, where like if you give up and want to come back and, you know, secret hunt, it'd be really nice if you could just not have to replay the really hard section, you know, to get there. Like, I missed a collectible on the penultimate level, and I really just... What the hell is this? A crystal skull? Huh? Yeah, explain. Explain, Yooka. What's up? I wonder if there's more to find in the other grand tomes. In the other worlds, is what he's saying. Okay, so there's like a big secret thing hidden somewhere randomly in every world. Where? Wait. Oh, I'm the green and purple arrow. Somehow I wandered over there and then wandered back. I'd like to go this way. So let's warp over there and go to a place we haven't been. The map helps a lot, I'll say. Like, a whole damn lot. Like, let me be clear, I'm getting lost here even with a map. I'm getting lost, turned around, etc. Even with a map. Imagine if you didn't have a map, like you didn't in the original game. This place is just... nonsense. And just, like, stuff everywhere. Hard to find the next thing to interact with. Messed up. Messed up. Oh, I don't want to cut down the baddie. I want to cut down the Pagie. Anyway, I would recommend Windswept, and I am really looking forward to finishing it. I think we'll do that as part of the I'll play like that level on the Game of the Year stream, which is coming up, where I revisit my favorite games of the year and put them all in perspective and try to think which ones really are getting on the top 10, which ones should be higher on the top 10, and by putting them next to each other, I'll hopefully have an objective way of just feeling like, oh, I'm having fun. I'm having less fun over here. Okay, there you go then. You know what I mean? Just like, just a very easy way to start making that determination and figuring out what games rank how much. I've been doing this since before I was streaming, so this is not really a new tradition to streaming. You've beaten a few more 2025. Pac-Man World 2 Repack and Despelote. I saw a quick look of Despelote. That looked really cool. How long is that? Is that like doable in like a... Also, is that on Switch? I probably should play that. That looks really good and really cool in a story-based way. That's probably like the story game of the year, right? I say that. Obviously, Clair Obscure, things like that. Bonanza. Bonanza has a really great story, y'all. Wait until you see the twist ending. Oh my god, it has wait until you see the twist of Bonanza. Probably twist of the year, Bonanza-wise, without being sarcastic, but as far as a plot-based game goes, that Despelote sounds pretty hot. How do you feel about Pack World? I played some Pack Worlds on my on the previous retro handheld that I had. I found them to be a little bit weird. I'd probably prefer playing this to Pack World, honestly, truth be told. It is kind of a 3 out of 5 type game. Weird and janky, and like I finish a level and I'm like, oh, I kind of feel like I want to be done now, of Pack World wise, you know. Like, it doesn't... It wears off its welcome. I get tired easily, and then I'm like, okay, break time. Come back in a week. Come back tomorrow. It's an hour to 90 minutes on Switch 1. I should get that and play that before end of year. That's, one to consider. Hey, we found a boss fight. Excellent. There are some games that I still need to play. I need to figure out, like, what games I'm bringing to the Game of the Year stream. Like, the Game of the Year stream will be a long stream to clear. Like tonight, it'll be a long one, but we'll try to fit in as many as we can. And even ones where I feel like, you know, it's probably not going to make the cut. It'd be good to just show off some. Maybe cut the ones that are like, you know, I just want to show it and then we can cut it. Maybe the simple way to manage that stream and make sure it doesn't go over 12 hours is just say like, okay, we don't have to show the yo-yo game. The yo-yo game is good, can cut it. You know, it doesn't make the top 10. What also doesn't make my top 10? There's a lot of games that don't make my top 10, I think. Let me see the list on my phone. List on my phone here. I'm not going to show it because I don't want to spoil, like, where my head is at, but... I am thinking now, like, do we need to see Ball Pit? I'm kind of not that hot on Ball Pit. Do we need to see, Demon School? I've not, felt really inclined to finish Demon School, which is pretty good indication it's not one of the top 10. Do we need to see Welcome Tour? At a certain point this year, I was like, you know, I feel like Welcome Tour should be number 10 because that'd be funny. But I am now looking at the amount of games that are totally in consideration going like, maybe there's not room enough for Welcome Tour just as a sort of like, you know, thumb of the nose to people who didn't like it very much. I really enjoyed my time with that. I thought it was quite informative. And, we probably don't need to see it. You know... We don't need to spend some time. Maybe. I'll think about it. I gotta probably play like a couple more games, and then once I do, it's gonna be even harder to fit those into 1 hour. I mean, I'll say, or 12 hours. I'll say Silk Song and Bonanza. Though that'll be a separate stream. My plan for that is to do like have we been here before? No, I think this is different. It's very similar to an area that we did, but it's different. I think this is a thing, too, about this game, is that the areas aren't very distinct. You know, they're very well rendered and they look nice, but one part of the swamp is kind of the same as another part of the swamp. So, like, when you go there, it's like, oh, wait, have I been here before? No, but... I did do something that was quite similar, and that's a bit confusing, isn't it? And it basically looked all the same, it basically used all the same assets, and most of the same gameplay, in just like, grapple hook based stuff, which, to be fair, is good. It's good stuff, the grapple hook based stuff. This is good stuff. Your 2025 list is gonna look so niche. That's cool. Hey, you know, I feel like a very distinct list. What did that guy say? What's the condition here? Do we have to do this but, like, get all the stuff or something? Hang on. Let me just see what he said, because I was not paying attention. That other Pagie might be... Talk to the pumpkin again. So it's like a race to get back up? I don't know if that's necessary. You can just... Also, it's having me do it a third time because I took too much time, apparently. Was there a timer last time? I don't remember a timer last time. Maybe I just ran out of time so quick. There really was no point to it. Close thing, but we got it. Yay, we got a Pagie. How many have we done in this world so far? We're 5 hours in now. Nice. Good. 19 in this world. Is that gonna be one? Nah, it's just money. Okay, where the hell are we? What the hell are we doing? Retro. Oh, each of those is a different one. Oh, maybe if you see it, it gives you the location. Like if you see close enough to it, it puts it on your map. Or if you can accept it. I'm not sure. I'm not clear. It doesn't matter. Just continue on exploring, I guess. I believe I have a game or two more that I've been playing. Been playing A Link to the Past. This has been my recent retro game on my retro handheld. Though I'll say I've been having some problems with RetroArch. And I'll say at this point, officially, as far as SNES goes, I'm fucking done with RetroArch. It lost my save a third time, and lost, like, most of the hookshot dungeon. All my progress there, and now I have to do it again, just when I was about to finish it, too. So, spent a bunch of time getting the save off of that, out of RetroArch and into, SNES 9XEX? That one. And, I'm hoping it works better. And I'll say, an interesting thing about 9XEX is that when you load a save, when it also has, like, an automatic loads a thing. What's the point of coming up here? Ah. It has an automatic, like, when you load up the game, it loads up your last save. But what it does is it checks and sees if the save is newer than the the save file. And if it's not, it says, like, wait, you're probably overwriting data if you load the save, which is really smart. Something that's really RetroArch could really consider. I've been frustrated by RetroArch in general, like, UX-wise for a while. I do think it's, like, the worst UX I use on my retro handheld. And, I would like to divest myself from it fully, honestly. And the only problem is there's not a GBA emulator that's standalone, that's, like, up to par on the, Android. What is this? Asked, Blizzard, the Battle Cats. Blizzarena, the Battle Cats. This is Yooka-Laylee. It is a... You know, we never mentioned the history of Yooka-Laylee. I just sort of assumed it was, self-evident, I guess, when I just started the stream and started playing it. But Yooka-Laylee is a Banjo-Kazooie spiritual successor that some folks who formerly worked on, Banjo-Kazooie, parentheses, not including the level designer, probably an interesting thing to note there, mostly like art people, things of that nature, sound people, other departments. I kind of found that interesting as a line of inquiry, but that's probably not why it was bad. It was kind of disappointing. And like, now, 8 years later, they've redone it. This is actually Yooka-Replaylee, a remake of Yooka-Laylee, but, on modern hardware, and also on Switch 2 as well, which is modern hardware. It's a 3D platformer. I will say this version, they did make meaningful improvements. I think I am enjoying it more than the previous version. They also remade Donkey Kong Country Returns. Different team, but yes, I would say Returns is better than this for sure. 100%. I gave the original game a... Oh, fuck me. I gave the original Yooka-Laylee a 2 out of 5. I think right now, I'd be willing to bump that up to a 3 out of 5 for this re-release. It's okay. I wouldn't recommend it over things such as Donkey Kong Country Returns HD or a million other games. You know, it's a little bit sauceless, I would say. And just insofar as the world's being confusing, having a map helps, but it doesn't fully alleviate the problem unless you're constantly checking the map. And you don't got a waypoint system, so you just gotta check it, and then still you gotta figure out where you are, right? You still gotta figure out where you are. Link to the Past is good. I'm hoping to finish that by the end of the year, considering that I have plans to do the randomizer of it, and RetroArch being shit, kind of getting in the way of that. Tropical Freeze was great. You know, technically Tropical Freeze has already been remade on Switch 2. There was the new funky mode and everything. Really what it needs is just a Switch 2 update, I would say, at this point. Like, what? I guess resolution could be bumped up. Yeah, Switch 2 update would do that. Switch 2 update would do that, yeah. Say we need more Mario? I don't disagree. By the way, the other part of this, by the way, to be clear, is that this is Extra Life. Extra Life is a charity event where people donate in support of their local children's hospitals. This stream is being done in support of my relatively local one, the nearest participating children's hospital, the one in Dallas, Fort Worth. The one in Dallas, specifically. There's one in Plano, but they don't participate in the Extra Life program. Regardless, I am doing it in support of that one, and I have all sorts of incentives like switching a shirt, which I can do for $5 right now, or playing some Banjo-Kazooie, $20 right now, or Sonic 06. Basically, if you want me to suffer, Sonic 06 is the right thing. But if you want me to be happy, Banjo-Kazooie. That's where it's at. If you're open to making a dono in support of the hospitals, you know, children's health and all that, a good cause, now would be a great time, and those incentives would be lovely. And honestly, you know, I welcome Sonic 06. I do. I feel like it's going to be fun to do a level. It's going to be a good change of pace. And I will feel, going back to this with its working camera, I will appreciate this game more when we are exposed to a game that has a broken camera, shit controls, terrible level design, and it's just a mess generally. We could also play Treasure Trove Cove for 20. That also is an option. Or, you know, t-shirt stuff. Got a lot of t-shirts ready to go for that end, to that end. Say the word. Don't just say the word. You gotta donate the donation. I have 1 health left. I better not die here. This boss fight is so damn long. My reward for beating this boss fight will be more Yooka-Laylee. So, I guess, you know, there is no escape, to be clear. Bearing a nice donation from the folks. But, still, I wouldn't want to do that again. Wouldn't want to do that again. That boss fight again. You know? Take the tea cozy. Sometimes you can't accelerate the dialogue, and there's no reason for that. That's great. It's like a cutscene or something. Except no one's moving, so there's no... The camera's not moving, the characters aren't moving. It's just slow for no reason. Apparently we can exit. The game is telling us we can exit if we want. We've done enough, it says. We've done 22 F50. I think we should get up to 25. We should get up to half, and then we can leave. Then we can go somewhere else. At this rate, I feel like we're probably, you know, going to have trouble when we get like to the end game. You know, I don't know if we'll be able to just go right to the end, considering how many we're leaving in previous levels, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Let's keep it moving. I got like one more game-related card. Follow up on AYN Thor. People found out a new way to use the touchscreen, the bottom screen. Yeah, so AYN Thor, as I've been talking about, as I've been showing off on recent streams, is a retro handheld. And what they realized, an Android retro handheld with 2 screens, and what they realized recently is that you can do like a shortcut thing to do a little zoom in on the top screen and have a zoomed in version on the bottom screen, and that's going to be helpful in cases like I don't have Clair Obscur anymore because I don't have Game Pass, but I pulled up a video of it to test out like can you zoom in on the menu there, the attack menu, and you can, but I do think there are limitations. Like here, for instance, I'm pretty sure there's like more attacks that come out to the right. Once those appear, that's all the format is all messed up. Also, there's a little finger that appears on the top screen where the zoom in happens, and that's kind of annoying that it's there. Like I'd much rather it just be like, oh, the bottom screen, you just swipe around, zoom in, zoom out, natural style, and that just moves the stuff around, and that's not really how it works. And as a result, I think it is a very useful feature that I will enable and will use in cases like, oh, you know, there's like a little mini map. Zoom in on it and make it the bottom screen so you can see the mini map better. Like that's smart when it's possible. Oh, the other thing about Clair Obscur is I think those menus move around a little bit too much. Like you can't actually zoom in on them quite cleanly. Here's the thing about having like weird, awkward geometry, is that you don't know like if it's part of the platforming challenge or not to platform over it. I guess in this case you're definitely encouraged to like bounce up there to like walk over to here, but the tree is off limits. They put some of the side stuff off limits. That's good. That's a good change. This game is very much Banjo-Kazooie we have at home, you know? It's not, quite doing it, you know? Well, we got the, transformation thing, so we can transform and do that. Excellent. I think it's a good proof of concept, and I hope that, like, the AYN Thor people, like, actually customize the shit out of that and make it a lot more useful, rather than just like a half-baked accessibility feature that, like, if you're not short of sight, isn't that useful. Weird controls here, but whatever. You can use that to get a play coin. Oh, jeez, should we do another level of that? We can do another level of that. It's not terribly exciting, though. Oh, the shoal can go through the vines. Oh, that's a feature that makes sense of shoals. Yeah, shoals can pass through tight spaces because they're just a bunch of little dudes all coordinating. It's a cool transformation, I'll admit. I'll fully admit. I'm like 10 Yooka fishes and 6 Laylee fishes. That's novel. It really is. I like transform back. into a human, into a duo, or just these switches. Maybe these switches just activate when you take the thing off them, when you take the bones off them, and you don't have to like press them down as well. It plays okay. So yeah, Thor's been going good. Really enjoyed that stream of it on really enjoyed doing that stream on God, fucking, this is kind of awkward to control, especially in a 2D setting where you could totally just have it be like hold up to go up. Actually, kind of a little bit janky. Weird. Yippee! I'm really enjoying my Way Thor. The stream that we did on Tuesday was a bit of fun. I was kind of surprised like how short WarioWare Touched was. Really, like that's actually a very short game. Just like an hour and a half maybe. Maybe 2 hours if you do some more post-game content, but yeah, it's very short. Worth replaying and worth just going the distance with, I'll say. I have not played it since that stream on Tuesday, but no, it's worth playing. Shit. Very cool. Good pagey. We paged. Where are we at? Need one more before we're at 25, and I'll let myself leave. So far, we're making pretty damn good pace. I hope we get some of the other two games just to like, you know, get some other variety in here, and also because I do feel like at this rate we will get to all the levels. I'm pretty sure there's like 5. Admittedly, that was a thing that I was pretty disappointed by. You know, a lot of these levels, like Moody Maze, aren't the best levels. And also, there's only 5 of them, so, like, if one of them's not good, it's a significant portion of the game. I don't see anything else to do here. We could transform back into the pair. And, we got the token. We can go mess with him and do his minigame. Sure, I can do that. Yeah, definitely should play some more games. Should go farther with Demon School. I should try out Despelote. Remind me tomorrow. Try Despelote and the Sectori. Close enough, phone. Watch. Siri. Let's go, it's Pushy Palms. This is the... They changed these from being crap minigames to being the same crap minigame over and over again. It's like fine, I guess. I don't know. It's a little bit slow. It works! And the gimmick of like hungry hippos type shit does work well. But like if you were twice the move speed, he's sort of a lot more like the retro levels of like Astrobots, you know? Again, this is an all new level. They originally had like really crap garbage retro style levels, and they just got rid of those entirely because even they were like, shit man, this sucks. Fuck this. What did IGN give this of like a 5.9? That's probably about right. I think that's higher than what I would have given the first game, which would, you know, at 10 scale would be like a 4. Like, you know, it is definitely improved, but is it enough? You know, that's like the question that like I would ask, right? Like, has enough changed? Is it like... Is it good or is it better? Does that make sense? Like, better is good, but you know, you do have to consider that the first game was not good, so you know, what does that tell you? How do you do? Oh, you can deflect them. Do it like a... this thing. Maybe I gotta get like a coin block there and have it so that it explodes on the thing. And I will do that. That's exactly what I will do. Or maybe that's just an optional thing. Maybe, like, we can go forward if we want. Yeah, that'll be how we get the medal. Let's get the medal because that's worth a Pagie, I think. And a Pagie could save us some time later on, in theory. You know, I'll say maybe this is harsh, but I think the minigames in Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge are better than here. I'd rather play those than these. I'd rather play those than this. But I'd probably rather play this than the crap the original had. I say that, I barely remember what the original had. So, no. Food for thought. Kill these guys so that they stop harassing me. If I died right here and we had to start the whole thing over again. I don't like it in a game where you have to redo, like, multiple minutes of content. That is annoying to me. Like, look, people talk shit about Silk Song for its runbacks. At least it feels good to play. The runbacks are fun. And, you know, it doesn't take that long because you move so fast. A runback in this would be merciless. A runback in this is just playing the level again. You cannot run back. It's a walk back. No, thank you. I do not want to play again. We got enough pages to finish the world. Or, not to finish the world, but, you know, to meet what arbitrary threshold I am holding myself to. I think it's time to go to the next one. Also, I'm tired of this world and its confusing layout and pure nonsense. I believe that is the world entrance. Let's buy a cosmetic. I want to dress the bats in this fun skull. I think that's a good look. Let me see. Can I get like sunglasses for my man? I guess I could get sunglasses for her as well. That's not great sunglasses wise. Love the design. Gloves. It kind of gets in the way of where Yooka-Laylee is, but whatever. I don't like those. None for me. Thanks. I heard a thing and I thought it was for me, but it's just that guy making regular guy noises. Trouser has so much less of a place in this game after, like, just, you know, his moves, his ability to sell moves being taken away. That's interesting. I would like to take a quick break, go to the, you know, the bathroom and stuff, and I'll be right back. Does that sound good? Does that sound fun? Gonna sit up. I'm gonna do a pause, and then we will hope that it doesn't crash. I mean, I do think it's nice that it starts you off like where you were at last, like when we came back from the crash. We started off in the marsh rather than like the core room of the hub. That is a good change to, like, you know, how it works. Mind you, there's fast travel as well, right? I don't know where the fast travel guy is here. There's fast travel here somewhere. But yeah, quick break. See ya in a minute. Where you going, camera? I'm right here. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Let's keep on a-truckin'. Let's truck in a careful manner by grappling in the direction that we need to go. Look, when it works, it almost looks good. There's the fast travel point that we need to activate so that we can return. Also a shortcut in case that we don't want to use that for some reason. Wow, we have so much. We have more than enough to unlock the next thing. Remind me, what's the name of the song that plays during the breaks? Oh, that would be it's the city song from Nier Automata. It is the Route C version, in particular. Nier Automata, real damn good music, you know, real damn good shit. I don't think these two are as charming as the game likes to think. I know. It says in your thing that that's your name. Oh, he's pretending to be the head honcho. Okay, well, that's fine. I would like to continue adventuring now. Would I like to keep adventuring now? Well, honestly, I'd like to play Sonic 06 or Banjo-Kazooie more. As a reminder, for those watching at home, this is Extra Life. We are doing it in support of the children, children's hospitals and all that. That's what Extra Life is for. And in particular, I will point out that we have donation incentives to play another world of Banjo-Kazooie. We would be on Treasure Trove Cove now if we get another $20 towards that. $5 will change my shirt, which it would be nice and good. There's some real good shirts coming up. Also, Sonic 06 is on the table. A level of that could be hell in a fun way, and a good distraction from the inadequacies of Yooka-Laylee. Wait, so we have access to both the next level and the world after. We might be making good pace. Honestly, we might have gotten more Pagies than I did. I feel like they must have done something to make more Pagies a lot easier. You know, like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure getting all the 5, 6 Ghost Riders used to be a single Pagie when you got them all, and now they're a Pagie per. You know, they used to be Jinjo style. Basically, a lot of what Yooka-Replaylee is trying to do is trying to make it a little bit more Odyssey and a little less Banjo. A little bit more just like, oh, there's Pagies everywhere and you can get them everywhere. And a little less like, there's 10 and they're kind of hard to get. Because this game has to be, like, longer than the original games were. Or else, you know... Or else. I remember in the original game, you could fly out here and, like, do some dumb stuff on these, like, smokestack-looking things. Okay, good. They've put up an invisible wall and prevented you from just, like, getting up on the cliff tops. And, well, actually, you can't get up on the cliff top still. And... you can't jump while you're on the cliff tops, but you can get up there and go around, and, I don't think it's a shortcut or nothing, for what it's worth. It's just a thing you can do. See you later, Tribuckets. I'll look forward to you coming back later. Have a good one. Thanks for the 40, by the way. I appreciate it. We could maybe just say, you know, considering that it is currently early bird time for Banjo-Kazooie, technically maybe that 40 should have been 2 early bird redemptions. We have an excuse to play another world of Banjo-Kazooie if we so, please. I would like another break. Let's do that. Let's, you got it. Love to donate. We have the next world here, but let's take another Banjo break. I feel like a Banjo break right now, and I'm going to adjust the logistics here. I think that's 2 early birds. I think that should count as 2 early birds, and I will adjust that real quick in, it's pretty straightforward now. I just need to go to incentives and change the amount. We'll say there is now a... Oh, the Rock Party is doing a shirt thing as well. Lovely. Wonderful. I'm gonna say that there are now 2. And, also what that means, I believe... Thank you, is that this goes up to 8? Yes. Yes, we're gonna finagle it that way. Is it 8 or... Math is hard. 8 or 7? I think it's 7 worlds. Well, thank you for the donation, Rock Party. Look at that, it's working now. Let's do a new shirt, and then let's do another world of Banjo. We will finagle the numbers somehow. I'll adjust if we have more opportunity. Thank you for the t-shirt redemption. Let me change right now. Check it out. It's Link from Tears of the Kingdom. Isn't this a nice shirt? It's also nice to be able to wear a somewhat greenish shirt, despite the green screen. It's only really light green and, like, yellow that it has issue with. So, like, you know, I'll say, like, if this shirt goes over a certain mark, it'll, like, get chroma keyed out, but, that won't happen. Very good, thank you. Let's switch games. As per sudden, improvisation, I can absolutely justify that. You know what I'll also say? I did do a $50 dono myself before the stream started. We could count that as a Sonic 06 redemption. We could absolutely do that. That would be fun and good. I'll say, let's hold off on that I'm going to hold my redemption of that until later, but if anyone else wants to get in there first, we will absolutely do that right away. Here we go. Switch the game and adjust the volume, and yeah. More Banjo-Kazooie. I'm just realizing I'm on the wrong thing on my end. I want to have the game on the screen. Let's do another world. I am counting Trebucket's $40 donation as 2 20s. Feel like that just makes more sense. And we can work out the details just by adjusting the amount of redeemable of each reward. So I think we have 2 more early birds as far as the Banjo-Kazooie left. 140 would do it. And then from then on, I have it at 40. So that's fun. I could also increase the amount of early birds if I want to just like, you know, say for sake of example, have like 5 Banjo-Kazooie worlds be in here, rather than just like, you know, assuming that people didn't want to go for the higher level, but hey, you know, it's for a good cause. Donate more. Let's savor this. Let's really savor this. And, make sure we're doing... Not this, not this. We don't do this yet. We do this room with its Mumbo token and, Cauldron. Feel like it's always good to activate this early. I do feel like some of the business of... I definitely feel like the business of the lair is something that the original Banjo-Kazooie... This is maybe like the most poorest aged part insofar as just like, yeah, it's kind of cumbersome, it's kind of a big maze, it's hard to find your way around. Fast travel is there, but really jank and weird and confusing. I think it is a fair criticism to say of this game that the hub is a mess, but it's like a cool mess and one that I have a lot of affection for, and I like how each area is so like themed to the world that it's a gateway to. Like, I love that. How's the volume? Volume nice and good? Hear me clearly, hear game clearly? I'm gonna grab this blue fucker. I feel like getting that blue Jinjo at the end is always a good idea because you can save a jiggy dance, you know, but dealing with that shark at the end, I'd rather deal with him now, honestly. The thing I love about this game is just... The thing I love about both Banjo-Kazooies is that I feel everything in it is worth doing, or, well, it depends, I guess, in some cases, but every world is like a smorgasbord of things I want to do, and they are all not very far apart. I definitely feel like, by comparison, Yooka-Laylee is a slower game. Slower game, bigger worlds, everything's a little farther apart, enemies, collectibles. It's subtle, but I do think it is a meaningful difference. I also feel just a lot more happiness. Some of that is probably nostalgia, but it's a snappy game. The worlds are compact, they're tight, and, you know, even in Tui, where the worlds are not tight anymore, I still really enjoy them. You know, I really do enjoy exploring them. The corners of them tend to be very diverse, very, different. There's a lot in each, different area. It's rad. This game is so good. For a time, I do think Banjo-Tooie was, like, the answer I would give to #1 game for a while, until such time as Odyssey sort of, like, kicked its ass so badly that, like, I had to go, like, ooh, actually it's no longer top 5. Everything else that was in the top 5, like Majora's Mask, and everything, that's still top 5. Tooie, it's like, it's like in the 20s, you know? It's like top 20, sure. It's not top 10, no. It's not top 5 anymore, no. But yeah, I'd put it in the top 20. A lot of nostalgia for it, a lot of just, you know, I do think Tooie might be an acquired taste. I do feel like Tooie might have a lot of the same problems the Yooka-Laylee has, or the original Yooka-Laylee had that they tried to fix in Replaylee. Things like the world being too big, things like a certain confusion over where to go next. Worlds that really could use a map. But I played it as a kid. I had the player's guide, and I pretty much have that game, like, memorized. You know? I know it like the back of my hand. And, woo-hoo-hoo, that's a hitbox, huh? That's fun. That's good. I know Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie like the back of my head, and I do feel to some degree like there might be a barrier of entry there for people coming late, especially with Tooie. Insofar as like, yeah, no, it's hard without a player's guide. It's a little confusing without a player's guide. But I cannot get enough of it. And for me, it's still special. I do think also just like all the areas are really distinct in Banjo-Tooie. All the areas have like landmarks, weenies, whatever you want to call them, at their center. Grunty Industries, arguably, you know, the most confusing of all of them. You know, honestly, Grunty Industries is not too similar to the average Yooka-Laylee level. You know what? Maybe that's like a good way to think about Yooka-Laylee is like, yeah, it's a game where basically every level has like the coherence and like the structure of like, well, not the structure, it's different in Yooka-Laylee. But you know what I mean, like every level is about on the same tier as Grunty Industries. Personally, I'm fine with it, you know. I'll say like Grunty Industries, I've gotten used to it. I basically understand how you do. You just go floor by floor. Every floor has stuff you need to get. You get that stuff, you move on to the next floor. You get the warps unlocked as you go up. Eventually become a washing machine and use the elevator. Not that complicated, really, once you get down to it, once you understand what the deal is. I do think it has too many challenges where it's like, okay, now do a thing and then go back and transform within a limited time, you know. It kind of requires you to navigate the whole space in a quick fashion, you know, really know where you're going, etc. Which, as established, is kind of a difficulty with the whole thing. But I still really like it. Well, I would probably admit it's the least good level. That's, yeah, true. But for me, my biggest issue with Grunty Industries has nothing to do with the structure, which I think is kind of fine. Like, how else would you do a multi-story building other than you slowly go up floor by floor and unlock fast travel points to go floor by floor later on, you know, as you went back to it. Like, how else would you do Grunty's Industries? How else would you do a big building like that? Is there a better, like, example of a giant building level? Well, I guess the question then is, like, why does it have to be a giant multi-story building? Why can't it be, like, a big open flat factory floor with, like, rafters, maybe, in the upper parts? You know, maybe the problem isn't the theming or, like, what kind of level it is. It's just that it probably should have been a whole different construction, a whole different setup. I don't dislike it, though. I like it more than Moodymaze. honestly like it more than any of the 3 levels we played so far. And at the very least, like, hey, the outside is real simple. The outside is a big building with, in the center with stuff around. Admittedly, it's kind of harder to find your bearing there, which side of the building you're on, versus, other weenies in the games, but, you know, it's something. My biggest problem with, Grunty Industries has nothing to do with the structure. My biggest issue is just, I hate the dumb bots. I hate the security cameras that spot you and make you, fight the dumb bots real fast. I forgot that. Okay, I was trying to do a sharp turn there, and I forgot that both ZR and ZL are both ground pound while you're in the air. I thought one of them would be the R bumper. Right bumper is what I was looking for there. I'm gonna get this coin while I'm in the neighborhood, and then I'll just continue on. This version really does, like, take out a little bit of the drama of, losing your crap, you know? Like, there's, to be fair, no drama left in losing your crap. You don't have to worry. It's fine and cool. You can die, and it's not a bummer. I do like that feeling. I do like that tension, though, in the original game. I really do appreciate just, like, the feeling of being all the way up high on, oh, there's a Mumbo token up there. Let me grab it before I leave this area. Fuck off. I really appreciate the feeling of, being 1 inch away from death and that mattering. Like, it's cool in the original Banjo-Kazooie that it's like that. It's more friendly for it to be like this. And I think that, you know, it was one of 2E's better decisions. And, like, one of the better things that the... Oh, we already did this. Shit. One of the better things that, like, Yooka-Laylee chose not to emulate. You know, there's no one try, one world policy in Yooka-Laylee. That's probably for the best. That said, honestly, I wouldn't mind, like, a game like this set up where replaying the level and doing it, like, perfectly was, like, a big draw, a big mode or something. Maybe I'm speaking about... Maybe that's, like, what the Emerald Rush is in DK. You know, like, if you had, like, a Tony... You know the Tony Hawk mode where you try to do all the story objectives as fast as you can? Like a one try run life, beat this world as fast as you can, speedrun mode would really make sense in a game like this. Less sense in a game like 2E, and probably no sense at all in a game like Yooka-Laylee. You know, obviously since they only have 5, each world is like massively big. Emerald Rush is a roguelike. I mean, I guess you could do something like this, like a roguelike, if you wanted. There's the whole round-based element of that, but you are basically just, like, going around and doing the crystal bananas in the way that you did it the first time, right? No, actually, you're more doing objective stuff than, like, just finding the emerald bananas where the golden bananas originally were. It's different, you're right. I haven't played that much of it. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Honestly, I'm not, wasn't really feeling that as much as, the original modes. I didn't get very far in the, Emerald Rush progression. I'll say for the Game of the Year stream, I'm doing a whole stream that'll just be my top 2 games. That is to say, Bonanza and Silksong. I'm thinking for the Bonanza half, I would like to do, despite this kind of leaving out a major element of of Bonanza. I would like to do a playthrough of that game where I don't get any golden bananas, where I'm just like banana free. Just no banana percent, basically, and see how that goes. I think that'd be a fun way to play it for my third or fourth time through, I forget. I replayed it a couple times throughout the year. Meanwhile, my plan for Silksong will be I would like to just do a bunch of Act 3 stuff. If I could do the entirety of Act 3 in its half of the live stream, that would be ideal, I think. And if there's time after finishing, we'll do like some Emerald Rush, I guess. If for Bonanza. For Bonanza's half. You know, we'll each of them will get half of a stream, basically. Of a long stream. And we'll see how that goes. I need to remember to put my shirts in the shirt bin rather than on the floor. I'm realizing that the last one was just tossed on the floor. That's not right. Need to get it into the laundry bin. Nice. I enjoy every step of the process in these multi-step jiggies. I feel like each step just comes fast and you know, each step is really intuitive and just really straightforward, and you do it and you're on to the next thing. The worlds are compact enough where the next thing is never very far. I do think in Yooka-Laylee there are a lot of things in each world. Clearly, there's like 50 of them. Minus multi-moons. But it is a little slower to get to each one. And, yeah, no further comment, I guess. I have more cards, but let's wait until we're done with, Banjo-Kazooie. I'll say, unless anyone wants to... After this, we'll go back to, Replaylee, and we'll do another I'll say, I am going to count my own donation from before the stream as a redemption of the Sonic 06. We will do a single level of Sonic 06, but I'm thinking, let's space it out. Let's do it after we need to talk to our hippo friend. We got his gold. I'm thinking let's space it out. Let's do it, after some more Yooka-Replaylee, and that'll give us some chance to soak in it. I'll say, though, if anyone does redeem one, it will be immediate. I'm only doing this in the case of my own redemption, which I have full control over, and I decide even if it counts, which I think I would like it to, because I would like to play something else, please, very much. I could absolutely do another one. We'll see. Y'all like the shirt gimmick? Is this something I should bring back? Maybe next time there's an extra life. Shirt gimmick will just be $5 permanent style, and we'll have you know, no early bird, late bird distinction. Though I will say, I have some ideas for that. We'll discuss when a card comes up. There's a card about that, actually. I have some ideas for next year. Suffice to say, I will share those ideas later in the stream, at the appointed hour. We are nearing 100 notes in this world. Excellent. I love this world. This world's great. Definitely one of the best. It's one of the easier ones, and that makes it one of the faster ones. And I do find that, like, a fast, compact, tight world is the best for the purposes of Banjo-Kazooie. Worst world in Banjo-Kazooie. I think I have to say it's Clanker's Cavern. I just think because of the water stuff. There's just too much swimming, too much of the too much like going through the pipes. The key business is really scary every time you have to do it. Going down to fiddle with the key and unlock Clanker in the first place. Not a big fan of that, honestly. I think it is a very stressful level. But I will also say, like, you know, no level, no world of Banjo-Kazooie is bad. I got the, how are we doing, by the way? How are we doing on totals here? Okay, we got, we're missing, Leaky. There's the honeycomb behind the, in the water. Leaky is one of them. And the sandcastle, you know. Alright, there's one behind the ocean business. There's one behind, like, an ocean path. That also is the one that leads us to the honeycomb as well, so that'll be perfect. We are missing 4 notes. That is never a good sign. Notes can be the trickiest thing to, hunt down, because there's so many of them. I do think that, like, Banjo-Tooie made a correct choice trying to, like, fix the problem of too many notes. And reducing it to, like, shit. How am I gonna get out of this? Let me on this box. Okay, good. I'm on the box. I'm definitely not going in the water again. So now we are good and safe, and we will not die. Perfect. This is the Xbox version. We don't have to really worry about death as much, but, I don't like to die. Regardless. Now we have to go into the water again. But I just said we didn't, but we actually do because there's a honeycomb around the corner. Fortunately, this is a nice version. We don't lose that much progress, and our notes are preserved. We would have to fight dudes again if we had to do that, but we don't because we already been in there. Oh, you know what? The 4 notes are in the sandcastle. We're good. We got it. The 4 notes are on the inside of the sandcastle. I know for sure we're 100% nearly done. We just have to do one last spelling minigame. I will say, in this game, everything feels not jank at all. You know? Like, when there's a minigame where you have to, like, spell Banjo-Kazooie, it feels good to do. Earlier, there was, like, a Pagies spelling thing in Yooka-Laylee. That didn't feel as non-jank. That felt a little bit jank. Probably less than how jank it felt in the original, for what it's worth, but still, it's not tight. Not like you're aiming with precision, or just shooting from the hip. Without the context of what happened 5 hours ago, it's not really 100% clear. It's... Don't worry about it if you don't remember. But basically he had to breathe fire on some letters, some torches. It was a little bit weird looking. Here, the letters light up instantly. It's very easy to ground pound on them. What more can you want? Also, it's fast. No fucking around. No futzing. Just ground pound, ground pound. Banjo-Kazooie 12 times? 12 times. I think there's 12 names. 12 letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12 letters. You just have to ground pound 12 times and you're done. Banjo-Tooie is just a game that doesn't fuck around. Gets you exactly what you needed, and out. I feel like we could have made a... Well, I don't know. Making each world is probably expensive. It's probably more economical to put everything in a single world. It's probably economical for that single world to not have very disparate parts that you can tell apart because all those separate assets are cash money. We get the... Yes, we got the everything. It took us about 20 minutes. Hell yeah. Let's get the witch switch, Jiggy. And then we'll, exit this real cool area and be on our way. Nice, good, fun. That just fills me with happy juice. That's, you know, the happy chemical that, we all love. The brain stuff, you know, when your brain feels happy because it remembers something and it enjoys doing something. I like doing that. Next level will be Clanker's Cavern. Let me just show the thing again. We will be leaving this here for now. We will come back later. Should we get another $20 donation. The next two will be 20 for this world and for Bubble Glump. But after that, we're just gonna bump up to 40, I'll say, because those worlds start getting longer and it's more of a commitment, more time away from Yooka-Laylee, and I think that's a fair consideration. I'll say if someone does another 40, and we'll split it up into two, and we'll do 2 worlds, and we'll count that as one of the early birds. 2 of the early birds, again. Sonic 06 is also an option, and I'll say I will definitely be counting my redemption as an early bird one, my donation earlier, but we will hold that until we do some more Yooka-Replaylee. Ooh. Let's switch back. Get that down, and alright, folks. Alright, folks, we are back in Yooka-Replaylee after a little banjo break. Like I said earlier, decided to count the previous $40 donation as 2 early birds all of a sudden, which gave me a perfectly good excuse to play another world of Banjo-Kazooie, which I really like to do, by the way. I don't know if you know that. I really like playing Banjo-Kazooie. It's makes me feel good. Now we're back here to a level that I remember finding pretty confusing as well. This is Capital Cashino. You could have just called it Capital Casino. Cashino isn't a thing. I get it, like cash and all, but still. Capital Cashino is like a casino level, and I remember this level being, I mean, like all the other ones, really confusing structurally. Like, I had no idea where anything was. I had no idea what the structure of the level was. There's no central organization. And I'll say I am very interested to pull up the map and have a look and see, like, what's what. Okay, well, it's actually just one big room, it looks like. With no, like, multiple levels or anything. Okay. I think there might be a bunch of, like, weird boxes and tables just, like, scattered everywhere. So we're making a little bit of a labyrinth of, like, negative spaces. Like, this isn't just an open plane, I'm pretty sure. And, like, this and this and this are not the only platforming spaces. And this nonsense. I'm pretty sure there's more. Let's go out and have a look. and see if we can get our bearings, and also see if this map really helps us at all. Do we need to say hello to the... Okay, there's a mark outside. Bookmark, motherfucker. Thank you, marker. So anyway, we'll be doing that. See already, there's a big central building here, I guess. And also a... Okay, so we can see already this big pile of chips here is not on the map. This level is sort of just like a whole bunch of little areas, like this big pile of chips just like scattered everywhere. Okay, I gotta say, don't love the fact that don't love the fact that there's stuff on the map that's not on the map. Rock Party is tired of shirt again. You're gonna change this, Rock Party? Excellent, very good. Can't wait to see that alert definitely work. That alert is definitely gonna work this time. Please work. Please work. About to pop up to the $10 level. After like a few more redemptions, I think. But, yeah, this has been very fun. Maybe it should just be $5. Maybe I can extend the early bird for like 20 shirts rather than 10, considering that there's 50 of them total. Like, I think that'd be fair. I think that'd be balanced, and I think it'd be good for the children. I think the children would like it. What the hell is that? Oh, you get tokens in this level. Okay, that's cute. I think that might mean there's more collectibles than in the previous area, actually. It looks like the donation has gone through, but I haven't seen an alert yet. I do wonder if I could go to the break. Is that going to confuse the thing? Whatever. I got you, Rock Party. Let me change shirts right now. Alright, this is an oldie, but a goodie. Look at this. It is Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, sort of like a polygonal style, riding a realistic ostrich. I love this shirt. I think this is one of the shirts I brought to Japan the first time I went to Japan, which does mean it's over 6 years old. Like I said, an oldie but a goodie. It's like maybe 8 or 10 years old, but it's one of my all-time favorites and one I have a lot of fond feelings for. Let's go. I'm going to set the preset 2, and let's go. Okay, this is the pattern matching thing. We all know this from, Ain't I a bastard? I should try to do it legitimately, honestly. We have so much time, I can just learn where the stuff is. I should have had a better look while I had the chance, instead of focusing on taking a screenshot. How much time really do we have? Is this like a tight timer? I think I saw this ghost, like, here. No, that's the red ghost. That's the snowman. Blue ghost. Snowman. These panels are harder to ground pound, and if you miss them, there's a bigger consequence than the panels in the last thing that we did over on Banjo-Kazooie side. Some basic stuff just doesn't feel quite as good here on this side. It's just not quite, it's subtle, but it's not quite as sharp. Like, just having it so that you could come off of a ground pound into walking the right direction would be a big improvement. Oh my god. 4 seconds! No! Fucking! Of all the times to miss the ground pound. Like I said, in Banjo-Kazooie, we would have gotten that. Even without any sort of hint. Okay, I'm memorizing a couple of them. These ones up top both go like this. Like, if you could just, like, ground pound and the unfurl, you could depend on, rather than having a good chance of falling into the cracks off that. That would be, big improvement. Like, it's the minor things, really. Like, this is... if I had to say my feelings of this game, it's like, yeah, it's alright. Doesn't really... There's like a million small things that are wrong with it, you know? It's like a death by a million cuts. Death by a million critiques. There's not like one big central issue that you can point to. It just doesn't measure up. Because it loses a point here and a point there. And... doesn't make me happy. I guess that's like the most brain-dead explanation I can give. Just like, yeah, I don't feel happiness when I'm playing this. I just feel like I'm doing stuff, you know? Is this discernibly different from the Banjo-Kazooie stuff that I was doing a couple minutes ago? I don't know. Maybe there's a good argument that it's just another form of it, you know? I'm not, like, always super skeptical of things that are different and just, like, new takes on old things. Like I said earlier, I've been playing the Lego Party. The Lego Party is... Best paper... The best... What is this? Like, ground pound to, like, make it go? And I wanna... Okay, I wanna, like, time it out. Oh, geez, these are, like, opposite style. These buttons do not go where you would think they would. Never been a big fan of, like, this sort of thing, honestly. What are we looking to do here? Is it fruits? Is it the guy? Oh, right, I fucking was looking at the wrong one again. But it's fine because it all worked out. Look for banana. Damn it. Wait, what? Oh, the guy stays in place once you get him. Well, that's nice. That's actually really nice. Thank you, game, for doing it like that. Not being a dick about it. Yay! That gives us coins. Who the fuck is that? Oh, that's us! That's us! I didn't even notice that was us! It just looked like a guy with a mask on from, like, a distance. From, like, this angle. It looked like a guy with, like a... You know the guys in Mario Odyssey that have the shades that go, like, you know, and they turn on their shades and they see invisible stuff? They look like the Easter Egg Island heads from, Dang. Will you fuck up, robot? I got more cards. Been a minute since we did a card. Why don't we do another card? Do another card here. Still looking forward, mostly, to Metroid Prime 4. That's right, Metroid Prime 4 is less than a week away now, and I'm mostly looking forward to it. Now, I will say, like, I am a little bit put off by what I've heard about the NPCs and stuff. Like, a little bit concerned, worried, etc. about that. But I still think it's going to be good. I'm still optimistic. I'm a little concerned about the NPCs and stuff, but that won't stop me from buying it. Are you gonna play in mouse mode? I'll try mouse mode. You know, I'll say, like, we'll be doing a stream on launch night, so I'll definitely try it. We'll definitely, like, give my impressions on it. But if I had to guess, like, does it have a traditional mode where it plays like Metroid Prime? I do like the traditional controls of Metroid Prime 1 and 2. And 3 is alright too as far as the controls go, though. I would probably prefer GameCube style to Wii style. Or even like the mods that add mouse control to the original game. The original 2. The original 3 maybe even. Hey buddy. Whatever you just said, I will do it. Yes, guide the Pagie or something. I remember this stuff feeling really weird. Like these challenges based on like jank feeling physics objects. Like Banjo-Kazooie would never fuck around with physics objects. I say that. Now we have a whole game in Donkey Kong Bonanza that's very much just like, physics objects, let's go! And it's fucking great. I guess, are there physics objects? Yes, you are literally uprooting the ground and turning it into physics jank. Well, you're not typically like rolling it down hills and making it do like, some stuff. I'll say first impressions here, the physics might be better on it now versus how it was originally. Might honestly be less jank than before. But it was, shit, fuck. Honestly, fuck. I'd rather just stand on the thing. I'd rather play the motion control minigame in Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 with the golf ball thing than have to like gingerly nudge around a physics ball situation. Like this is just a little bit cumbersome. Just go in the hole already. Don't fall off the edge. I also need to not fall off the edge. I would rather play the motion minigames of the golf-based motion minigames of Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 than do this. Though it's kind of maybe a little bit inoffensive generally. It's just a little bit annoying. It's more annoying than frustrating, honestly. There might be some ones that are more annoying than this elsewhere in the game. I remember this being a big part of the physics demo, the demo that they did, the playroom, and I played that and I was like, oh, this is garbage. You shouldn't. This physics thing isn't very good. Man, I should have installed that playroom demo and had it as like a thing that we can look at real fast just to see what really early Yooka-Laylee looked like and what the first signs of it, of like its eventual quality would be. Though again, I'll say I feel like this re-release, I am willing to upgrade my opinion to 3 out of 5. Like, this has been mostly inoffensive. The changes have been of real improvements. A real meaningful improvement. And, you know, I don't think it's I would not, downplay that. But I would also say, like, you know, it is very much a, okay game at best. If you're wondering, should I get it? It's like, you should get Windswept first. Definitely get Windswept first. And then, like, you know, we can talk about, There we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me my, Pagie piece. Then we can talk about this, you know? So yeah, this world is just a big mess of just everything everywhere. I have no idea where I am at any given time. I guess I will say, like, going back to it now, I can see that there is, like, a big fountain in the middle. That is technically a weenie. That is technically a landmark. I don't know. I've seen better landmarks, personally. Oh, fuck. I didn't know those were retracting. Well, we'll do it better next time. Just a big room with a big centerpiece. No, that's fine. It's a fine level. Could use a better map. And of course, when you don't have the map and don't know what the hell is going on, maybe one of the confusing ones. I'm excited about Metroid Prime 4. Look forward to the content next week about it. And, you know, personally, I'm looking forward to spending as much time as it takes to beat the game in the next, like, week or so, just playing it off stream and crap. I say that, I'm also planning a bunch of streams, like... Ah, fuck. It's gonna be hard to remember where the fuck that was. Didn't we have to, like, climb multiple things to get there? And the Pagie is, like, Lord knows where. The mark, the starting point. There's been some generous checkpoints so far in this. That was not a generous checkpoint. That was just literally... Hey, that's the last fast travel point you unlocked. It's the only fast travel point you've unlocked. Jeez, we have to do another slot machine? Hey, look. I don't know if they got the message here. I feel like DK64 with its slot machine minigames, they were kind of annoying every time. That you had to do it for Golden Banana. Same thing here. I don't want to pound slots. Whatever. I'm almost done. It's not that bad. I appreciate that it's at least nicer, but, like, instead of making it nicer, you could just remove it. And that would be maybe even more nice. That would be the nicest thing. Or make it just a one of. They couldn't have a casino level without a slot machine, I'll admit. But it could be more like Mario Odyssey's one. I say that. This predated Odyssey, same year as Odyssey. They couldn't just copy Odyssey if they wanted to at the time. But randomly thinking of the scene where in Kung Fu Panda where the guy's like, you can now. They could now. You know, the tiger guy, he's like, it wasn't my decision to make. It was Oogway's decision. And it's like, well, it's your choice now. Kind of rude thing to say after Master Oogway died, you know, just like, well, Oogway thought I was a dick and I did destroy his, did a bunch of stuff, but now you could decide to give me the award. I like Kung Fu Panda a lot. That's a great moment. Wasn't a very nice thing to say. He's the bad guy. He's allowed to say not nice things. Kind of fucked up things, just like, well, if you wanted this to all go away right now, make me the Dragon Warrior. Let's go. Sorry, it's pose time. Huh? Ha ha ha. That is funny. Oh, that's cute. I don't feel that strongly about this. Moving on. I got more cards. Let's do another card. Can I... Hang on. Can I first get up here? Yeah, I can. It's a little bit weird, but okay. Card. Consider, what shirts do I still need for my collection? Now, I'll say I've shown off a lot of shirts tonight. Well, that's a number, like less than 10, and I have like 50 in... I have 50 waiting to go. Well, 40-something waiting to go. Should a whole bunch of more redemptions come in. I'm thinking about discounting them all to the $5 price. I'm liking the $5 price, honestly, for a shirt change. That's a fun price for this gimmick. Thinking now, what holes still exist in my collection? What things do I need? Fuck it. I will say there's a lot of indie games that haven't gotten shirts yet, haven't gotten either fan gamer treatment or, you know, Yeti treatment, and I'd really like to see that. Indie games of the year, games I've really loved the hell out of. There's a bunch of them that I can think of, like, I don't have a Metaphor shirt, for instance. I will say I will look for a design, like, I'm not just gonna buy any Metaphor shirt, but I will buy it if it's really cool and good. Hey, there's another skull. I will buy a really good Metaphor shirt from Yooka-Laylee, from Fangamer or the Yeti, the two t-shirt stores I like. That would probably be my first pick. But there's a lot of other games that I have put like really high in my game of the year, whatever, etc., that I don't have shirt to represent. Like, I don't have a neon white shirt. I'd like one of those. I don't think I've had a Mass Effect shirt since I had one that was like the N7 shirt, and that was like over 10 years ago, and I don't think that shirt fits me anymore. I think that was around the time where I was still buying medium shirts, you know, for some reason. Who can say? Boy, it'd be a problem if Ozempic, if I ever get like diabetes and end up losing weight on Ozempic or something, probably just stay basically the same. That'd be fine. If so, I would have to get new shirts. That'd be a bummer. I would have to. Could I like get like 100 shirts like tailored after losing weight? That would probably be expensive. Like more expensive than just buying like a bunch of new shirts. Potentially. But yeah, you know, there's a bunch of games that I love that have not gotten any shirts before. Honestly, even ones from like big series, like I don't think I can think of a Mario Wonder specific shirt from Yeti or Fangamer. What the hell's the deal here? Well, maybe I have to like do one of these. No. Maybe I have to kill these guys. Maybe I have to ground pound on these guys. There's a lot of games I haven't gotten a shirt of, like a specific shirt. You know, like I could think of. I got a bunch of Metroid shirts, but mostly they're from like GDQs and stuff, so they'll be just like, you know, Super Metroid related, more or less. Like, I don't think I have a shirt that has, like, the X Parasites on it, or, like, anything that really represents Fusion specifically, nor any of the Prime games specifically. Like, I would really like a, like, Ing shirt, like, some sort of Metroid Prime 2 base shirt, just to show, like, I really like Metroid Prime 2 in particular. Hey, what are you doing here? We actually haven't met the final boss, right, at this point, so it's fine. Alright, so every 5 tokens is a Pagie. Aren't we mostly getting them in, like, increments of 5? So, is there really any need for this, like, nonsense? I bet in the original game, the conversion rate was more stiff, and, like, all these things that used to give, like, 5 tokens used to give, like, 1, and then, you know, put together they'd add up to 5. I bet you this game got a lot more Pagie friendly. Like, I'm curious. Yooka-Laylee, how many Pagies? Let's see. Like, we've gotten over 100 now. Low down thieves. So in the original game, there were 145 Pagies. Yooka-Replaylee, how many Pagies? There are 300 in Yooka-Replaylee. Okay, yeah, so they basically doubled the Pagie counts. Including cases where some Pagies turn from 3 into 1, some cases where multi-part Pagies now award a Pagie every single part of the quest. I think that's a good change. I definitely found the original game to be pretty... Every Pagie was like a lot to go through to get a Pagie at a certain point. And here, at the very least, it seems like, yeah, everything is straightforward. You don't have to collect, you know, 5 Jinjo equivalents to get a Jiggy. Just every one of them gives you one. Why not? More Odyssey-like for sure. There's another $5 from... Is that from, wait, no, I think that's just the $5 from previous. From, Rock Party. Or is it another 5? I think that's another 5. Is that another 5, Rock Party? Yes, okay, we got another t-shirt change, let's do it. I see on the thing that, we have a 5 from Rock Party and another 5. I believe these are 2 separate donations. Confused why it didn't show up previously, but whatever. Let's change shirts and get back to it. Alright, new shirt. Let's go. Here it is. It is Mario 64 shirt. Very cool Mario 64 shirts. I like this one a lot in its all its polygonal glory. I'm not really the biggest Mario 64 fan, honestly. I'd probably put it above this game for sure, for what it's worth, but Banjo-Kazooie was my 3D platformer of the N64, but this is a lovely shirt, and I really enjoy having it. I think it's so cool. I feel like it overcomes any sort of, like, hang-ups there. Let's continue. Thank you, Rock Party. More thoughts on shirts. I'll say there's one really obvious... Well, first, hang on, let me just look. What shirts here, what games here would I like a shirt of? A Ghost Trick shirt would be really nice. I can just look through here and see. I don't have a Sea of Stars shirt. I'd like one of those. An Inscription shirt would be cool. Death's Door and Pentiment, sure, get shirts of those. Super Hot would be really cool as a shirt. Nobody Saves the World. Tinykin! I'd get a Tinykin shirt. Like a bunch of those little green dudes. Hey, Storm Trippin', what's up? I'm just right now talking about what shirts I would like. Games where I would like shirts from. Vampire Survivors, that'd be cool on a shirt, right? Maybe? Super Bonk also might be cool on a shirt. I have like 1 or 2 Hades shirts. I could use more Hades shirts. Cocoon is really cool. That could use a shirt. There's a bunch of games here where I could definitely use... Oh, do I not have a Hitman shirt? How do I not have a Hitman shirt? Yeti, get on it. Print me a Hitman shirt. What's on the Hitman shirt? Kruger? Put the guy in the makeup? I don't know. Just have, like, a chef with an axe? I don't know. That's up to you. Ask your artist. I would buy a Welcome Tour shirt because it would be funny to me. Also a Clubhouse game shirt. I would. If they offered me one, I would get it. That's really dumb, though. One more type of shirt that I really need, which is just, there are some certain characters from games that are otherwise pretty well represented that I realized that I don't have single shirts of. Like, I don't have a Luigi shirt. And I recently have come onto the, I've realized recently that I would really like a shirt that just had Luigi on it. You know, to express my support for Luigi from Mario Brothers. Yes, the Mario Brothers character, Luigi. I would love a shirt from Yeti or Fangamer that just had Luigi on it. And that's it. Just a cool Luigi. Maybe he makes his, like, Bang Bang pose from, God, that would fly off the shelves. Just like Luigi going like Bang Bang, like in Mario, like in Smash Brothers. In the Smash Brothers game, his taunt, one of his taunts, that'd be so good. I also realized that I don't have a K. Rool shirt. How is it that I don't have a K. Rool shirt? I don't know, but no representation for K. Rool in my shirt lineup. That's criminal. K. Rool's awesome. Someone make a K. Rool shirt. The spoiler is the. Are we good? Can we say it? Feel like the spoiler zone might be passing for certain recent things. But I will say no more, say no more. I will say no more of that, but yes. Hey, Storm Trippin', how's it going? This is Extra Life. We are, having a decent whole time. I will say we have, let's do a little recap right here. While I know that there are relatively new people dropping in. We are doing Extra Life for the children and all that. The incentives include switching t-shirts, which I've already switched t-shirts like 8 times so far. That's been fun. And also incentives to play Banjo-Kazooie and Sonic 06. We played 2 worlds of Banjo-Kazooie so far at the early bird price. And no Sonic 06 yet, though I have decided to count my donation of $50 as a Sonic 06 redemption, so after we're done with this world, we will go to Sonic 06 and do some Sonic 06. So if you like Sonic 06, no you don't. Come on. If you like seeing Sonic 06, I've not beaten Sonic 06, but I do believe it is well known as a bad game. Personally, I have no opinion because I have not played it, and I can't judge a game before I've played it. Actually, I played like part of the first level. I can judge a game after I played part of the first level. It seems like ass, judging from the first level. Seems like a real piece of shit. It is not a great game, says Storm Trippin'. True. Yes. Anyway, this is all in support of the children. My local children's hospital. I'm hoping we can get to the get to 250. And I'll say, just like looking at the totals, we are halfway there now, and we are a little over halfway through the stream as well. We have gotten to 125. What is the gimmick here? What am I doing? What am I pulling? I don't know, but I won. I don't know what happened. You know what? It's pachinko or something. You're not supposed to know. That's not a game that uses logic. We out. Moving on. Yeah, this whole world is just like a mess of random little areas that aren't really connected in any way. And also just like on a completely flat space with no holes in it. I do think it's kind of one of the more bizarre levels and one of the more just like, why did you do it this way type things. Oh, I see the combinations on the left. So I need to shoot. The aiming does not feel good, by the way. It feels more competent than, like, you know, really dated, aged N64 aiming for what it's worth, but by modern, it just does not feel snappy to aim. Oh, do we have to, like, shoot another thing? How you doing? I hope y'all have had a great Black Friday. And, duck, red, green, yellow. Duck, red, green, yellow. Duck, red, green, yellow. Duck, red, green, yellow. Excuse me while I try to remember what that said. Duck, red, green, yellow. Duck. Duck. Wait, did that not do anything? Is it another? Oh, crap. There's some stuff up there. Game. I don't really have a good line of sight here. I can't aim at the duck. What does it expect us to do? What? You can... Duck, red, green, yellow. I will say, after so much Yooka-Replaylee, it'll be nice to get some perspective and appreciate a game that is dog shit, broken, bad, terrible. I'll say, I think this game fell short for me for a lot of little reasons, and they've arguably improved a lot of those that make it, like, you know, a better example of a platformer now. You know, I've said previously this stream, I think I am willing to upgrade Yooka-Laylee from a 2 out of 5 to... God damn it! Oh, these just... God damn it! From a 2 out of 5 to a 3 out of 5. I'm willing to say it's not horse crap. It's, like, okay. It's very, sauceless is how I would describe it. Generally. It's a generally sauceless game. Insufficient sauce. Okay, green, red, duck, pink, green, red, duck, pink, and then the last one is the dinosaur. How many do I need to get in here before I'm satisfied? Shit, man, we've gotten like 6 already? We've only gotten 6 so far all the time we spent here. We get 20. I get 20, we'll do some Sonic 06. I mean, I'll say I think we can, right at this point, go to the next level. So technically we can leave anytime we want. Red, green, blue. We can technically leave anytime we want, but, but, you know, we gotta go the distance, we gotta do the thing. How about another card? I feel like I've already given my, answer as far as the last card goes. Hang on. Actually, you know what? We should pay full attention here. Dinosaur. Pink, red, blue, yellow. Pink, red, blue, yellow. Dinosaur. Pink. Red. Blue. Fucking. Blue. Yellow. Yay! We did it! And that's another Pagies worth of those little token fuckers. Cool. This world is just a big mess of just everything in everything direction. And the map literally doesn't show anything but the table and the green. and like this area here and that area over there. Roll up. I remember there being a really hard race involving the flying gimmick in this level. Of course, I feel like with this remake and so much having changed, like, it's possible that a lot of like little crappy little things were just replaced wholesale, which, you know what? Honestly, like, more credit to them that they were willing to like scrap a lot of the garbage parts, assuming that I'm not just misremembering and saying like, oh, you know, I remember some really crap garbage part that made me feel bleh about the whole thing. I feel kind of bleh about the whole thing. This game. In general. Very bad game. You know, at best, At best, is where I'd come in so far. But again, you know, definitely upgraded. Definitely, I'm more positive. Me saying, that was weird. Look at that. I was able to land on this little edge here. Look at this. Look at this. You should put like a solid invisible wall when it comes to like scenery objects like this to prevent weird jank. Some of these seem to have that, but not these. Maybe they move. These things might be moving, which might make that harder to do. No, I think these are just wind things. I don't think these move. Gotta do better. I don't know. I get the feeling that we're not gonna make this one. Some of these have been really tight in the past, and that's annoying. I didn't start immediately. Yeah, that was close, but no banana. These are very much like the ones in Odyssey, and I'm gonna guess. I think these are new. I think these are new. But like I do think, unlike the ones in Odyssey, they're a little tightly timed. Like you really have to be going at full speed, perhaps even faster than full speed, and get every single collectible without missing a coin through perfect rolling to win. Look at that, we did it. We did exactly what I said we had to do using skill. I'm not saying I can't do it, just that it's annoying. And better in Odyssey. I mean, most things are better in Odyssey. In general, Odyssey is one of the best games of all time. And I do think trying to imitate Odyssey as much as possible is very much in Yooka-Laylee's benefit. But obviously, like, you know, it is very much a Odyssey we have at home situation. It's a 3 out of 5 now. It's okay. Probably better off playing Bonanza, or Odyssey, or, I'm gonna say Super Kiwi 64, or Tinykin. There are better platformers. Wish there were more of them, I say, while scathing one of the few 3D platformers this year. I do, though. I do wish there were more of them. That would be lovely good if there were ones that were as good as the top dogs. They gotta be good. That's the one thing. I think I gotta... Is this right? Go up here. Make a bubble. Do a thing. The green coins had a bug on release. Hey, Robert Corwin, how you doing? They appear to have fixed it before. Spending a long time in a level rendered green challenges impossible. What do you mean? Did they, like, get really, like, the timing got fucked up? I will say, I did have one in the first world that seemed way too long, or way too quick. Like, I was just not able to get around, even if doing it perfectly, doing perfect rolls. It seemed like I would have to do, like, a roll dash or something. That bug might still be in there. But also I'll say, I did just do a patch right before. The earlier issue was before the patch came online, earlier today. How you doing, Corwin? I'll say again, for those just joining, the timing got fucked up. Yeah, the floating point issue they had to fix. Interesting. We might be able to go and do that collectible from earlier. Great, now I can't do like a YouTube short of being frustrated by that because I know now it was a glitch. Well, I can if I include this part where I say, oh, it's fixed now. Apparently it's fixed now. Woo woo. Hey, hey. And if I go back later and do it, we'll see where the night takes us. We still got 5 hours of the stream left. Doing good, and thanks. I'll say I've been playing this for the first time since the original. Let me say, I was never the biggest fan of the original. I say I kind of low-key hated it. I think the improvements they've made here bring it to a 3 out of 5. You've earned 1 extra star. I think it's okay now. That's my opinion so far right now. There's another patch this week. Oh, okay. Well, I'll say, like, is there like a Platonic Discord? I don't want to be in a Platonic Discord, honestly, as like a noted hater of the first game. Oh, hey, there's another one. I would describe myself as a noted hater of the original. The Impossible Lair was alright. I would say Impossible Lair was like a high 3 out of 5, low 4 out of 5, if I had to say. I feel like Impossible Lair, the levels were really too long, and the, I would agree with that. I think I said that exact same thing earlier, Robert, which is that, like, yeah, if it launched like this, like, looking exactly like this, feeling exactly like this, all these quality of life things, like, yeah, the narrative would be way flipped on it. I do feel 10 years later as, like, a make good, it's okay. No more, no less than just, pretty basic, yeah, it's your pretty basic make good. That's not really something that happens, honestly. Where did those guys go? Did you see that? Look at that. There were guys, and then there were not. Did they fall through the floor? It doesn't matter. I don't want there to be guys because I want to be able to go about life unencumbered. I'll say towards the end we should pull up like a change log or like a list of like everything that's changed because I am curious like how much of this stuff is brand new. I think a lot of it. And how much has been removed. I think kind of a lot. Because there's a lot of stuff that was bad that I remember that I haven't seen this time around, where I am like legitimately wondering like, am I misremembering, or just like, nah man, they changed a lot. They knew it needed work, and they put in that work. I do think, again, obviously, the discount was appreciated since you had the original. I'm not sure I got that discount. I got it just off the Nintendo store. I'm sure if I gotten off Steam using, maybe I would have done. I think I do have a Switch copy of Yooka-Laylee, but I'm not sure if it counted because it was, you know, through like the Kickstarter code or whatever. My PC version. If you're wondering why I have 2 versions of a game I didn't like, well, I backed it, and I got those as rewards. I backed at the $100 level. You know, if you're wondering if that whole t-shirt gimmick can be tied into Yooka-Replaylee and Yooka-Laylee that we've been doing, you know, it's been a fun gimmick this whole stream. Robert, let me give you for context. Here are the donation incentives. We're doing Extra Life. Switching shirts is one of them. Here's a way to make the switching shirts gimmick make sense. For 100 pounds, I got a Yooka-Replaylee shirt, and in like the last 10 years, it is the only shirt that I've gotten rid of because I didn't like the game. I would never want to put it on my body, and I kind of wish I knew where it was because it would be fun to have as like a premium shirt switching option. I mean, to like make up for it would have to be big and expensive, and it'd have to like replace all the other shirt switching. So what, would it basically have to be as expensive as all the other ones put together? That doesn't make sense. That's not a good incentive to offer, but there is a t-shirt link between Yooka-Replaylee and there's a link between Yooka-Replaylee and t-shirts for this gimmick to work. But really, I don't have to make that excuse. It's just a fun gimmick to have. Also, we could play some Banjo-Kazooie or Sonic 06. We played 2 Worlds of Banjo so far, and we are going to do some Sonic 06. I am counting my own donation as a Sonic 06 one. I did a 50 before the stream. Let's go. No, it doesn't. You need to buy the remake on the same platform. I have Yooka-Laylee on the Switch, but I didn't buy it. I got it as part of the Kickstarter. You know, it was an incentive and all. So it was a code thing. It was like 20 bucks though, and it's fine, you know. I wanted to try it out of like morbid curiosity, all that. And my morbid curiosity has been sated. I'm feeling quite sated 7 hours in. I feel like I have a very refined opinion of this game. I'll say if, like, we got enough Sonic 06 redemptions right now to, get us to the end of the stream somehow, or, like, Banjo-Kazooie, same story, I feel like we'll have seen enough of this game to really, have an opinion, feel a way about it. And also, like, I would probably never play it again. Honestly, probably never gonna play it again after tonight. Let me say, like, I think we've gotten, like, what, 100 Pagies? That was enough to finish the original game, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, like, how many Pagies do you need to finish the game now? In the remake here? It was, like, 60, it was, like, if there's 140 Pagies, you need 100 of them to finish the game. I did not get that far. The remaining, like, Pagies were all too much of a pain in the ass for me to want to do, honestly, in the original game. But if it's, like, less than half of the Pagies in the whole game to finish, which, again, is another bit of, like, we looked at Odyssey and we realized we made a mistake type design change. That would be rad. I think that'd be good. I would support that. It's funny, Bonanza requires 0. Bonanza, literally, you go to the end game with 0 golden bananas, you're fine, you're good. I mean, you don't have that many hearts, but you can do it, and we will do it later. Let's do a card. Been a bit since we did a card. Let's pop a card. I got 2 ideas for next thing. Getting all the Pagies is a pain in the neck. You did it, unfortunately. In the new one or the old one, or both. 2 ideas for Extra Life next year. Here's my 2 ideas. 1, last year we did a bunch of Xbox 360 games. We did a bunch of Xbox 360 games, oh boy. We did a bunch of Xbox 360 games for 12 hours, like 22 of them over, how many to finish the game, though, Robert? Not the full 300, just like, just end game, fighting the dude, etc. Here's my 2 ideas. 1, this is an idea I've had for a while. I want to do a Xbox 360 stream part 2, but this time I will have acquired 120. Okay, that's not bad. We could totally finish this tonight, actually, at this rate. Yeah, that's nice. That's improved. Definitely big improved over the first one, let me say. We just basically need 20 Jiggies, 20 Pagies from the last. Could you Google? I'd appreciate that, because if I know we need like 20, then like, shit, I could probably cash in after right now, get to 100, and then get 20 from the next world, and I think that'd be a fair way to do this. Yeah. Here are my 2 ideas. 1, an Xbox 360 Extra Life Part 2. This time it's Kinect. I would get a Kinect, and I would get, like, you know, off eBay, a bunch of Kinect games. Just like 12 hours of motion control bullshit. That's like the bad kind of motion control that everyone rejected. Things like Kinect Sports, like, motion sports, whatever the fuck. We'll play some weird shit and have a good time with that. 12 hours of that would probably be a strain on my body, and also I would have to consider the microphone situation. How do I mic myself so that I can move around and do all the you know, jumping jacks or whatever the hell I'm gonna have to do for 12 hours. Physically might be a strain as well. Oh, I think I understand now what happens. You pull this switch, and then it releases balls wherever the thing up top is when you pull it. And then you win or don't win. We won. 120 confirmed. Okay, you know what? We've gotten, I think, not that many from this world. We've gotten like 11 from this world, but we can totally... Let's get 12, and then we'll, let's get a few more. Let's get a few more. And meanwhile, let me talk through the ideas that I have, because I haven't finished my thought yet. The thought I was having. Okay. So Kinect Extra Life, that's one idea. I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be a good thing for charity. I don't know what kind of incentives I would do. Could I do a changing shirt incentive on that as well? I could probably do that again for next year. That's been a kind of a success this year. I think next year we'll just charge 5 throughout the whole thing, not have it jump up to 10. And in fact, I think I will make it. I will extend the $5 ones to the $20 to the 20th redemption here, because I am thinking I would like to see some more early birds. I feel like let's encourage that. 1 second. Let me noodle with the numbers a little bit on the Extra Life site. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say right here, right now. I'm gonna say the early bird T-shirt thing. I am raising to 20 in quality. I am adding an extra 10 at the $5 level. And of course that means I have to take 10 away from the other level. There's now 30 of the non-$10 level. Perfect, of the thing. You never went to the 3rd level in the OG? Really? Game had too many flaws and you got so annoyed so bad? Yeah, it was a bad game, for sure. I got to the last world, though. I pushed through. I goddamn pushed myself to go the distance with the original Yooka-Laylee. And, you know, I didn't manage it. I got as far as, like, the last world, and then, like, couldn't pull myself to get the last Pagies required for the final boss, which, again, was, like, more than half of the Jiggies in the game. In this case, it's a little less than half of the Jiggies and the Pagies in this game. Let's go over here and do whatever this is. I feel like that's a good idea. What? Oh, it's like you can redirect a laser. That's weird. Like, Invisible Girl. from My Hero Academia. Literally. Pretty directly, actually. Same power, same use case. You're more masochistic than me? Clearly, look at me. I'm doing a 12-hour stream of a remake of a game I didn't like. Sight unseen. Like, what if it was equally still as bad as before? Well, it'd be funnier if it was, honestly. I think it's funny when games are bad sometimes. To that end, let me say, the Extra Life idea I have for next year. This game is one of my least favorite games, but was like a 2 out of 5. You know, it wasn't like abysmal. It wasn't trying to be a bad game. But let me say, a game that was trying to be a bad game next year, what if, Paper Mario Sticker Star. Either Paper Mario Sticker Star, just like that one game, or like Paper Mario Sticker Star, every time I get through a world, I switch to like the next one. Let's say, for sake of example, you know, like go to Color Splash, which I've never played before, you know, because the first one was bad. And then go to Origami King, which again, never played because the first one was bad. That is an idea I have. Not sure if I really want to invest in like both of those other bad games potentially, but like I do think that'd be really interesting. And like, you know, I would say I feel like there's a lot more raw feeling towards the Paper Mario sequels and a lot more just understanding of just like when you see Sticker Star, you know it's like a masochist thing. You know it's like, oh buddy, this is it. This is a you know, you know what I mean? Like this is an event. This is gonna be a whole thing. Ha ha ha. You know, it's funny. You get the idea right away, whereas with Yooka-Laylee, it's like, well, some people thought it was good. And some people think it's good now. It's okay, to be clear. Again, it's like a good 3 out of 5. You don't necessarily get like, oh, this is a masochist situation right here. In fact, what you get is like, we'll go to 50. We're gonna go to 50. So we'll get one more set of 5 here, and then we'll move on to the next world. I think that is fine. I think that is good. So that'll be another 10, basically, and that'll get us up to 17 in this world, or 18 in this... Yeah, 17. 16 is fine. Let's just go cash out. I'm ready to cash out here. And yeah, we have 104. We just need 16 left. We just need 16 more to beat the game, apparently. Shit, I've never seen the end of this game, so that is really very interesting. They did make it easier. They did make it better. This is a lot more playable and a lot more fine than the original game. Excellent. I'm going to return to Hivory Towers, and with that, I think it is time to start switching to the next thing. Like I said, I'm going to count my my own donation of $50 as one of the early bird Sonic 06 redemptions. So, we will get to see a level of Sonic 06. Yes, good. I need to turn on my Xbox because it turned off by itself as it was idling. I'm going to go to the menu just so it's not running this whole time it's off screen. But yeah, let me switch over. This might be a little awkward. Like I said, it turned off between games. It turned off while we were waiting for it to come up. So, it might not be there immediately, but let's go. My controller is still connecting. It literally turned the Xbox 360 on, but it still is taking a second to boot up and stuff. And it's pulling up the menu. It's being pretty slow. Yes, sign in, please. Can I also, before we get into Sonic 06, can I change this so it doesn't go to sleep by itself? I need to not do this every time we need to switch to Sonic 06. Like, ideally, it's just waiting for me to go there and hit a button. So let me go to settings real fast. Where the hell are the settings? System. Yes, console settings. Shutdown. The auto off. Disable. Thank you. Okay, good. It will not turn itself back off. You love the 360? So do I. But there's something I don't like here on the 360. What is not to like about the 360? We all like the 360, but it is time to play something that the 360 is not proud of, perhaps. It is Sonic Team's 2006 opus, Sonic 06. And I am counting my own $50 donation as one level of that. That's right. For $50, you can make me play a second level, which, I don't know how long that'll take. I'll say, like, the end of, Replaylee kind of seems like in sight, but we could use a little bit of delaying. We still got, like, over 4 hours left of the stream, so let's go, let's do it. Here we are, Sonic 06. And I'll say, we should probably watch the cutscenes. At this point, the night is the way the stream's been going, we should watch the cutscenes. Again, if you want more of this, more than a single level, $50 a pop, basically, is what it comes down to right just now. And I'll say, if, like, let's say, God forbid, it takes more time to redeem those things than time we have tonight, I will do a follow-up stream, let's say tomorrow. Say tomorrow? Sure, say tomorrow, where I go the distance on the redemptions. No Yooka-Laylee during that stream if that were to be the case, but
it's all right.
Definitely more of this. Are Sonic games supposed to have humans? No. Other than Eggman. Eggman's okay.
Guide and watch over us with your eternal light.
Let me be clear, if those who do not know, this is not a very good game. This is considered by many to be... Whoa, is that loud? Some of the stuff might be loud, looking like it's getting into the yellow. I can adjust. How's the audio? A little loud. Let me take it down a notch. I'll put it back up after the scenes end.
A pleasure to meet you at last, Princess of Soliana.
So no, they're not supposed to have humans. It is weird. This game is bad. The worst Sonic game? Would you say? I know they're doing on Blake Club. Giant Bomb's Blake Club feature where they play bad games. They're doing Knuckles Chaotix as another one of those, another Blake Club game, but I do believe Sonic 06 is worse than that. It is the nadir of a series of games that were kind of like going generally downhill, generally. You know, from Shadow the Hedgehog. Sonic Heroes is like okay. Shadow the Hedgehog is like bad, and then this came, and it's like worse. You know? Like, just downhill trend. Downhill trend. He's Sonic, Sonic the Hedgehog. This is Extra Life. Let's do this. I have to finish the level, by the way. I can't give up midway. I also have to get to the level. I did play a bit of this last year, also as part of Extra Life. Last year was the Xbox 360 Extra Life, and I had this as like a donation incentive. Probably too much money for an hour of Sonic 06. Didn't end up getting redeemed, but we did start it as like a tease of what could be. We did play a little bit of the first level until such time as I gamed over. And I think I didn't save, so
Why are you helping me?
I have no save from then. We can't continue from then. Man, the cutscene is long, huh? So, Sonic saved the princess. He's gonna kiss her on the lips. It's not weird.
I'm afraid our little game ends
Yeah,
now.
it is a little weird. Okay, take it easy. Have a good one.
Take this!
Also, the last time I played this, I had the visual settings on my 360 fucked up. So it was like interlaced incorrectly.
I know.
Now it's being captured beautifully, in beautiful
It's only a
HD.
matter of time before it's mine. Until then,
Doesn't it look
hold
nice?
on to it for me.
This will make us appreciate Yooka-Re-Playlee and understand that we could be playing a worse game. That said, like, my morbid curiosity is making me excited. Honestly, I'm kind of excited to play more of this worse game than I am playing, like, an okay game. You know, maybe that's the secret of Blight Club. It's more fun to just play something abjectly horrible and laugh at how horrible it is than to go like, this is okay. This is alright. This isn't bad. It doesn't excite me. I feel nothing, but... yeah, bad games are good content, I agree. And that is why I sometimes offer Sonic 06 as like a whole thing. At some point in my life, we should do the whole of Sonic 06. And I'll say if I ever like have as a sub goal or something, just God, oh my God, the camera is worse than I remember. So look how slow it is. First off, second off, know that it is inverted. Both on the XY and both on the X and the Y, and yeah, it sometimes it does stuff by itself. Oh Lord. Didn't it take Dan a long time to finish this? I don't know, man, but I kind of want to do a whole playthrough of this, but I'm pretty sure I can't do it other than as an incentive. It has to be an incentive. It's so good, it has to be some sort of incentive. I'll say this. If we hit...
I'm glad you're here.
if we hit our goal...
I heard that you tried to save their princess from
Should I offer it? Should I offer full playthrough? I will offer full playthrough of Sonic 06, and I will have to start fresh. I will have to start at the start if we do full playthrough of it, because that would suck more for me, and that's funnier. If we get not to the goal, not to 250, if we get to 300, let's go a little farther than the goal. If we get to 500, I will do all 3 arcs, all 3 chapters. Does that make sense? Maybe I'll space them out, you know? We'll do Sonic's campaign, then I'll do something else that's fun, you know? And then we'll do Shadow Knuckles and all. I am offering this right now for the kids. It's a good idea to...
Sonic, there's a nice store in this town. It might help you find a way to cross the sea.
This feels like total fucking dog shit, by the way, if you were wondering. My God.
This is a silver medal. They are scattered all over Soliana. It may be hard.
The camera is part of it, but also just... Sonic starts and stops so quickly, and, like... It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. I don't know how to say this. I would love to test your shoes, Robert. Yes, yes, yes. I would love to. $50 for the second level. And, more. Available now. Available now. And if we get to $300, I will commit to doing the full thing. Not next month. Time to beat 15 hours. I could do that in 3 streams, honestly. I do 5-hour streams sometimes. That's not too bad, honestly. I can do it. I mean, the part where it's awful is that the game is awful, and it's miserable to play. But, like, I don't know, man. It's funny to me, though. What if it's funny to me? Let me just say, offering right now, if we get the $300... Let me go to the... Tell you what, let me go to the actual site, and I'll put a milestone. Is the milestone only for, like, partial goals? Like, can you set a milestone for bigger than your current, goal? What? Let me see. Let me see if I can add an incentive. Can I add a milestone to the extra life right here? Let's see. I think there's such a thing as milestones, right? I am not 100% sure how that works. Let me see here. Manage your milestone. Okay, I will add a milestone. $300, and that'll be full Sonic 06 playthrough next year. I'll say, it'll be next year. Sonic campaign, Sonic 06, Sonic campaign playthrough next year. Save milestone. Oh, it has to be less than your fucking overall goal. That's dumb. I'd rather have a stretch goal than a thing. Let me just say. I'll say adding a stretch goal here. I'm just gonna post to the Discord real fast. Adding a stretch goal here. If I raise up to $300, I will play through Sonic's campaign. Sonic 06 next year. 500, all 3 campaigns. Lock that in. Lock that in. Committed. Committing right now. This is okay. I have hit enter, and let me say that in the Discord too. I'll say that in announcements. I just realized I misspelled stretch goal on the Discord post. I'll post it to the Giant Bomb Extra Life Discord. And I'll also post it to one other Discord that that might be interested in such things. I'll post it to there as well. If anyone else wants to, you know what, also post it to Game Mess as well. Okay, there we go. That's enough. No one else. I feel like a lot of Discords don't have the necessary context for knowing that this is a good stretch goal and one that would make me miserable in hopefully a fun way. I bought this damn thing last year. I would like to play it in full. I will offer that right here and now. Next year, though. Not this year. I already have plans all set up for, Jesus. The camera moves a lot as you move around, too. Oh, God, the air control is ass. Oh, my God. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Amazing! They performed exactly as I thought. My custom shoes are complete. Wait, that had nothing to do with lightspeed dashing. But that is the lightspeed dash. This is how you get the lightspeed dash, right? I'll say, by the way... all this in-between stuff does not count. You get this for free as part of your level redemption. I should probably save. I need to remember, an important thing about this game is that you need to save between bullshit. If you run out of lives, you're back to the last save. There's no auto-saves. To be clear, like, Sonic Adventure 2 did not have that problem. It is a, like, 5... It was like 5... Maybe more if you consider the Dreamcast version. It was like an old game at that time, so... This game really had no excuse. I am confused.
Sonic, there's a nice store in this town.
Wait, so the custom shoes were not the light shoes? They were just... By the way, you can't, like... No, there's no camera options. There's no invert everything option.
Hey.
Hey, give me the light chip. Yeah, okay, that's how light... How like light speed works in this game. You buy a chip. Beautiful. I'll also say I've already committed to February being randomizer month. I hope I can get through a single campaign of Sonic 06 in January if that is if either of the redemption things is redeemed, because yeah, that'd be a hell of a thing. You know, that'd be a hell of a thing to do. You gotta finish the fight before you move on to randomizer month, where it's all randomizers all the time for a whole month.
Hurry and save Elise.
All right, here we go. First level. Oh, wait a minute. Can I? Wait. Wait! Wait! So if I enter a level and want to quit and save, and want to do a save, I cannot. I either have to beat the level, and if I die, I can't go back and do a save. And I can't, like, go back to the hub and save right now. And all I can do is start over, which costs me a life. Ah! I'll have to redo everything if I fail this. So I guess let's be really good at the video game. We did kind of quite a bit to get here. Oh, man. Thus is the horror of Sonic the Hedgehog 06. It's not bad enough it's a really horrible feeling game, but also its save system is just like the worst imaginable. God. And we gotta beat the level.
If you jump just as you land on a wall, you can jump off of it.
We gotta beat the level, so if we die, we have to go back in. We have to do everything over again. Oh, this blows. This blows. I am having a good time, though. I feel awake. I feel alert. I feel like $1 million. I feel like on a certain level, I'd rather be playing this horror than just like, you know, perfectly adequate Yooka-Re-Playlee at a good solid 3 out of 5. How's the audio, by the way? Do you like it? Let me give it a little bit more. Yeah. Don't shoot me, man. I'm adjusting the audio. Let's go, like, there. Yeah, I think that's about right. This game is a lot louder than the other two, I'll say. I gotta adjust it way further down than either of the other ones. Like at, like, 18 decibels negative. Or the other ones are, like, 14, 15. It's not important. volume is such an arbitrary thing. Some games are louder, some games are less loud. Eh. There's the whale! Wow, it's just like Sonic Adventure, the good game. We're being chased by a whale and having a good time. Wow! Oh, we gotta like jump repeatedly, and it's weird and janky. And now we're riding the whale, and it's right, yeah, you gotta
Hey, Sonic, I'll be right back.
play as Tails now, right. I will say I got a good distance into this level the last time I played it, during last year's Extra Life, but I died, and then we moved on to the rest of that event, the rest of that marathon. The rings are physics objects. Wait, no, it's just like the fake rings that dude is throwing, Tails is throwing. I remember so vividly the camera stuff. I am ready for the camera to try to fuck me. I am not ready for the boardwalk to try to fuck me. That's a new one. That, was that because I threw a projectile at the boardwalk? Might have been. Might have been. Am I supposed to fight these clowns? God. Such a slow, shitty attack. If you hold it down, you get to aim. You get to go into first-person view and aim your fake ring box attack. I guess maybe there's a strategy there in like staying back and being like, okay, I'm gonna snipe these guys. What the hell is going on here? The platform. Whoa! Wait, what are we doing? Are we just jumping? Are we just jumping? No, wait, no, this is where I came. This is where I came from. I think I got turned around. This is not the way forward, this is the way back. Up. Up must be the way forward. Okay.
Thank you, Tails. You saved me.
You're welcome, Sonic. There's more Sonic stuff. We're not done yet. This level continues. I'm pretty pleased. I'm pretty pleased, honestly.
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
Oh god, yeah, this part is weirdly, uncontrollably fast. This is where I died last year. The one time I played this game. I didn't don't jump.
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
Well, if I die, I'm also not gonna make it, so jot that down, Sonic. Consider.
Darn, we're not gonna make it. Let's speed up.
Sonic. I got rings, and then I also got hit at the same time. What hit me? So I'm still I was at death's door. Now I'm not. Now, my reflexes! I'm sorry.
Let's speed up.
Part of me just said, oh, end of the thing. Jump. But that's wrong. And that'll get me killed. Don't jump. I'm taking my hand off the A button. Yeah. Oh, I need to hit A to jump. The camera is slow. It takes you a second to show that you have to jump again.
What?
Yeah, what? There's robots. I've never seen this. This is progress. This is new. Come on! You gotta jump, Sonic! When I hit A button, I expect you to jump. Can I run up this rampy thingy? Yes, I can. Okay, good, 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 good. Tell me that's the end! Fuck yeah, we got through. Died a couple times, but we're alive, and we're going to remember from here on out, save. Save every time you do something. Save before you go into a level.
Just made it.
I know, right, Sonic? I know. Man, if y'all want to redeem a couple more of those, I would like it. I feel like that'd be fun and interesting and different. If you wanted to see more Banjo-Kazooie, that's cheaper. That's cheaper, better, etc. Let me save. Okay, good. It actually offers me a save, so I will definitely remember every time I beat a level to save. Let me check the donations, make sure that no alerts got swallowed again. Looks like no alerts got swallowed. We're good. We're up to date.
It looks like the princess was moved to another location. Let's head back to the city.
I would really like to play more. Genuinely, I'd like to see another batshit insane level. But that is all we can do right now. Oh, Lord. I would like... Y'all should really... You know, it's for a good cause. It's for the children. Y'all should really redeem a couple more of those. Honestly, I've come out of Sonic 06 not feeling so much... I mean, I do feel like, in my heart of heart, like, yeah, you know, Yooka-Laylee, Yooka-Replaylee, it feels good to play. Its camera isn't broken. It is a functional video game. But, like, wrestling with it is kind of funny to me in a way that is just so... makes me feel alive, you know? Save. 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 I'm okay with you overwriting any data that you want. Sonic 06. It's your damn data, after all. Let me pause that. Put the controller... I'm just going to turn the controller off, save some battery and all that. If you want to see more of that, like I said, like I've been saying, it is a donation incentive. You could also get more of Banjo-Kazooie and more Sonic 06. Is $50 too much? Maybe it should have been $40 for early bird Sonic 06. It might get more harder. It might get more stuff in between levels, the more redemptions of that we were to get, but, you know, it's cool and good. Let's take it down and go back to, what we're actually supposed to be playing right now. As far as, like, the main event of this stream. Yooka-Re-Playlee. I have changed the game. I have adjusted the audio. I think we are good. Ooh, gotta get used to the normal camera controls now. Wow, they work, and they go in the right direction, the direction you would expect controls to go in. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's, keep on a truckin'. Want me to do the invisible gimmick? Also, I think I don't actually need to do much here. We're back to Yooka-Laylee. Back to Yooka-Replaylee. And I'll say the plan right now is to go to the space world. The space world is unlocked. We have enough Pagies to go do it. And, from what I understand, we are just like 16 pages from being able to finish this game, which is a big improvement over the other one, the original, where you had to get like, first off, there were half as many Pagies in that game, and you had to get like over half of them to beat the game, whereas in this one, you need to get 120 out of 300, which is a lot less demanding and a lot less, a lot more cool. Is this something? I don't know if this is something, but let's just try to do this whole cave. I mean, if we do one of these before we go into the world, we'll just have one less. If there's a Pagie here, we'll just have one less that we need to get elsewhere. I, never finished the original game, like has been said. You know, just, was sort of a struggle to do so and all that, because of how much like pulling teeth getting a single Pagie was towards the end game, when you had to get like over half of them and get like every single one, and there were no hints, no nothing. A lot of the friction has been removed here. I think that that is great. What was... I'm not gonna worry about that. Not gonna worry about that. Let's just get to the level, which I think is over here-ish. This looks right. This looks like it. Man, the map... It's nice having a map and all, but wow, it is pretty confusing to just look at out of context. Is this the full map of the game? I don't see... Wait. So, hang on. Is this the full map of Hivory Towers, or is this... Doesn't look like the map of Hivory Towers, and I only see, like, one warp here. Can you only, like, warp within the room that you are in, and you have to, like... Okay, you know what? I'm glad that it's looking like we won't have to backtrack at all, and we can just go straight to the end, pretty much, after we, open this door and do the next level. Which, I don't know if I've said, but we're doing the space level, which has the name of... Why is there a... Why loading thing here? Oh, we gotta see a cutscene, that's right. He's no Gruntilda. Gotta say it. How about another card? I don't feel like watching this cutscene all that much, honestly. Those fools don't have any idea they're working for us. No, I'm gonna beat you at the end, and then I'm gonna win, and then there's gonna be credits, and I will give my final thoughts. Alright, yeah, we're going into this level. It is, the space world, if I recall. I remember, what is it called? Show me the name, video game. Show me the name of this world. It is called, Galleon Galaxy? Okay, that's, I guess the idea is it's like a pirate space world. That's creative. I'll give them that much. I forgot it was a pirate space world. That's kind of creative. I do remember being kind of disappointed by it just as a world goes. Like, it kind of reminds me of, like, not as creative as I feel like a space... I mean, I say that, it's a pirate space world. But I feel like it's just kind of weird more than it is, like, spacey to me. Or at least the original one was. This is pretty spacey. I would put this up. You know, this might be a thing where it's honestly been improved from the original. And it's like, totally different now. I wonder if I could get my save of the original. I wonder if my save still exists. I wonder if I could load that up and, like, run around these areas. That'd be a good thing for what to do after we finish, the game. Tell you what, let me download that fucker on Steam real fast, because I did not think of that beforehand. Hopefully that doesn't cause any problem as far as the quality of the stream goes. Let me see. Where's, don't filter it all. Just show me all the games. Where is Yooka-Laylee? Yes, I would like to install that. 7 gigs, that's gonna take no time at all. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna install that, and, hopefully there's no drop in stream quality. It's probably fine. It's just 8 gigs. It'll be done in like a second. I'm gonna install that, and when we finish, that'll be the next thing that we for sure do. Just, like, bum around the original Yooka-Laylee just to sort of get an idea of, like, how much it has changed. And you know, really reaffirm my 2015, when did that game come out? 2016, 17? Opinion of it. 17, wasn't it? Same year as Odyssey? I think it was the same year as Odyssey. And at this rate, we'll have plenty of time, too. I think it's done downloading. I heard, like, a bling noise. That sounds like a great idea. Yeah, let's do that. We are, like, still 4 hours to go. We have time to kill. Another level or two of Banjo-Kazooie or Sonic 06 would kill that time excellently. But, I feel like this looks nicer, too. Like, this looks more galactic-y, this water, rather than just looking like water. You know, it looks more like galactic water now. But again, let's save our comparisons for later, when we actually can compare against the original game and go like, wow, it actually has come a long way. You know, this Nimbus guy. Some of these things like the races and all that, where you had to race people, were really annoying. And because you had, like, no wiggle room to get that many, you know, not get certain Pagies because you needed all but 40 of them in the game, you really had to do all of them. I mean, I'll say, like, the original Banjo-Kazooie does do that, but, like, in Banjo-Kazooie's defense, all the Jiggies are good. And there's a small amount of them per world, and you can find them it's not so bad to find them, you know? They're all just in a compact area, you know? They're all just... It's intuitive, you know? Is this the... I don't want to exit the level accidentally. This isn't the entrance, is it? Is this the entrance? I might be exiting. I don't know. Nah, this is something else. Remember, we only need 17 here to get to endgame, and then we'll go fight the final boss, which I have no idea what the final boss is like, so I am quite curious. Let's do more cards. I got, well, Well, hang on. We should see what this is. But I do have more cards, and I would like to do them. Oh, what the hell? Oh, I think this is more golf. You know what? I think this is a case where, like, yeah, you know, they made the golf gimmick, and they make you do it, like, multiple times. Wait, what? Okay, this is, like, slightly... You know what? This isn't bad. This is an increased gimmick where, like, oh, occasionally your balls will get destroyed, but you'll get new balls to replace them. That's the future that awaits us. You know, when our, aging bodies fail, and we have to, get new balls, you know? Where the fuck am I going with this? I don't know. It's not bad. You know what? This is not as annoying as I remember. Maybe also, to be fair, the physics were, like, much more floaty, much more assy in the original. And, like, if it's not, you know, the physics gimmick isn't bad on its face. I mean, it's a little bit annoying, especially since, like, it'd be one thing if, like, you could just, like, do an attack into it and, like, really, like, send it off at an angle. I think in the original game, I'm not sure that was a thing in the original game. I think it might have been just like, oh, you just have to nudge it. But in this, you can at least attack, and that gives it a big bunch of speed. It also doesn't help that it moves faster than you, meaning it's harder to get around. And, counteract. Okay, good. We'll just go with this one. We don't need the rest of the balls. One ball is plenty. Yeah, that's improved. I think that's significantly improved. Less of an ass pain. I think that's good. Let's do another card. Pretty much know what I'm streaming next few months now. Yes, well, I did just commit to possible, Sonic 06. For what it's worth. Possible Sonic 06 would be in January. But, like, yeah, next month, as has been previously established, is pretty much, I've shown this calendar in previous streams. This is the month, this is the calendar for next month, starting with, Metroid Prime 4, going into a couple of Metroid randomizers. Then there's some Half-Life Episode 1 and 2. Gonna do both of those in one stream. They're like 4 or 5 hours each. That's fine. With the commentary, that probably adds an hour. Bunch of Game of the Year stuff. Week after the week of Xmas, and then a couple more randomizers. End of year. And in I also know, like, broad strokes, like what's gonna come in February. Like I've said before, February, gonna have that be randomizer month. I got 7 randomizers I have in mind that I want to do. And I'm gonna do them, and there's gonna be no viewer levels for a time, and I think that's gonna be fine. It's gonna be a nice break from the viewer levels, and that'll be just refreshing, I think. Let me see. What's the list of where is that in my stream stuff? Okay. I believe the plan is for the randomizers. Skyward Sword HD, just a good old-fashioned Paper Mario randomizer. Ori 2, good old-fashioned DK64. Tunic. I have a blank spot for the 6th one, so I'll figure that out later. And then for the 7th one, I'm thinking Link to the Past / Super Metroid randomizer. And I'm prepared for that to go long, and for that to be like multiple streams. I'm not entirely sure, but I will say I could also go for another Wind Waker randomizer. I'm not sure what the other one will be after Paper Mario and DK64. Maybe Minish Cap. It's been a minute since I did a Minish Cap randomizer. Oh, but Minish Cap right before Link to the Past, Super Metroid combo randomizer. That also kind of makes a Metroid Fusion randomizer a little more awkward, doesn't it? Well, I suppose I can just do whatever I want. And Minish Cap is a great randomizer, and it's been a while since I played it. Or even played it on stream, both. It's been a while since both things. So, yeah, that is, those are like all the plans for the next 2 months. I'll do some sort of playthrough in January in addition to viewer levels, as per normal viewer level stuff. And, maybe that's gonna be Sonic 06. Or maybe it'll be... I don't know. There's a million games that I want to, play. I think this is a thing where if I ground pound from a high height, it'll, give me a Pagie. I can't see the thing. Okay, I need to, like, eat a, I need to eat a thing before, proceeding. So that I can be heavy. I don't see any heavy bullshit, though. We only need 17. We only need 16 more. We already got a couple in this world. We only need like 13 more until we're, until this game is, doable and dustable. What the hell? How the hell do you say that in a way that makes, sense? Until I can do it and I can dust it. I can do both things. I can do it and then I will dust it. Both. This kind of looks like the home base of the, pair of them. Because they live in a pirate ship, as is established at the start of the game. Hey, Captain, how you doing? Just tell me what to do. Get the lights on. Can I go into first person? Oh, well, I can. There is like a hold. This area is like a no camera movements area, apparently. Dude, I'm lit up. You can't see? That was the problem. Whatever, we'll continue on here. Feels good to have, like, all that locked in for the time being. I'll say there's a million things I want to do in general, and as well as just, like, you know, I'm always kind of thinking about the next big event stream. What, like, I can do for the birthday stream, the Extra Life next year, stream anniversary also in a year. And I have ideas for a lot of that. That, you know, I do feel like you should only do so many of the marquee stuff, you know? You should only do so much of the best possible stuff, if that makes sense. How about fire? There we go. That's bright. Isn't this guy one of the bad guys, like, that we were fighting earlier? It doesn't matter. That's fine. We need 12 more. We're coming up on the end here. Lovely. Lovely, good, wonderful, fun. Yes. 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 How's about... Would y'all like another card? I will say, we got through the gaming block. We got through the... Oh, there's a 20 from... Who's it from? Let me see. We got, good old-fashioned 20 from Chard. You want to see some Banjo-Kazooie? Hell yeah. Let's go clank a cavern. Fuck yes, Chard. I'm glad you made it. There's 4 hours left, and, now we're gonna go clank a cavern. I could use a... I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we're gonna clank a cavern. Does that sound fair? Does that sound good? Okay. I'm gonna go bathroom, then clank a cavern, and it's gonna be good. The levels in Banjo-Kazooie are starting to get longer, but it'll probably only take like a half an hour, and we got 4 hours to spare, man. We got time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bathroom. Alright. Alrighty then. We are here in Banjo-Kazooie doing another world's worth of Banjo-Kazooie. Thank you, Chard, for the redemption for the $20. It's for a good cause. Let's go. I will also say right here, right now, before we get into it, yes, this is a donation incentive, playing worlds of this. We still can do one more at the $20 level as an early bird type situation. We can also still do more of Sonic 06 at the $50 level early bird style. And I have increased the amount of early bird t-shirts available, so we can still do $5 t-shirt swaps. And I'll say, folks, let me just say, the next one is really good. It is a relative rarity. It is an orange shirt. I think I only really have one orange shirt like this, and it's really good. One orange shirt that I love a lot. This one's just a really good Metroid shirt. Let me get big. Isn't that nice? Isn't that a good one? It has the animals on there from Super Metroid. Just a lovely shirt coming up. Not that this one isn't also lovely, but let me just say, lots of good ones in the stack. Just non-stop goodies. I'm gonna become small, and we're gonna play this world. It's all for a good cause. Oh. Get those donation incentives down. Let's go! We got it. We understand the whole thing. It is Extra Life. It is Clanker's Cavern. We are going to do it, and we're going to make it... Oh, I forgot to open Clanker's Cavern. We will open Clanker's Cavern, and we will do that, and then we will go into Clanker's Cavern and beat it all nice and good. We got like 4 hours left of the stream. I will say I did have a glance at the VOD, at the recording, the local recording, taking breaks out, including t-shirt breaks, bathroom breaks, and the technical break that we had for a bit while I tried to get the alerts working, which they just worked on their own or don't work on their own. There's nothing I can do about it, apparently. When I went and looked, it looks like we the recording is at like a half hour less than the live like indicator over there, which means that when the VOD is posted, it'll be well under 12 hours, which means it's good for YouTube. YouTube doesn't like VODs that are over 12 hours, so we can go a little bit over. Just a little bit over, though. Once the 12-hour point is reached, that's Extra Life. We've raised a good amount of money. I'll say, like, maybe next year... I don't know, I always feel like probably should have a more conservative estimate, you know, a lower bar, but, you know, there's, regardless of what our goal is, it is always good to raise any amount of money for charity, and, we've raised a little over, like, what, 150, around 150 or so? That's pretty good. That's pretty good money right there. We could continue to raise more. Let's see what happens. Let's relax, and let's enjoy Clanker's Cavern. Clanker's Cavern. Let's go. I probably need that for future Mumbo stuff. So it'd be great if I could get that. We'll see. Clanker's Cavern, I think I did say earlier, like, if I had to choose, I feel like this is the weakest level of the original Banjo-Kazooie. I would still pick it over any Yooka-Laylee level, and I would also say it's better than, you know, Grunty Industries, for sure, for sure. It's just a lot of swimming is the problem. I would put it above Jolly Roger's Lagoon as well, just insofar as, like, yeah, that's a level with a lot more swimming, and it is a lot more of a... lot more slow pace as a result. That said, that level is a lot less stressful. I could go back and forth on those two, honestly. Which of the swimming-based levels I dislike the most, but let me be clear also, like everything above the water in this level, everything on dry ground, it rules. You know, it's good. The Clanker is really cool. You know, his whole insides. It's just some really cool set piece stuff in a genre that typically doesn't do like set piece type stuff. You know, it's just like, oh crap. Does that make sense? You know, in a level that is otherwise just like a bunch of metal and rusty bits and stale water, inside his belly is just like guts and metal and spinning saws, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. This part is my least favorite part. This part is my least favorite part. I do not like swimming downtown to the thing. It's especially bad in the N64 version where you know, like if you drown, anything you do before this point is just right out. It's just gone. And you know, you have to do it over. Also, the bubbles are, you know, in the N64 style, they're just 2D images. It can be hard to, like, line up and, like, know where the hell actually is it in space. But, I'll say, like, it does have a lot of flavor, a lot of personality, and the parts that I don't like, I feel strongly about because I just struggle with it. That's the main reason. I find this whole part to be a damn struggle. Hi, Gloop. You're not the problem. Well, your bubbles are, but I don't blame you, Bloop. Gloop, Gloop. I don't blame you, Gloop. I just wish there was unlimited oxygen here. That would be a lot less memorable, I guess it's worth saying. But it would be less stressful. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's good. Maybe that we like it that it's pretty stressful. That's what makes it memorable. That's what makes it iconic. That's what makes it stick in the memory. And also, it is, by the way, done. We did it. We can breathe. Ah. I do think, like, outside of the whale, it could use a little bit more of, like, stuff going on, right? Like, all the stuff outside of whale, if you look, is just like, yeah, it's just like pipes, 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 more pipes, pipes in different colors, pipes where the walls are green instead of yellow, pipes, 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 pipes. And, like, that's fine, you know, because inside the whale more than makes up for it, but it is probably the least... I don't know. Would anyone disagree? Would anyone... What the hell would anyone put below Clanker's Cavern as far as this game goes? Like, top level, I think Freezeezy Peak is like a top level contender, so that's not it. I feel like there might be an argument for Rusty Bucket Bay just in terms of difficulty. You know, you got the engine room. That's a nightmare. You can't... Whenever you do have to swim in that level, it's like double... It takes double oxygen, which makes it more hellish. Like, they maybe went a little too far with that one. You know, it is World 8, so it's supposed to be hard, but... how hard exactly? That's the question. You're gonna say maybe Rusty Bucket Bay? Yeah, I think that's definitely the other one in contention. It is also the other one that has most of the swimming in the game. It is the other water level, in other words, so it's just a likely candidate for being not the best. But I'll say, again, the worst Banjo-Kazooie level is this gonna be a spicy statement? Hang on, let me say this. The worst Banjo-Kazooie level is better than the best Super Mario 64 level. Is that a spicy statement? What is the best Mario 64 level for comparison? Give me a which one is it? Is it Thwomp's Fortress? Thwomp's Fortress is pretty good, actually. It's arguable. It's arguable. Personally, I would say they're at least equal in my eyes. Which is to say that, like, every level in this game really rocks and has good parts, and the worst parts can just be done in a minute. Like, you know, the worst part of Bubble Gloop Swamp is like, oh, I hate Mr. Vile. I do not like to lose to him. I struggle with him sometimes. Thwomp's Fortress and Bomb Battlefield. I think Thwomp's Fortress is better than Bomb Battlefield. Do consider that when they did a Throwback Galaxy, they used Thwomp's Fortress, not the Battlefield, and I think they were right to do so. I think that was a good choice on the Galaxy 2 team. This part's pretty cool, with this weird glowing bucket and these weird glowing guys. You would say that's spicy? That is spicy. I think just Banjo-Kazooie is one of my favorite games. Banjo-Tooie, also one of my favorite games, so like, you know, I would attest to the quality of all these levels. You know, I would, you know, I won't say I would take Grunty Industries over anything in 64, or like, you know, the average 64 level. But I would take it over the water levels for sure. I would take it over the Ghost House in Mario 64. I would give Grunty Industries the edge in a lot of matchups. Grunty 64, or Grunty's Mario 64 wise. An edge. Now, I feel like that might be spicy, but I am talking about like the worst levels of 64. You know, worst for worst, I'd take Grunty Industries. How are you energetic? How energetic are you feeling this deep in the stream? Pretty energetic right now. I'll say, like, I feel like my lowest moment was like 6 hours ago when I was like neck deep in Yooka-Laylee and had no break. I've now had like a couple worlds of Banjo and a single level of Sonic 06, and that has just like really put some pep in my step, you know? That's put some pep in my step. It also helps that I'm a night person, and like the early morning was like, oh man, I wanted to be asleep until like 4 p.m. let's say, whereas now it's like 10, 11 o'clock, and it's like, man, I'm up. I'm raring to go. I'm hot and bothered. I'm at full alert status right now. Also, I'm playing Banjo-Kazooie. I almost said Donkey Kong 64. Maybe I'm less awake than I thought. I'm playing Banjo-Kazooie, which rules, so that's just as nice of a pick-me-up as you can ask for, I think. I think, like, the VOD, you know, if the live stream is called, Is Yooka-Laylee Good? Did they fix Yooka-Laylee? The VOD will be called something like, 12 hours of Yooka-Replaylee, comma, it's okay. They made it better. It's like a 3 out of 5 now. Something like that, I don't know. I'll have to workshop it and do some good old-fashioned writing. You know how when you want to write something and you think about what you want to say and you think about how to put it in a succinct way that looks good on a thumbnail? Those are writing skills right there. I have some writing skills. Oh, I probably should have came out the other way. That would be the most efficient, but whatever. More like Yooka-Laylee. Oh, I see. Yooka-Laylee. Yeah, it is Replaylee, technically, the new one. That's not bad. Yooka-Laylee. Oakley dokley. More like Oakley Dokley if you put the Lee in there. Personally, I don't think it was a problem that it rolled out its moves slowly. You know, like maybe if they wanted it to be easier, it could be a situation where like you gave the moves at the start of every world, but I do think in the new one it can be a little bit overloaded, just like getting the moves without like sufficient setup and without sufficient tutorializing in some cases. Like somewhere between Banjo-Kazooie and Yooka-Laylee I think would be best there. It's fine skipping over all that. I feel like that just might be a thing that more modern players don't like. I mean, I'll say if like Banjo-Kazooie or Banjo-Tooie ever had an option for like, yo, just start with all the items, I would or items, all the moves, I would absolutely do that. I would absolutely be like, okay, yeah, no, give me all the moves from the start. That sounds like a good way to replay it, and it will cut off like a little bit of backtracking in Banjo-Kazooie when it comes to Freeze Easy Peak, and a little backtracking when it comes to and a lot of backtracking when it comes to Banjo-Tooie. Though you do have to worry in Banjo-Tooie, like, does that ever mean you can go in a back door and get to a world early? You might be able to. I'm not sure logistically. I think speedrunners do have a trick that does that, actually. But, like, I feel like that's more of a second playthrough thing, you know? Like, I feel like that'd be good for, like, a New Game Plus. If you had a game like Banjo-Kazooie or Banjo-Tooie that's good enough for a New Game Plus, I'll say if Yooka-Laylee had a New Game Plus, I would say no thank you plus. That doesn't work. I wouldn't go for that, but you know, if someone is making a Banjo-Kazooie type game and wants to have moves that you learn over the course of the game, consider a New Game Plus. It sounds like it might be a good idea. To me, some dumbass in his on his couch. I did just between games, I was just like leaning back and forth on my couch. I think this couch seat is starting to squeak a little bit. Hang on, let me just do it for a few times. It's squeaking a little bit. I don't know if you can hear it. Definitely a little bit of a squeak, but maybe not audible on the stream. So in that case, it's probably like fine. I don't have to worry about it, and I can just continue on my way. This couch is getting up in years. I think I got it like 6 years ago. Maybe I should get a new one when I get a house. Couldn't hear the squeak? Okay, that's fine then. If it's not affecting the one that I actually sit on when I don't wear headphones, I sit on this seat for live streams, but I sit in the other seat. You know, it's a love seat. It's got 2 seats. I sit in the other seat when I'm off stream. I can't recline in this one because the microphone's in the way. But the other one, I recline all the time, constantly, non-stop, you know? Oh yeah, that's just for eggs. That's fine. We don't need that. Probably should have done the teeth first. But whatever, man. I'm savoring this game. I'm having a good time. I know this world like the back of my hand. I enjoy spending time with it. Like, the first part's really the only bad part to me. The whole, like, unlocking the thing. Also, like, the lobby could be a little more flavorful. Like, the first part before you get to the fish room. That area could have more stuff in it. It could be a better first room. It's fine that it's not, you know. I don't think that these worlds really need to be bigger. Like, I would say, like, Banjo-Kazooie's world side is perfect for Banjo-Kazooie, and a game that works like Banjo-Kazooie. Don't need any more space than that. But, whatever, regardless. Yeah. Is Clanker a cyborg? I think he is. I think he's got, like, fleshy parts in there, too. I think he's part fleshy. You can see some flesh and some meat here. I think it is implied that he's like part organic, yes. I would classify him as a cyborg, but I don't know. Oh, there's where we need to go next. What haven't we done? We haven't done the teeth. We haven't done that part up there. And there's some swimming stuff that we are pointedly saving for last. Honeycombs also. We gotta get those. I do feel like games like this and games like Banjo-Tooie, I do feel like part of their difficulty comes from weird design. You know, I've been playing Link to the Past, and I feel like a lot of that playing that game. A lot of just like, things are real fucking weird, I don't know where to go. And like at the time, I just think that the correct thing to do when you ran into that was just to check out the player's guide. You know, that's what the player's guide was made for. And we live in a completely different era where it's just like, this sort of, you know, and maybe that was one of the problems with Yooka-Laylee, other than like feeling like shit, having other such issues. Part of the problem was that like, yeah, no, when you don't have hint system, and you don't have player's guides that exist anymore, it doesn't work as well in practice. Oh, you didn't have to go down that, that's just for the thing. The other one is the honeycomb. Okay, on it. It's been a minute since the last time I did this game, I think. I mean, I know it is. I know it has been. Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie are great. Some of my favorite games of all time, and like, you know, the disappointment I felt with Replaylee, a lot of it comes down to that. What console are tonight's games on? Oh, sorry, Shard, I didn't see that question. Let me answer you, albeit a little bit late. Yooka-Replaylee, I am playing on Switch 2. I'll say it's been alright, it's been fine. I heard that it had performance issues and is locked at 30, but I don't know, man, I don't mind. It hasn't bothered me none so far. I'm playing the Xbox Live Arcade version of Banjo, and I'm playing it on my Xbox Series X right now, and I'm also playing Sonic 06 on the original 360. I got a different 360, like an actual hardware one. Is Sonic 06 backwards compatible? I'm not sure if it is, so I put it on that, playing it off that. For the third game, for Sonic 06. I'll say, like, if we finish Yooka-Replaylee, which it's looking like we will do, it's looking like they made it a lot more doable. I never was able to pull enough teeth, find enough Pagies to finish the original game, but it's a lot less stringent in the remake, and also there's twice as many Pagies as well, so it's a lot more easy to get up in number. We finish the thing. If we finish the thing, we will, 2 minutes behind, the internet went down. Dang, Chard. Gotta get a handle of your internet situation. You know, I don't have really as many internet problems. What provider are you on, Chard? What's your internet provider giving you a hard time and all? How we doing? Where are we at? 9 of 10. Okay, we just have to do... There's some notes on the ground in, like, these pipes here. We gotta do those, and then we gotta do thing. You're thinking about doing Tooie in January? Nice. Good luck. I'll say, you know, I know some people have bounced off Tooie, you know, struggled with it. It is a little bit more work to get each Chiggy and that, but it also means it's a meatier game. It'll last you longer, and it'll, you know, I think it's pretty cool the whole way. Just, like, be aware that expect some backtracking, and with Banjo-Tooie, You have to give up the idea of being able to do 100% of everything on your first visit. You're gonna have to come back. It's fine. Just do what you can, do what you want to do, and then come back on a second visit when you can do more. And then you'll have, like, the world more hooked up. You'll be able to, like, cross to other worlds more easily. And, it's honestly nice to be able to do that and to, like, just play it at a nice, relaxed pace. I think I was more hectic the last 2 times I played it because I was playing it on stream and I was kind of just, like, constantly thinking, like, okay, what can I get next? What can I do now? And, it's much simpler if you just relax and, don't worry about how long it's gonna take. Just do what you can, get it done, and, you know, keep it moving. Keep making progress. Maybe consider looking up an FAQ. If you get stuck, get some hints up. The N64 version is a lot more accessible because it's, like, free. Well, actually, the rare replay version is $30 for 30 games. That's also pretty accessible. Whichever way you go with, you know, more power to you. I'll say the 360 version, I think, might be nicer about the hints. I think they added the hints to, like, a menu, whereas in the original game, you had to do something special and also just, like, hear the hints and remember them. Guides are an option. Also, whichever version you go with, a guide will do you right. If you get stuck, give up, etc., you can just look it up. That's what we did back in the day. It's a tried and true solution. Gonna do NSO? Right, yeah, if you don't have, the Xbox, then it's all an academic, consideration. I mean, it isn't a 360 game, so a 360 would be good enough, except I believe you can't actually buy games on an Xbox 360 anymore. You'd have to buy it on another way, and then doesn't really work. With the way Xbox is going, I cannot recommend anyone buying an Xbox right now. Like, if you wanted to buy an Xbox, the time was 5 years ago when the Series X came out. The price has only gone up, and, like, the amount of alternatives that are perfectly viable, perfectly feasible, have only risen as well. Like, now the Switch 2 is a perfectly good alternative. You know, pretty soon, like, retro handhelds will begin being able to handle Xbox-style games. Steam boxes look like they're coming to replace everything that, they do. I'm going to go to, Bubble Gloop Swamp and leave us outside there, because we got one last world. No, we don't. Let me back up. Because this is the amount that we can do right now on the, current donations. I'll say I really enjoy playing some Banjo-Kazooie, and I appreciate y'all donating so I can. It's been... Yooka-Replaylee has been better than I expected, but it is definitely a hell of a thing to play for 12 hours. Without a break, without interruption. Oh, I also gotta do the witch switch as well, which is important. Important to do. Yeah, ooh. You gotta do the witch switch. We can't forget the witch switch. That is part of the world. That is part of the assignment. Here, we gotta... We have now beat the first 3 worlds as per the donors' donations. Thank y'all for contributing, for doing it for us. We will be stopping here for now. This is where we will leave off for the time being. How you doing, man? Say hello, say hello. Okay, let's leave that there. I'll have a surprise for myself if we end up doing another world, which, hey, will be another early bird special. We got one more early bird special for the Banjo-Kazooie worlds because they are starting to get long. That one took like 20 minutes, same as the last few, but I feel like Freeze Easy Peak is like an inflection point. It starts getting longer from there, so like the price of them also goes up a bit. You know, I think that's just fair. I think that just makes sense. Let's go ahead and get us back to Yooka-Replaylee. All right, back in Yooka-Replaylee to finish this off. I think, maybe. We'll see. If y'all want to do any more donations, you know, hey, you can make me play more Sonic 06. We still have hours and hours left, so, like, I think there's plenty of time for, like, another level of Banjo, another level of Sonic. Plenty of time left for all that, in addition to, I think, going the distance, beating the game, and if we beat the game, I'll say the next thing planned is I would like to pull up the original Yooka-Laylee and just, like, run around my clear save from 10 years ago and see, like, hey, what's changed? What's different? Is this how meaningful are these improvements? Are there big changes, or are these just a bunch of small changes? I feel like it's big, you know, considering that they've doubled the amount of collectibles. They've made a lot more Odyssey-like in so many different little ways. And this is Galleon Galaxy, by the way. Again, this is Galleon Galaxy, the world we are on currently. You get it. You get it. I assume sending these guys off a cliff is a Pagie. Yep. Oh, it's a Pagie piece. Similar enough. You're a Spectrum, you're in the middle of nowhere, internet options are spotty regardless of carrier. Dang, that's too bad, Shard. That seems always crap when I hear, especially considering like how important internet connectivity is in the modern world as far as like, well, doing anything is concerned really. Like employments, etc, etc. I don't know how many cards are left. Let me see. Where are we as far as cards go right now? Let me look at my agenda here. I think we might be towards the end of my card lineup, which is great because there's not that much stream left. And it's time to talk anime. I've chosen one simultask per day to touch on, mostly. Previous big long event streams, extra lives, etc. I've sort of been workshopping like how exactly this should be handled, the anime talk. And tonight my decision is, yeah, let's just talk about 7 shows more or less, and a little more than 7 shows really, but you'll see, and sort of just go over like one per day that I think is worth highlighting. And also, like, some honorable mentions that I put on the card, so you can, like, see... You can see, like, okay, yeah, there's other shows that day that are worth noting, but maybe not as interesting to talk about. This, I don't get it. I mean, just... Do I need to get the points? I just need to slide and not die? Okay. Kind of a weird, kind of a weird level, but okay. Some parts of these just are insipid and like anemic in a way that makes you think, yeah, okay, it was just like this originally, and there's only so much lipstick you can put on a pig, you know? Is that that's not like a problematic thing to say, right? That's just like an expression. Like you can't. I mean, I think I think it's quite possible that a lot of Jiggies were like, or Pagies were removed and like changed up, and I hope they were. Okay, there's like a second slide or something. Great. Okay, cool. But yeah, we're gonna talk about just one per. I think that'll be fair. I think that'll be good. Let's start that process off with, a little bit of talk about, I think that expression is fine. Good, okay. I mean, there are pigs here. We're talking about literal pigs, I think, is the important thing. Not like, portly folk. Like me. I'm portly. I'd be allowed to say anything. I feel like lipstick, though, kind of implies like a portly woman. That would be weird, though, going in that direction. We understand we're talking about pigs, right? Like actual pigs. I think we're talking about actual pigs here. This sequence is just strange. Let's just go down. Let's just keep moving. This is a lipstick pig situation. Anyway, let's start talking about the anime of the season. Been watching To Your Eternity Season 3. That is the show I would like to call out in particular and talk about mostly. Though, I will say Ranma's fantastic. Tojima Rider is weirder than I expected. And friend's sister... My friend's little sister has it out for me. Is a lot. I'll say, up to Your Eternity Season 3, I've been really impressed by it. I've been really having a great time with it. Crashed again. Fun. I will say, Friend's little sister, To Your Eternity, if you don't know, the basic concept is it's a show about an immortal who, goes through time sort of like surviving and meeting people and fighting against long-standing foes and sort of learning his place in the world and figuring out, like, making connections with people and those connections sort of going across the eras as he is an immortal shapeshifter who at first doesn't really understand humanity, but eventually comes to. This season has been set in modern times, like hundreds of years after the previous seasons, and the directions it has gone have just been real fucking wild, and I've been really enjoying that. It goes in some real nice, unexpected directions, and every time it gets weird with it. Do you think we think the Pagie counted? I'm not sure if the Pagie counted, so we should probably go double check on it. I've been really enjoying that. I think it's just a standout every week. Every week there's a new episode. It's just weird. The places it goes, the reaches it makes, the way that the structure. Oh, damn it. We're not even starting from the room that we were in. Whatever. Well, whatever. We can leave that one, and we don't need to go. It was a shitty Pagie anyway. Either we got it, or we didn't. I'm going to move on. To Your Eternity is great, and, I kind of thought this season wouldn't be possible. Just, like, I didn't see how it would, like, fit into the structure of, To Your Eternity as a show. But they've managed it, and I think that's just fantastic. I'm really would recommend that series as a whole. Like, the whole thing is just incredible from start to finish. Season 1, Season 2, and like, yeah, Season 3 is just going in some wild, wacky directions. Season 2 also went places with the whole concept and how just, like, how I need to go somewhere I haven't gone before. Kind of hard to know. I mean, I'll say, like, this one does a better job insofar as, like, landmarks are pretty distinct. I think, Chard, you know, this autosaves. It's not like Sonic 06. I think we haven't lost that much progress, but we did maybe lose some. And also, I have no idea where we have been. You know what? I think those two checked off things are the ones that we got previously. At any rate, I think we did that area up there. But we should do this. We should do this right now. And, yeah. Anyway, that's Saturday. Let's, continue the anime train. Let's just get through it. Like I said, we won't be spending too much time. I mean, I could say more about the other shows that, sort of got honorable mentions here, but let's just keep it moving. Let's have a respectable amount of anime talk and not, like, get carried away. Though, like, 06i, if you want to talk about any anime stuff, if chat wants to bring up any shows that I'm not, like, highlighting here, fucking go ahead. You know, what chat wants is what chat gets. If chat wants to ask a question, you don't, that's how you do it, you know? You don't just, like, ignore a question, typically, usually. It's weird to do on Twitch. I think in this case, we just need to hit the buttons. And we just have to avoid the enemies. Or kill them. Either kill them, or use the... Wait, really? Okay. I guess we needed to kill specific enemies. Specifically. 9 more left, let's go! Collect 9 more to confront Capital B. Yeah, they're telling me. They're telling me it's almost over. I am, excited about that. I think that's great. Hello, buddies. How you doing? Do you want to pose for the thumbnail? Do you want to be in the thumbnail? Maybe a cutscene will be the thumbnail. Oh, those guys explode. You need to bring the camera close on occasion for the sake of the thumbnail. It's fine. It's good. You guys fuck off. The googly eye barrel. That's like, I could see that for thumbnail. I don't know about y'all. Googly eyes are just like, you know, a rare staple. Oh, this is like poison water. Spy X Family has been good recently. Yeah, it's had some good episodes. Some good episodes in a row. Not bad the last arc. I still kind of feel like Spy X Family, you know, has never been better than at the start of the show. I feel like generally it's a little lower than it once was. But, you know, it doesn't really excite me as much these days compared to, like, way back when, if that makes sense. We can go over here, maybe. Or over this way. Anya's supernatural powers are your favorites. Yeah, Anya... What, that show is at its best when it's using the 3 main characters, and at its worst when it neglects them. And recently it's been doing a lot with them, and that's been great. Continue doing that. We'll go over to Robot Island. That's somewhere we can go. We can also get this red coin gimmick. Oh fuck, I missed one. Let me do another card and talk about it when another let's see what's up with Sunday. On Sunday, I'm gonna say my pick is Alma-chan Wants to Be a Family. Mechanical Mori is also great, and you cannot forget Uma Musume, Cinderella Grey, which of course rules, but I want to shout out Alma-chan because I'm not sure it's like getting as much attention as it should, because I think it is fucking great. It's a show where the concept is a robotics researcher and like a, you know, machine intelligence researcher, not in like the realistic AI way, but like insofar as just like, you know, making like fictional AI type way. You know, he makes they get together and they make a little robot girl who is intelligent and a cute little button, And she's immediately like, okay, well, we're a family now, which is kind of fun. Like, it has a real good basic premise of just like, oh, you know, you got these two awkward, like, a nerdy guy and a nerdy girl who have invented a robot together, and the robot is just like, okay, you're my mom and you're my dad, and you guys should be married now, right? And they're just like, wait, what? And immediately it's clear that, like, oh, they're like tsundere about it, you know, they're definitely like two characters who absolutely have some amount of feelings for each other, but would never admit it otherwise, outside of like being forced to by robot daughter suddenly existing, and their antics both as like, you know, a couple, as well as a cute family with a very cute girl at the center of it, who is precocious and good, is very fun, and it's been doing some good wacky comedy like every week in, week out, and I really like that. It's to the point where I'm thinking it's like up there with I feel like it's up there with like Robots, Assassin, and Ninja and Assassin as far as like a comedy, except that, you know, it's completely different. Are you a toilet? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool how he became a toilet. Do that again, you'll get on the thumbnail if I can manage that. Eyeball dudes. If I can get it, a good shot of that live. Yeah, that's Alma's been really good. Really been enjoying it, and I would recommend it to anyone who likes something slightly wholesome. Like, it is a very wholesome show. It is very cute, and like every time the little girl learns a lesson, learns something about being, you know, human-ish, there's a narrator who's like, you learned this, and then he's like, good job, and then a little like stamp comes on, you know, like a little Japanese elementary school style, you did good stamp, which I understand is something they do in Japanese schools, is they do little incentives, little like, you know, you did good job type things. And it's good, it's really good. That one got surprisingly good after the start. I liked it from the start, I'll say, but I am really enjoying it now, and it's had just a bunch of really good different scenarios, different silly like scenarios there, and it's been piquing my interest. How about another card? Been watching A Mangaka's Weirdly Wonderful Workplace, parentheses, assassin status is okay. I do feel like this one is one I want to highlight. First off, it's worth noting that like the weekdays don't have as much shows. Like, I am only watching those two that I just mentioned on Mondays right now, just those two shows. But like, of the two, I feel like Mangaka's Workplace has grown on me more. You know, I feel like on a certain level, basically, I knew from the start that I would like it, right? Like, I knew that, like, okay, this scenario, this setup is like catnip for me, right? Just, oh, it's about a mangaka writing her manga. And she's kind of funny, and she's kind of cute, and she has a bunch of friends and assistants and, like, other people she knows that also have things that happen. The first episode is mostly just dealing with weird social stuff, like, oh, should I text my editor at 3 a.m. that we're done? Probably she could see it in the morning, but is that rude? Fixating on that, I feel like, made the show seem a lot more neurotic than it actually is, but it's mostly just a little slice of life thing about a couple of mangakas, you know, having a good time writing their mangaka and all that, their manga. A mangaka means manga author in Japanese. That's what that means, if anyone doesn't know enough Japanese to translate the title. I suppose they didn't put a manga author. Is mangaka like common parlance now? Do people know what that is enough that they don't need to specifically call it out. That's anyway. I feel like it's been doing great. I like all the new characters that have been introduced relatively recently. And I just, like I said, mangaka, like, writing her comic and, like, hanging out with editors, friends, family, etc. That's catnip to me. I just dig the hell out of it. I just like everything that it does. And, you know, yeah. I wouldn't say it's the best show on, or even, like, top 10, necessarily. But I would say that every time I watch it, I kind of leave, like, with a smile on face, if that makes sense. I come off it going like, yeah, that's good. Yeah, you write your manga. You, have your other manga friends. There was a great bit in the last episode where, like, a character was like, oh, you know, here's what I write. And another character was like, oh, hey, yeah, I came to give, my friend a volume. And the assistant girl was like, okay, yeah, let me take that. And then she looks at it, and it's called The Undressed Girl. And it's just, like, the most ecchi shit imaginable. And she's just like, oh, geez, you're such a nice, cute girl. I didn't think you, you know, wrote, like, super horny stuff. Like, oh, no, yeah, no, totally. That's my genre. You know, I understand that some people aren't into it, but, yeah, no, that's cool. I like that character a bunch. I like that, plot development a bunch. That's a good bit. And especially funny, just like, you know, there's been some stink recently about, like, Crunchyroll and, like, losing certain features. And it was funny that, like, this one was subtitled in the old way with proper, like, embedded subtitles because, you know, the translation of the manga name kind of important to the joke. I mean, you can tell, like, there's a half-dressed girl on the cover. And also the line, but being able to read the line that says, like, she doesn't undress all the way, and that's the best part. Something to that effect is, like, makes it even more spicy, makes it even more just, makes the joke land better. Anyway, I like Mangaka's Assistant. It's not the most special show in the world, but it's well done, and for me, absolute catnip. Absolute just, you know, exactly my sort of jam. I missed one. I bet the timer was wrong earlier on. I bet that was timer bug earlier. Because, that really wasn't so bad. 4 more until capital B. Excellent. 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 I can just pop more cards and talk about them. But, first, let's look. Where are we going? Looks like I haven't done anything out that way, so... Jeez, wait. It's hard to convert, like, map stuff into where the hell to go stuff. Wait, what? Oh, that's the pirate ship, okay. And there's another thing in the pirate ship, if I so choose to get it. Oh, you know what it is? It's on top. It's on the mist mast. Okay, let's do that. 3 more left. Let's do another card. Been watching Yano-kun's Ordinary Days. And, shit, what's the other one say? It doesn't matter. You could read it. Wednesday. Tuesday, that's Wednesday. What else is on that day? Let me check. Because I should shout it out. Because I went through all that trouble of, like, listing. Yano-kun is also on the same day as, campfire cooking is fine. Yeah, it's cozy and good. Yeah. Yano-kun's days, I think, has been the, for me personally, has been like maybe the show I've come to think the most of the season, as far as just like a basic, on some levels it's just like a basic romantic comedy thing where it's just like, oh, there's a clumsy boy and a neurotic girl, and they're cute. They're very cute. He's always getting injured, and she is just always stressing out over that. And it's kind of a funny dynamic, and mostly just sold by the amazing like chemistry and the amazing like reactions. And I think like the more reactions I see, the more wild it gets with like her reactions, the more I think like, my god, this is doing some stuff. Like, I feel like these reactions, these like emotions that she does when like reacting to stuff is like more similar to like Kaguya-sama than like, it's probably like some of the best dumbass reactions of the year, though a lot of them are just like the character going like, you know, just sort of going, huh? And having like the most vacant expression you've ever seen, which is hilarious every time. The most just like, what's happening? Huh? They do some good things with like color, line work to really like sell it. And like, yeah, I want to stress, they sell it. They sell so much of, they sell it so hard, it's incredible, it's really good. And also the characters are real cute, like all the parts of their gang are just like really fun and charming in their own ways. Like there's that one guy who's sort of like he seems a little bit dog-brained. Like I like that doofus. The main girl's friends are fun, and like as far as like a romantic comedy goes, like this I don't want to get into too much detail here, but this is one of those romantic comedies where it goes somewhere, and it's not going nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, it's not one of those ones where you watch it and go like, okay, I see. This is the dynamic. It's never going to change. Whatever, it's fine. It's like, no, it's a romantic comedy. If you don't have the romance, if you don't have a will they, won't, it's the kind of show where it's like, okay, well, a will they, won't they needs to get somewhere, cannot just stay the course forever. Let's here we go. And I really admire shows like that and appreciate shows like that and love that sort of bravery. I say bravery, you know, it's brave to maybe risk your show inside Rusto. Hey, this is very much like inside Clanker, except it's not as good. It has less flavor, and you know, it's a lot of flat angles. This game costs, well, who knows like how much Banjo-Kazooie cost compared to this game. Honestly, it might be similar. I think we are in, I think we're about to get everything we need. There is a ghost rider on the roof that'll give us our second to last. And there is... There's second to last. And we can get one more. And that'll clinch it. And that last one is over there. Very good. Let me finish anime thoughts, and then we'll go beat Capital B. Wand Dance on Wednesdays is a lot of fun. Dark History is messy fun. I really appreciate how that show, like, makes it feel like a world that was written by a middle schooler, because that's the premise, is a grown adult finds herself reincarnated into the cringe world she made as a teenager. Wand Dance, I feel like, has had a fantastic plot, really cool premise of just like you know, a bunch of kids in high school who are running around trying to do like dance-offs and do like cool dancing, and you can really tell the show loves its characters, loves its music, loves dancing. The only thing that's bad about it is that the 3D dancing leaves a lot to be desired compared to better shows from more recently. But yeah, it's I think good. We should check what the transformation is because I'm curious. While we're like here, where the hell is the lady that transforms us? Where's the octopus? I believe I have the token, but I don't see the octopus. It's a great show. I am personally, I still do find it hard to look past the 3D models, especially like when sometimes the 3D models are like a majority, a big, huge part of the show. But oh, there she is. It's up there. I can go talk to her, and then yeah, let's laser and see what this transformation is. Oh wait, no, that's, you're not the octopus. No, I am not interested in that. We have reached our our requirements. We can leave at any time. There's still 3 hours left of the stream. Wait, no, I meant to say no. I meant to say no. No, get me out of this. Get me out of this. Okay, good. I can just leave. Yeah, I don't know where Octopus Lady is. Maybe you have to get her in every world before she appears in subsequent worlds. I don't know. Maybe it's a glitch. Could be a glitch. 2 more days to cover real fast. Let's just cover them, and then we'll go fight Be Nasty. Capital B. Been watching Dusk Beyond the End of the World. I feel like that is a standout for the season, personally. Monster Wants to Eat Me is the other standout from the day. And Awkward Senpai is kind of mid, but I like it. I think I like it. It's nice to me. I like the characters, and yeah. Dusk Beyond the End of the World. The concept is, it's set in like a post-apocalyptic world, hundreds of years in the future, and the main character is kind of trying to figure out like what happened in the last 200 years. He just like wakes up in the middle of future world, no idea what's going on, and like has to do some exploring, do some realizing. And also he has like a android chick at his side who is like just looks exactly like his former girlfriend from the past, and who was like a genius robot inventor, basically. Like, if Elon Musk was like what people thought Elon Musk was, then that would be her. Basically, genius, Steve Jobs level, but like actually doing all the work herself type gimmick. But there's like a whole prologue episode for that. But mostly the show has just been like exploring the future world, having some fun adventures, and seeing occasional really, really flashy, goddamn good action. And also, it's just really interesting, like, what happened to the world. Let's just exit. That's how we'll get out of this world. We don't have to walk. It's consistently been, of the shows I'm watching, the one I'm most interested in insofar as, like, what happens next? Where is this going? What is the secret of the world? And I'll say the last episode really did deliver on that, and I can't wait to see what the next episode reveals, because, ooh, there's some juicy fucking nuggets coming. Good night, Tribucket. You have a good one. We're about to finish the game, and it'll be good. I really like that show a lot. It's very funny to me that a big basis of, like, how the future world works is that polygamy is, like, somehow become, like, a foundational part of society. Like, they have a whole, like, expanded marriage system where, like, oh, you know, you can get in a domestic relationship with as many people as you want. They don't all have to be procreating together, but, you know, or like, obviously if they're related, they cannot procreate, but you could absolutely form that sort of, like, permanent relationship, no matter who, and it's like, no matter how many, and it's like, whoa, that's kind of bizarre, like, how this is a key aspect, and, like, you know, the characters from the future are like, yo, hey, you know, he sort of has, like, two ladies who are with him, one who's an android, and one of which is a native girl, and, you know, obviously the native girl's like, oh yeah, us three all together forever. Let's do it. And the boy is like, well, I'm from the past, and we believe in monogamy. We do marriage back in the past. I don't know about this whole LCS thing, or whatever it's called. LC. I think it's a fun universe, and I have been having a good time watching it. This is like some sort of slide race. We don't have to do this. Where do we find the boss? That's what we should be thinking about right now. We should just explore around and try to find... Can I, like, return to the... I don't really want more Pagies, honestly. Oh, if I fail, I don't go to the stop, go to the end. I just start from the start. I'll look for the signs. That'll tell me. Thursday, or actually Friday. Thursday was gift 99999. Friday, the show I've been watching is gift level 99999. Unlimited Gotcha. I'm out for revenge. I will say, May I Ask for One Last Thing goes really hard. Plot-wise, I feel like there's not as much there than, like, some other shows I'm watching, but the basic gimmick of May I Ask for One More Thing is so good, and y'all should check that out. And then, like, see the basic premise is that it's one of those shows where it's about a girl who is screwed over, like a duchess type who is screwed over by her mate-to-be, and then she just sort of punches everyone and gets out her anger. It's not like one of those ones where it's like, oh no, I've been disowned by my fiance. Oh, woe is me. Instead, she's just like, puts on some gloves, and it's like, okay, let's go to town. And she just punches the new lady that stole her man that she didn't really like in the first place because he's, like, comically evil, to be clear. She just punches everyone, and it's good. Sonda, the show about a Santa Claus, a little boy who becomes Santa Claus in a world where kids are above the law and can murder anyone they want because there's too few kids, so you can't send them to, like, permanent jail. It's so weird and insane. Sonda just fucking surprises me every week. But the one I want to talk about in particular is gift level 999, where the premise is a dude gets betrayed by a bunch of... gift level 999 is like revenge slop, I would say. Revenge slop made by the Danmachi people. Made by some of the people behind Danmachi. And the first episode, I'll say, is kind of dumb. The first episode is kind of poorly written, kind of dumb as hell, but, like, the farther it's gone, the more I've enjoyed just, like, everything it has to offer, insofar as just, like, you know, all the revenge is very cool, and also, like, his ability turns out to be basically, like, he can, like, pull a Katya card, basically, and get whatever on it infinite times and get as many pulls as he wants. And when he gets sent to the bottom of the dungeon and is expected to die, instead it turns out that his gift works on the basis of density, like the mana density in an area. So as a result, he's able to do, like, really good summons at the bottom of the dungeon. In particular, he just pulls a bunch of waifus, and it's good. Like, the first thing he does is he, like, pulls one new character. And you go into the second episode going like, okay, I've seen the OP. I know he's gonna get a bunch more characters. He'll probably get a few more in the second episode, but like, no, the second episode time skips like 3 years, and he's gotten like 100 different humans there, and like, you know, probably like 100 ones of notable, hey, $5, let's go. Another, is that another like t-shirt there? Let's do that. It's out of order. I think that one was from, no, that was $5 from Chard. Let's go. Okay, perfect. I was wondering if that was one from earlier and like the alerts were weird, but thank you. We're up to 150 now. That is excellent. We're just 100 short of the stated goal there. Let's go. I gotta change t-shirts now. In the middle of my anecdote. 1 second, folks. Metroid orange shirt. This is actually the only orange shirt in the stack, believe it or not. Fangamer, Yeti, they don't make enough orange shirts, I think. You want to see the next shirt? Hang on, let me show you the next shirt. The next shirt is purple. It's also really good. I'll say, I have so many good shirts in this pile. The one after that is Glover. So many good shirts to come. Thank you. It is the faded orange shirt. You are right. You are correct. Orange is, this being so unique in my collection, I like it a lot. It's one of my faves. I mean, I'll say I think all the 50 in my thing are among faves. Maybe I am too easy with faves. Anyway, let me finish what I was talking about as far as gift level 999. There are so many cute, cool characters. They are way overpowered, and it's just like a... Regardless of the methodology they use to get revenge, it is sort of a foregone conclusion that they will win. They will kill their enemies, and they will do it so decisively. It's not even funny, but it is cool to watch, and as far as revenge slop goes, I'm having a great time with gift level 9999. I think it is definitely like the most improved show of the season. Like, low-key, at the first episode, I was thinking like, oh, I don't know I like this at all. After the second episode and on, I've been like kind of hot on it. Kind of a big supporter of it, I'd say. That's anime talk. Okay, we got the anime talk out of the way. I'll say I do have one more anime card. You might have noticed there was a certain exclusion from the Saturday anime lineup there. A certain exclusion that is pretty significant right now, considering that it is ending. But we'll talk about that later. We have still, like, 2.5 hours to go. Plenty of time to talk about one more card. Also, yes, I believe it is the last card that I have prepared, so we have efficiently gone through them. Knock, knock. It is time for... It is time for the end game. It is time to go fight Capital B or something. In the original game, I never got this far because it required like 2/3, basically, around 2/3, a little more than 2/3 of the Pagies in the game, and getting a single Pagie in the original game could be a real pain in the ass. Didn't want to do it. Struggled to find the Pagies. Struggled to find ones that I wanted to do. Couldn't go the distance. Even though I got, like, to the last world and everything. This one, they added, like, 150, got up to 300 Pagies, and then you only need 120 of them to get in, so it's less than a third. No, it's not less than a third. It's a little more than a third, basically, which is a lot more generous, a lot more doable, and as a result, we have done it within the constraints of our 12-hour stream. I will say, like, we beat this guy. The thing we will do next, and this might take a minute to set up, let me, fair warning, is I will go to the PC, and I will load up my original Yooka-Laylee stream, Yooka-Laylee game, and, I would like to run around there and just see, like, okay, how shit really was this? How worse does it feel? How many problems have they really addressed? I think it's low-key a lot. But, like, you know, seeing that or, like, a changelog would be the way to do, the way to go. We might throw to a break while I set up the, or rather, just, like, not archive the setup process. Just, like, skip over that in the VOD. Just to make sure that we can, it might take a minute, you know, of just, like, adjusting some settings, getting the capture going. Might take a minute to switch over to that, but, yeah, that's the plan. I hope this boss is easy. I hope this boss is not annoying. Honestly, I would like it to be brainless. I would just like to get it for free. Yeah, he's got like a vial, like the icon of Platonic. Crowdfunded. Like the game, like the original game. All the bosses so far have been pretty straightforward. Long, but straightforward. So hopefully this will be no exception. Oh my god, you have to use a physics object to beat him. Okay. Well, I feel like physics objects were originally one of the things they thought was like the thing they hung their hat on the most, so I guess they thought they were good. I don't know. Wait, I can just run in little circles there, and he'll always miss. Alright, this isn't so bad. I wonder if there's multiple phases. I mean, clearly each time he's been doing something new, but same basic formula, same basic idea. Maybe like the halfway he'll switch it up, you know? I bet you we get this bar down, and then there's another phase. Gotta be another phase here. And this part is making things a little more difficult. The center area is now right out. Now, when are you gonna... Okay, they recover over enough time. Dude. You didn't throw out a special hive. How, shit. Give me a special hive. Fuck. I hope that wasn't the special hive. Okay, that's kind of fucked. There we go. This should be it. I mean, this should be phase 1. Okay, next level. What now is the gimmick? Same gimmick, except he's larger. Okay. Wait, what? Am I trying to get him to, like land on his own grenade. Maybe I'm trying to, like, bounce off his, tell me that we just start from phase 2. I would like that. This is really long and kind of boring. Oh. Well, regardless, we have 2.5 hours to do it. I think we're in good shape. I mean, I'll say, like, y'all could easily, like, make this not happen if you were to make me do more levels of Banjo or whatever. But at this point, there's so much time. Like, I think we could do more of either and have a good time. Let's do it. Let me do another card. I do have, like I said earlier, one more card relating to anime that I would like to sort of do next. Let's look back on My Hero Academia. It's basically done now. I realized, like the other day, like last weekend, that this current season of My Hero Academia, it only has, like, it actually only has, like, 11 episodes, which means that at the current pace, like, if I'm not mistaken, there's, like, 2 episodes left as far as the sub goes, and as far as the dub goes, like, 4. I personally, you know, I started watching the dub, so I tend to stick with the dub and wait for the dub. So I'll be finishing it like 4 weeks from now, but yeah, it's like on the verge of ending. Like, as far as like the actual content goes, as far as like any version of it goes, like this time next week, in a week and a half time, it'll be over. It'll be done. A series that has literally run basically the entire length of my anime interest, right? Like, since I really got into simulcast watching on a regular basis. You know, before then I was just sort of watching a show or two, like My Hero Academia, for instance. And I think it's worth considering and thinking about that, and it's just so far as like, yeah, shit. Like, it is kind of the end of an era. Like, with... Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. It is kind of the end of the era with My Hero Academia being at its end and just finally reaching its ultimate conclusion. Minus, of course, spin-off stuff like, minus spin-off stuff like Vigilantes and, yeah, Dr. Stone is also ending soon. Yeah, but like next year, not like next week. You know, that's, I do think that's different. But, God, yeah, no, I'm just kind of in a state of shock realizing that we're so close. You know, My Hero let me skip. My Hero Academia was a... Dang, all these good shows wrapping up. Oh, but there's plenty of new good shows, I'll say, for what it's worth. And then Chainsaw Man is, like, only just barely getting started. Dan the Dan is, I assume, also just barely getting started, too. Plenty of shows that are on the other side of things, you know? Just starting, just starting. But yeah, My Hero Academia, it's the end of a fucking era. I feel like, for a while, it has been like the king of shonen, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. I mean, you can make an argument for, like, Chainsaw Man. You can make an argument for, like, you know... For, like, Dan and Dan. You can make an argument for, I think you can make an argument for, the one with the ninjas and the spirits and the guy with the who eats the fingers. Jujutsu Kaisen. I think you can make an argument for Jujutsu Kaisen, but really, I don't know that there's been any beating the preeminency of My Hero Academia these last 10 years, and it's just so weird to think it's finally ending. I started watching My Hero Academia, like, I think after season 1 had ended. This was before I was into anime as a whole thing. I was just, like, watching one show a year, basically. And it was, like, the last show that I sort of started that way. And as a result, it's, like, the last show that's, like, grandfathered in that way. When this is done, and when Vigilantes ends, too, there will be nothing more that I need to watch in a dubbed form because, like, everything else from that era, before I got a Crunchyroll sub and got used to subtitles as the primary way of engaging with things, everything else is done. I think that's nice. I'm kind of low-key excited that I won't have to do things like wait for shows anymore, other than Vigilantes, which still has a pass. Still has an exception status. It's a fucking hell of a show, and, like, there was a time where I thought, like, My Hero Academia was basically my favorite show of all time, and that, you know, if I did Anime of the Year every year, My Hero Academia would just take it by default if allowed. And I'll say, like, obviously, in more recent times, like, that was only the case as of, like, season 3, maybe, maximum. Like, I feel like since, like, the last 10 years, I've been much more likely to be like, okay, you know, I don't need any special, like, rule of, like, the anime of the year must be a new anime. That's, super unnecessary. Oh, shit, there's, like, a... I didn't see the thing. That's, like, the most unnecessary rule I ever made for myself. You know, just in the early seasons when, like, season 2 was, like... I'll say season 2 was definitely, like, the best thing on at the time. I would stand by season 2 of My Hero Academia with the sports festival, with the whole, 9 being, like, the best thing on at the time. Like, I love that shit, honestly. The sports festival was one of the best arcs of all time, maybe of any show, personally. And learning full cowling after that was just like, okay, you know what? We're done breaking arms now. We gotta stop, we gotta just start doing it normal style now. And, Deku finally figured it out. Let's go. You know, god damn it. I loved when that happened. And, like, season 2, again, yeah, just fucking height of the show. Early parts of season 3 with, like, the big boss battle with, All For One. My god, that battle was cool. I forget what the second half of season 3 was. Yeah, this is a long boss fight. Maybe it was premature to say we'd have time after it. We'll see. Really loved All For One and his whole fight there. You know, you're next. The whole gimmick with that season 3. I do think season 3 was also fantastic, also phenomenal. Season 4, I feel like that's where the show started to fall off a bit. It was still great and the action scenes were still fantastic, but I do feel like it started to slow down a bit. And like, fights and battle arcs just started to be more and more all-consuming. That said, I still do think it's a fantastic show through those seasons. It's just, you know, compared to the height of just, like, me going, like, okay, well, season 3 of My Hero Academia, if I don't exclude it, it will be Anime of the Year every year, to, like, oh, even if I let it, it wouldn't be on the top 10. It, you know, isn't in the top, contention, even. Not even a little bit. You know, going from that to there was definitely a big drop, but that's fine. That is absolutely fine, and, like, I do think, personally, things really started to pick up with later seasons, you know? The reveal of, can I just say it? The big reveal a couple seasons ago that changed the nature of Deku's One for All, right? I feel like that was just the best possible thing that the show could possibly do, and definitely, like, answered a bunch of, like, long-standing suspicions that, like, everyone had. I had, for sure, as far as, like, okay, there's something cool that's about to happen with this, and the fact that they paid off on that, paid off on all that, I think that's great, and I'm glad they did that, and didn't just say, like, oh, it was nothing. He just punches really good now. He punches really good now. Okay, come on. You gotta put one. Okay, dude, you didn't put one in a good spot. You gotta throw the fake beehive sometimes, dude. Please, please. I think since then it's been really good, though part of me does like, bemoan the lack of, like, slice of life stuff. Like, I do think as My Hero Academia has gone on, like, the ratio of slice of life to, like, slice of life to action has, like, gone up more in favor of action, which I think is a shame because the slice of life is also so good when it does it. But I cannot argue with a show that is going out as well as it has been doing. I've been really enjoying, like, some of the last final fights of this season. The first one, especially, was... Ah! Let me go talk to a vending machine and get some hearts, get some extra health. I think that I can stock up a little bit for this battle. Let's do that. That'll help. If there's a way to, like, regain health, maybe there's a tonic to, like, regenerate health or something. That would be nice. I'll say, like, this season is going great. I'm really enjoying, like, everything they're doing. I mean, I'll say, like, I like the first fight more than the second fight, but I am very curious, like, where it's going, how it's gonna wrap up, and to know that, like, yeah, like, 4 episodes, 2 for people watching the subtitle version, it's all going to be over. Just, like, makes me feel very, like, make me feel better about some of the moves that Deku is making insofar as, like, you know, using his... I cannot say it without spoiling it. I like all the powers that he's gotten, and I would like him to... I would like that to not change after this final fight, but it is the final fight. There technically is no more show after this. You don't need to have anything happen after it, I guess. Maybe they're, maybe that's what they're thinking. I don't know. The hell is this? I don't need it. Okay, I'll get it. I'll get it. Extra Pagie, let's go. 121. Hey, where's the vending machine? I just need vending machine. Oh, there's a vending machine on the map. There we go. The fast travel system is a little clunky. There should be a way to scroll the menu with the left stick. Or, like, navigate the map with the left stick. And prioritize the fast travel points. Let's see, okay, looks like all these tonics, don't really help us much. Wait, no, that's not it. That's not the right one. Where's the one where we get more health? I thought there was one where we get more health. Do we have to go, like, find the snake? Oh, there it is. Wait, no, that's the hard one. That's hard mode. We'll get that. That'll be one of our tonics and cosmetics. Otherwise, I'm happy with what we got. Yeah, we don't need nothing more. Is there a snake that I can meet? Can I go say hello to a snake? It's kind of annoying that you can't fast travel anywhere within these worlds. Is there a snake in the overworld we can talk to? I'll say, folks, let me say while we're in a load screen right now. Again, this is for Extra Life. We have all these lovely incentives. I have switched shirts like 10 times already. That's been really great. I've also played a couple worlds of Banjo-Kazooie. Also really fun. And one world of Sonic 06. If you would like to see any of this stuff, go ahead and do it. You know, feel free to do it now. I would like to beat this guy, but, you know, if it turns out that, I think let's just bounce, let's go into a world or something and meet the snake that way. That's less annoying than this. It's annoying that you have to go through a load screen to get from one half of the layer to the other. Performance type issue, I guess. Anyway, we still have all these lovely incentives. I still have 40 shirts on there. We still have like 2/3 of Banjo-Kazooie to play, and we still have a lot of Sonic 06 on the table. There is currently a milestone goal, a stretch goal where if we get 300, I will do Sonic 06 in full next month as a full playthrough, or Sonic's campaign. And if we get let me phrase this right. If we get I just want to go in a world and talk to a snake and buy a heart. This doesn't have to be complicated. If we get there we go. Wait, where's my hearts? Whatever, doesn't matter. If we get $500, I'll do the whole thing, the whole campaign, all 3 story things. That's possible, but we'll see. That's like major stretch goal. If we get the 250, let's say we get the 250, which is $100 from where we are currently. Y'all have done good. Yeah, y'all have really earned a bunch and, you know, contributed to a good cause. If we get 100 more bucks, we'll do something. I'm not sure what. We'll do, TBD. Y'all come up with an idea. I already have pretty much all of December lockdown. We'll do something fun in January, like Donkey Kong 64 randomizer. I'm already planning a Donkey Kong 64 randomizer. I was gonna say 64 randomizer with all Beaver Bothers required, but I'm not sure I can actually do that. Like I thought I could previously when I offered that. We'll come up with something. I could be like another level or 2. I don't know. We'll think of something. I'm thinking let's go to 250. Let's go to 300. The thing is, I did put in $50 myself, so I would like y'all to get up to the total goal by yourself before I, like, you know, do that. I'll say this. I might put in a little more myself, just to, like, maybe get another level of Sonic, maybe, let's say, to end on. Give me another heart. Give me another heart from here. Excellent. Give me a heart from here. Alright, very cool. And, is there anything that, like, makes us more powerful? regenerates health or something. I don't think so. So we'll just stick to getting some real serious health, and then yeah. Okay, that was good. That was a good snake visit. That was a good talking to a snake. Good deal, Trouser. We now have like over double the amount of health to fight capital B with. This is gonna be much easier. I mean, I kind of wish I had more of a way to like regenerate the health, but this'll help a lot. Anyway, I am currently thinking, as far as My Hero Academia goes, right now with Anime of the Year, I'll say where I'm at right now is I'm pretty much decided on like 9 of the 10 top 10. And part of me just has so many possible choices for the last of them. This is the Ivory Towers. Where's the capital B building? I think this is it. This is it right here. I have so many potential choices for like number 10 spot, but like if My Hero Academia sticks the landing this year and like goes out in a blaze of glory and just really makes me happy, I could see putting it at number 10, you know. It might be a lifetime achievement type award, you know, the last time it could possibly be in my top 10 list, Vigilantes aside. The last possible time it could be in my top 10 list, and considering that, like, when I started doing top 10 lists, My Hero Academia 2 was, like, the first one that would obviously be uncontested the best possible. I think that, that might be a good choice. It really depends on how it ends. What happens to fall shows that are more than 12 episodes? Well, you can know if an anime is Anime of the Year based on how many that have aired in the year. Most of them end by the end of the year, other than ones that have gotten massive delays, and at which point, oftentimes when near year end comes, they're not being like January 1st, January 7th, let's finish. They're mostly being like, okay, we need to take like 4 more weeks. We need to take like a couple weeks. Sorry, guys. Our production issues have been real production issue-y. Also, like, to be clear, like, if a bunch of episodes of an anime don't air in the year that the anime is, obviously, that's going to count against it for the purpose of Anime of the Year. Like, as far as, like, the season goes, as far as, like, their overall review goes, like, no, yeah, production issues wouldn't affect that, but you gotta be in the year to be Anime of the Year. That just goes without saying. Mind you, if a show is, like, good enough to finish, to like, get the list even without finishing, like, Frieren and Shangri-La Frontier made it onto my list despite being halfway done with their runs. You know, there were 2 cores, the first one being in the, like, the end of the year, and the second half being at the start of the year. I'll say generally, there is amount of, just, you know, if that happens, you don't get a second go of it, like the next year. There's not like, oh, it's Frieren is Anime of the Year again. Like, no, Frieren got its roses last time. Unless it's a brand new season, I wouldn't give it Anime of the Year twice running for the same season, I think. There is an amount of just like, these are the logistics of like Anime of the Year, which is more of a vibes thing, really, when you get down to it. Like, yeah, no, you should pick the one that you like the most. I mean, I'll say, like, I have definitely picked, like, Game of the Years that are, not gonna say controversial, but are shit ass, went right into the muck. That are, like, funny insofar as, like, yeah, no, I made one of the chapters of Deltarune a Game of the Year once. In retrospect, kind of wish I hadn't done, but it was probably the most perfect Game of the Year. Insofar as, like, how long, as like, a short game goes. That said, I feel like for any further Game of the Year consideration as far as the top slots, let's wait until episode 7 is basically my thought. Until chapter 7. We gotta finish it before it can really qualify again, I think. There's kind of no rules to Anime of the Year or Game of the Year or whatever. I've seen people do like, you know, the year of like Fortnite no build, making that their Game of the Year because like that was the year that Fortnite became a thing for them that they got into. And now having gotten into Fortnite, yeah, I can sympathize. Like if before, if build was just like a non-starter, the no build expansion was just like, oh crap, now I can play it and now I want to play it. For that, nah, no way. Ow! God! Is this a, like, extra hearts, Odyssey thing? Where, like, as soon as I lose my extra ring of hearts, it's done until such time as I'm, like, dead or something? That makes sense, honestly. But I kind of hope it's not the case because I would like more health. I would like to be able to recover. If he gives me more butterflies, he's not given any butterflies in a minute. You think these guys would have butterflies? Oh, crap. Okay. There's another hit. We can maybe do a third. I'm excited for My Hero Academia to end. It is overdue. Not to say that it's a bad show or that it's gone too long. I don't think that at all. And I think that, like, the last few fights have been as epic as you can ask for in a series like this. A suitable finale. For sure, for sure. 2 hours left in the stream now. Excellent. We are about to finish Capital B. And, that's pretty good. I can't believe we finished it, folks. Can't believe we did that. Two health left. Tell me this is the end. Tell me this is it. This boss has been too long. There's another phase. How about one last hit? How about one last hit for old time's sakes? How about this is a simple pattern? Just he throws things at you. Oh, I see. In this case, I think we have to lure the rocket into him. Okay, okay, okay. Wait, wait, wait. Oh, I can be big! And I can continue hitting him! Fuck, yeah! Okay, great, okay. The way that this works is we become big, and then, oh god. We have 1 health left, and that rocket went the wrong way. And exploded before it hit him. Come on, rockets. I think we might be able to hold on to our big if we avoid the attack and back off before he attacks again. No! Crap! Oh my god, we have 1 health. He has like so little health left. Come on, Rocket. Why are you going that way, Rocket? You're going the wrong way! Rocket! Rocket! Okay, you know what? We got another rocket coming. This one will surely go the correct way. Yes! Oh, good. Oh my god. That was way too close. That was way too close to starting over. We did it. I did not beat the original game because it required way too many pages. Way too many pages, so I kind of didn't expect us to do this here tonight. But that was doable. That was doable. That's not a bad thumbnail right there. Capital B, drowning. And put like Yooka, Banjo, and Sonic like posing over it. Yeah, that's is there like a picture of like, you know, that gravesite thing? You know the gravesite meme where the guy's like, you know, like, hey, I lived, whatever the fuck, you know. He's doing this thing. Is there a pose of like Yooka and Laylee doing that? Put that over that, that's gold. Well, folks, that was good. I mean, let's talk over credits. Let's talk over credits, how we feel about this game. I feel pretty satisfied having finished it, but that's perfect. Could not have asked for a better ending. I guess we don't get to see the credits now. That's fine. We can just pull up the backer credits and give some last thoughts there. It's fine. I hope I didn't blow out your eardrums with that extended laughter. My god, Yooka-Laylee. You do realize I beat the game, right, Yooka-Laylee? I'm not beating it again. I already beat it. Let me be clear. Oh, it says, okay, good. It says collect all the remaining Pagies. It's locked in. It's good. Okay. So yeah, there are some bugs. That's like the first thing to say as far as like how I feel about the game in general. It is still a little bit broken, especially on the Switch too. Performance was a little hitchy, I guess. I personally didn't notice it. It is 30 frames a second, which is less than other platforms. And also there's some occasional glitches visually, but really, honestly, I didn't mind the visual performance, personally. I didn't have a problem with this version in particular, other than a couple of crashes that honestly made me laugh really hard. It is a Switch 2 edition. There is not a Switch 1 version of this game, because it's too advanced. The Switch 1 could not possibly handle it. Here, let's put on the credits of Yooka-Laylee. They didn't have as much time with the dev kits as what they would have liked, is what they said. Well, folks, that was a game. I will say, based on my memory of the original game, I think they have improved it. Here's my final thoughts, by the way. I think they have really improved Yooka-Laylee. Yooka-Laylee was kind of a broken mess, and now it is a marginally less broken mess. I mean, it still has some breaks, obviously. We did experience 3 game crashes. But, other than those 3 game crashes, it kind of worked the whole way. It felt relatively good to play, and was, like, it had some real nice quality of life changes that really bring it more in line with, like, Mario Odyssey, right? Like, you can very much tell, like, they just went down a line list and went like, okay, make tons of Pagies per world and have them all be really easy to get, like Mario Odyssey. Have a map like Mario Odyssey. Fast travel like Mario Odyssey. Pay for hint system like Mario Odyssey. They basically just did everything that Mario Odyssey did and hoped that would be enough to fix it, and I will say, in my experience, it brings it up a letter grade. It has gone from a 2 out of 5 to a 3 out of 5. I think this game is fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's not exciting. It's not that fun. And like, if you try to play it for 10 hours, you're gonna be unhappy by the end. You're gonna be really bored. You're gonna be frustrated a little bit. And more just looking for excitement than anything else. Not out of any, like, sense of, like, oh, this is so garbage, this is so bad. Just kind of flat. Just getting these Pagies, exploring these worlds, which, by the way, still are rather confusingly laid out. Even with a map, it's hard to find your way around. Objectives that are sometimes better. Like, all the Pagies that they added in terms of, like, coin stuff, like go through a hoop, collect coins, a bunch of other gimmicks like that, I felt like really helped to expand the scope of like what you could do, what you could get, and for that I am thankful. Also, I'm thankful that it's a lot less demanding. It lets you go through fewer Pagies at the end, which is great because the original game I just could not get up to 100. By the end, it felt like every Pagie was like pulling teeth, and we never got to that point here in this version. Like, never was getting a Pagie like pulling a tooth, because they took the right cues from the right games and they made each Pagie easy. They made each game easy to get, and I really liked that. I really enjoyed that. That said, it is pretty mid overall. It's a mid game is the thing. Like, the perfect version of Yooka-Laylee that you could imagine is kind of mid, low-key. If I had to say problems, I'd say, well, it's the level design. The level design is the main issue now. You pretty much resolved a lot of the little niggling, the little niggles there. You know, a lot of little, like, nitpicks that I had with the game. But still, the level designs aren't terribly good. They're cluttered. They, even with the maps, sometimes, like, there's whole areas that are not represented by the map, where, like, on the map, it's just, like, a clear expanse, and then in reality, it's just like, oh, it's a bunch of little buildings all next to each other, and next to little, like, slot machine buildings. Moodymaze Marsh is still terrible. It's still, like, impossible to find your way around, even with a map. And I think, like, that combined with just it not having the sauce, I think for me, takes it to leaves it at a 3 out of 5, keeps it from reaching a 4 out of 5 echelon. I probably would not recommend this game. I would say it's okay, but I would also say there's a million better games you should play this year. There's better games that have been remade this year that you should probably play instead. You know? There's new versions. There's better new versions of old games, if that's your lane. And I would probably be pretty sympathetic with, like, I more or less agree with the IGN review, which basically said, like, yeah, it's better, but not all the way there yet. You know, it's not terribly exciting nonetheless. You fixed it. It's okay. Is basically the thing. If they had delivered this exact game, this exact way, with these exact changes, like 6 years ago, and maybe even, you know, I don't know if, like, it would have looked this good at that time, performance-wise, graphics-wise. Regardless, that's probably not on the table. If they had delivered this game, like, 5 years ago, maybe we would have felt better about it. Maybe it would have been like a 4 out of 5 on a first play, but it is worth noting they did have to salvage an old game. This is not new content. It is all familiar, albeit much improved, dramatically improved. it is interesting that they did this, and I do not feel like it really bodes well for, like, Playtonic's future, that, like, they didn't have money, apparently, to make a brand new game. Instead, they had to try to save and salvage the first game that no one liked, and not a lot of people are looking to give a second chance, I don't think. I feel like the Yooka-Laylee brand is still permanently tainted, and, like, you know, it kind of is the case of, like, what if they suddenly made a Mighty Number 10? You know, even if it was really good, I don't know if you'd really, like, get into it. I don't know if it really would pop. See you later, Chard. Thanks for coming by, and thank you for the donations. I appreciate it. Anyway, those are my thoughts on Yooka-Replaylee. That is my impression. That is my thought, having played it now, all in full. The credits after that point are all backers, and it's kind of weird looking at that whole list of backers and just seeing a sea of that many people named Adam. People en masse supported this thing to the hilt. Supported the original to the hilt, and it kind of speaks to maybe the overall disappointment everyone's had with the original game, that, like, at this point, they put out a remake and, like, no one cares. You know, they had so many people throwing down money. They were, like, record-breaking. They were, like, millions, all when all is said and done. And now, years later, it's like, okay, well, it's another Yooka-Laylee. It's the same game. It's not... you know, if it's a make good, you know, if it's a make good, just give everyone the new game that backed the old game. Honestly, I feel like, right? Like, if you gave them £100 5 years ago, why not just have them give you the new games? Obviously, if you bought it from a store and you could have read a review, like, yeah, you were owed nothing. You knew what game it was before you bought it, but we didn't know. I didn't know. All I knew was this guy was called Mingy Django, and he was going to, the team that he put together was going to be another Banjo, and didn't quite live up to my expectations. This is better, but it's just okay. 3 out of 5. Final thoughts. Bang, bang. That's it. Folks, I want to do the next thing. To that end, I'm going to pause the recording for a bit, and we're going to set up the next thing, which is to actually pull up my Steam copy of Yooka-Laylee and see if we can run around the world of the original Yooka-Laylee and see, like, what's different. How is it actually changed? Can we tell the difference, in other words? Give me a couple seconds to launch everything, and also to get the capture set up. I'm gonna throw to a break, get some stuff launched, and then we'll be back with Yooka-Laylee. I got it launched. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll resume. Hello, y'all. Let's continue. Folks, we have beaten Yooka-Replaylee. And the next step of business, we still have like an hour and a half left in the stream. The next piece of business, I think, will be to play some Yooka-Laylee. I would like to just go in and see what is different about it. You can see I got up to, like, in my original playthrough, I spent, like, nearly as much time, more than as much time as we did tonight, and only got 64 Pagies. So that should give you an idea of, like, how much harder it was to get Pagies and to beat the game, both things, in the original game, and how long it would take just to do bare minimum. Oh my god. The camera is a lot shittier. Let's point of this, I just want to sort of see how it is different. One thing that's different about it is that you can fly at any time, and I do believe you can just fly up to these big old mama jamas. Maybe you can't. I don't remember. I remember doing some funky stuff out there, but maybe they patched that eventually. But yeah, basically, in this version of the game, let's just go over differences real fast. Oh, it's the hearts are first off, the energy meter isn't like a Breath of the Wild style thing, but instead like just a little lightning bolt looking motherfucker. Instead of hearts, it uses butterflies. You know, I don't think those two changes were necessarily necessary. It kind of just makes it a little more generic in the newer version, rather than like having a modicum of personality. It just is more generic. Performance feels worse. It feels like it's more juddery. Feels like the frame rate is less stable in this older version of the game. Obviously, it looks a whole lot less detailed. And as you can see, the run button costs money in this. So you have to like spend your energy to run. Oh, you know what I think? I think you have to... Wait a minute. Okay, good. It recovers as well. Apparently, like, the stealth stuff was more based around... You did like a duck and B rather than holding down duck and like duck walking. Kind of better this way, but it did also cost meter, which is something to recognize when the meter performs is slow as hell. Let's go over here and see what this world looked like in the original game for a point of comparison. I believe what we'll find is it basically was a great big mess. I mean, it still is. But it was especially so. Makes you use your invisibility ability. Now, I think this version of it really suffers from the fact that you can't see a map, and it's harder, therefore, to get an idea of, like, how this whole thing is structured. You know, it's just sort of a bunch of weird buildings everywhere. You don't even get, like, a central beacon, because, you know, I said earlier that the fountain at the middle is kind of a central thing, but from the angle you're usually at, it's either blocked by the other buildings, the other, like, things, or it's not even that recognizable in this original one. Like, you can see from here, I can't even fucking tell it's a fountain or anything to note. It just looks like nothing to me. So, that is perhaps one reason why I did not consider this a landmark originally, because it's really bad at the job of being a landmark, considering the maze-like properties of this level. I mean, I'll say, like, now that I played the one that has a map, I actually have, like, some idea of, like, where everything is, but still, it is just, like, a bunch of random crap everywhere. And, yeah, the roll is a meter. You have to spend energy to do it. That energy is annoying. Can we do the, where was the green? I wonder if we can go up to the green real fast and see. I mean, I will say that this game does make it a lot easier to cheese, like, every single level after a certain point. So as a result, it has to be harder to do everything than just, you know, just normal stuff. Right? Because you can just fly whenever and be like, yeah, I'm going to the top. And no one can stop me. Kind of a baffling design choice, honestly. There's the green. Let's see if we can see what the physics objects were like in this one. I'd really like to see what those balls were like originally, because I remember them being, I remember them being balls. Also, there is fall damage by default in this one, rather than as a optional thing you can say no to. I don't know if, like, there will be a ball for us. Maybe you can't. Oh, wait, I see the ball. Let's see what the balls were like here in the original. Yeah, just running out of energy and having to wait like 5 minutes for the energy to recharge. Okay, so here's an important thing of the original balls. They did not respond to being attacked. You just had to nudge them. You basically just had to, like, try against all logic to, like, nudge them to their victory. Also, there was a timer going, so it was a race as well. So... Oh, hang on. Oh, the hotkey that I use for moving my camera paused it. You can see here that there's a timer going. There's you can't, if you hit the ball, nothing happens. These physics objects were hellish and bad and janky and, well, actually, it looks like we're gonna get it in one. It looks like we have plenty of time to do it, but still, man, these things were not great. And, acted like they had low gravity, weirdly low gravity. I mean, look at this shit. It's like... It just don't look right. It just don't feel right. And it's probably like some of the worst 3D platformer, like... God damn it! Some of the worst 3D platformer gameplay anyone ever came up with. And by the way, this was in the toy box. This was one of the first things they led with when they were first showing off, like, the physics handling that they made for it, and that was not a great sign. Yay! Yeah, so big improvement there in Replaylee. It's much better on that version. Confirmed. Good improvements. Yeah. Let's go somewhere else. I'm gonna move back to the lower left. Very good. Whatever. Oh, it's probably like the letter P. Like, probably upper right has P as part of its hotkey. Interesting. We still have, like, 90 minutes to, like, explore around and, like, look around and see what's what with the original Yooka-Laylee. Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to change the game on Twitch. It's fine. I can do that right now. Hang on. Let me do that real fast. And yeah. Edit the thing. This is now technically Yooka-Laylee, and it has been for a bit. Sorry, folks, for not changing that sooner. It doesn't really matter, other than for people looking for streams of the original Yooka-Laylee who don't like Yooka-Replaylee for some reason. That's the weirdest possible position to have, to be clear. So, like, these guys are just kind of more annoying, I feel like. Just, like, first impressions here. Like, it seems like it's easier to run into them, even when doing an attack. And, obviously, they only take one hit in this, which, by default, anyway, which is nicer. But, well, these guys don't, but they're kind of... You have to, like... The multi-hit system in Yooka-Replaylee is also a lot more refined, insofar as it feels like it has a system. And, like, as you continue to hit, it'll go bam, 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 bam. Versus in this game, it just, feels real ineffectual. It feels like, oh, they get knocked back, and then you have to sort of run and go touch them again. Another thing worth noting that's different, no quizzes. In the original game, there were a bunch of really terrible quizzes. I say terrible. I didn't like them, because I guess I wasn't paying as much attention as I could be doing, should be doing. We should probably go, like, reverse world order. We should probably visit the thing. I mean, I'll say, now that I'm back in the original Yooka-Laylee, the world signs are from the original game. So that was not a new addition. That is cool to know. I say it's cool to know. They got that right the first time. This is awkward. What's going on here? Do I have to, like, go into an aim mode or something? That sucks. They fixed that in Yooka-Laylee. They really fixed that in Yooka-Laylee. Let's go check out Space Zone just to see, like, how much that changed. I'm very curious. If anyone wants to make me play another level of Sonic 06 or Banjo-Kazooie, now is the time. Time is running short. If we end up running out of time for any such redemption, I would absolutely, like, do a follow-up stream. But I'm thinking right now I could totally do another level of either in the time we have remaining. Wait, so you literally had to, like, fly to get... I think they had better shortcuts and stuff. I mean, the fast travel system is immeasurably a good thing. Especially when you consider, like, oh, you had to, like, run all the way there, and then, like, on the way there you could run out of energy, and basically just have to, like, sit on ass for a minute until that recharged. Or I guess break a crate. Breaking a crate actually worked just fine. It's cool and good. The flying kind of feels a little bit more like ass. I'll say we didn't do that much flying in the Replaylee, for what it's worth, so maybe it's not that different, but I think it feels a little more awkward. Let's see what the Space Zone looked like here. For a start, I think we can see just immediately, there was the whole gimmick in the remake where the water really looked galactic-y. It really looked like Rings of Saturn or something. In this one, it just looks like water. And this just looks like purple sand. Yeah, this pretty much just looks like water. You really don't get the same, like, galactic effect. And I think I remember being kind of disappointed by the galactic-y nature of it. I mean, I guess it's more alien than, like, the planetarium from, Banjo... From, like, you know, the original Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Like, I think it definitely does have more of a space vibe, especially with the skybox and all the planets and stuff around. But a lot of them are just, like, without the galactic effects, it's just, like, there's some like, mountainy, rocky things with some vaguely asteroid-looking things in them. Now we can see what the transformation was of this area. Oh, it was a boat. That's clever. Let's just sail around for a second. My god, it feels slow. And the camera is not great. It seems like it wants to default back into this really terrible position. I hope they fixed that in the remake. We didn't become a boat, so I really can't say. This sucks. Let's not be a boat anymore. I also feel like I got less of the seafaring thing. Like, the way that this is lit, it's much harder to see, like... It's much harder to appreciate, like, the boat. Wait, why are you... Oh, yeah, yes, I'm ready to transform. I was hitting B, thinking that would do something. Obviously, it's the other way. By this point, also, like, the ability to fly just, like, dissolves any remaining platforming the game had under its belt. And, yeah, no, that space pirate ship just sort of looks like... With the way it's lit, like, with alien lighting, it just doesn't look very... piratey. It doesn't look like a pirate ship would. I feel like it just feels more like a reused asset here than, like, maybe a core part of the world's identity. You know, sort of mixing, like, a piratey ocean theme with the thing. There's that robot. You can only barely tell he's a robot in this one because of the way it's lit. which definitely does, like, hurt the overall impression of it. A lot of the geometry is basically the same with a lot of the stuff. It's just, like, the way it's lit, the way it's rendered. These brain guys don't look quite as, remarkable. And, like, a basic enemy that I think has been cut out of the new one entirely on account of being really annoying. This guy was not in the new one entirely. He was cut out. Probably because he sucks to fight. I think that's why he got cut out entirely. He's, like, the actual threat here that you end up fighting rather than, like, these alien guys who are, like, thematic and, like, fit in with the world. Back to hub, back to hub. We still got, like, an hour and a half to fill. I'll say we can absolutely do Yooka-Laylee, the Impossible Lair for like, a finale for, like, if we end up, like, looking and getting our fill of the original Yooka-Laylee. Honestly, it kind of makes sense to see, like, all the Yooka-Laylee series. It would also make sense to do another level of Sonic 06. Let me say again. We got extra life incentives. You can still make me switch shirts. Those are all... I made the early birds go up to cert number 20, so y'all could easily, like, drop another... go through another 10 shirts without, you know, at $5 each. That'd be nice. Banjo-Kazooie, it'll be Bubble Gloom Swamp is the next one, and that's the last at the early bird price. And also, Sonic 06, we could do more Sonic 06. Sonic 06 earlier was a lot of fun. It's bad, but in a way that's, like, so novel and weird. I think that, I would love to see a little more Sonic 06 to end us tonight. To end a hun. That would be really fun and good. But, can I, like, go back to the start of the hub? Go back to the door of the hub? No? They really didn't have a fast travel system here. I don't remember this area at all in the remake. I think just we didn't have to go through here. So we didn't. For the best. For the best. Getting lost and confused and not knowing where to go kind of sucks in this. And the lack of a fast travel system, I think, is, you know, on some level you could say, like, well, the original Banjo-Kazooie didn't have much of one, and this game does have shortcuts, so maybe it's fine, but it is worth noting that, like, Banjo-Tooie figured out that, like, oh, you just have a hub. You just have, like, teleporters in every room. Interesting. This was just connected without a load room in the new one. Isn't it this way, then? This seems familiar. This is where World 5 is, but what the hell do we get out of here? This game kind of sucks. I stand by my original assessment as a kid, and would go, or as a kid, as like a 20-something, and when I was younger, you know, 10 years ago, as a 20-something, and would second and say, like, it is also just sucky to run around. And I would like very much to go back. I would like very much to just be able to work to the worlds. Like in, you know, Banjo, let's say for sake of example, Banjo-Tooie. They figured this out like 25 years ago. I think to a certain degree, the things this game does wrong, that like previous Banjo games already figured out, already perfected, that's really not the things they focused on fixing, or not really the solutions they preferred. they prefer just like to do with, you know, to look at what Odyssey did and did that. I kind of do think that if they had like a Banjo-Tooie style hub navigation system, warp system, that actually might be better for this game than, and for Replaylee, than the new style Odyssey system, because the map is confusing to navigate. You cannot warp from one hub to the other. You know, you can't warp from the first half to the second half. And you sort of have to, like, manually know, like, okay, what's on the map here? What the hell is this? You know, you have to be like, well, I can't pull up a map because there is none, but on the map you have to be like, okay, this purple square, is that the pirate ship, or is that the golfing course? You know, where if it was like a Banjo-Tooie style navigation system, you would have a menu, and the menu would be like, golfing course. You can go to the golfing course this way, or go to the this or that way, you know. I feel like in the case of a game like this, that's actually more convenient, relatively speaking, and, they probably should have considered doing it that way, you know? Like, I don't think just hewing to the Banjo-Kazooie line is what ruined this game. No, it's just that the worlds were large and empty and, like, random. They had no central feature. This one is the worst. Let's see how worse it is. Maybe coming back here with the ability to fly will help a little bit, because we can just sort of, you know, get a bird's eye view. But I kind of doubt it. A bird's eye, a bat's eye view. Bats don't usually look around. So yeah, if I'm remembering the map from the other game... Oh, it doesn't help the draw distance here. It's so dark. You can barely see, like, what's ahead. Even, in the dark version, it's all basically one color, and that color is dark. It is dark and green, with some glowy bits in it. And trees. Trees is the other color. And by the way, the trees, they're mostly green. Maybe a little bit of blue if the light hits them just right. But, yeah, the only landmark here is this thing, which is at the very end, so you can only see it, like, when you're 10 inches away from it. You know, before that, it's just shots in the dark, pretty much. Also, yeah, you know, you run out of the flight juice, run out of the run juice. You can't go fast anymore. You have to deal with enemies. The run does feel a little bit more jank. Like, I don't know if they changed anything as far as, like, if you could jump out of a roll in the new game. But, like, if you run out of an edge, off an edge, you're kind of fucked here. One thing that is different, one thing that is very different, is, in the original game... Oh, I might not have this unlocked. It was not good, to be fair. The retros were all different rather than being one thing. Being one thing is probably an improvement because they were all garbage as the one thing that they were. This level really sucks, and, you know, now having played the version that had a map, I, like, now have, like, a slightest idea of where I'm going. But still, like, basically none. They improved it marginally. I would say that it's still a crap level in the new one. Still definitely the worst level, but better than here. You can at least see what you're doing. It's definitely moodier in this one, if that's what you want in a thing. But, you know... I think it would be valuable if you could see where you were and orient yourself in the world. Like, there are dark levels of... Also, look at that. That, was shit as hell, wasn't it? That was some shit-ass bullshit. The way that grapple works. They really also severely improved the grapple. It grappled me to a spiky thing before it grappled me to the thing up there. Seriously, game! Why is the spiky thing grappleable in the first place? Wow, yeah. Again, this is the original. They really improved this and made it a lot more automatic in Replaylee. I gotta say though, even in like 2017, it's a baffling thing for it to work like that. Games were good back then. They had figured out how to make games in 2017. That's when Odyssey came out. That's when Tears of the Kingdom came out. Two games that Replaylee would look at very carefully when deciding how to fix itself. You know, it basically learned most of its lessons from its contemporaries. The new game did, the remake did. Not games from 20 years ago, not games from 2 years ago, contemporaries. This shit was figured out. Well, you know, obviously they couldn't have cribbed from, gotten inspiration. Let's be fair here. It's perfectly good to crib from other games. I don't want to be negative on that. In fact, I think that more games should do it. The more games crib off DKC2, the more I like them. Personally. Oh, let's play one of these, let's see what one of these retro games was like back in the original. In the new one, they're kind of like a little bit like the Astrobot retro levels in that they're like voxel type stuff. In this one, let's see what the deal was in the original here. Yeah, these are the retro games, and they don't even have the slightest retro aesthetic. They just are sort of like crap versions of games that, you know, you could play. Like, I guess this is like the guns. This is like a bad version of Zero. What is that game called on the Wii U, the Wii Virtual Console? Sin and Punishment. This is like a bad Sin and Punishment that moves like molasses and has draw distance issues. I wouldn't call this a retro game, you know? I feel like when they promised, like, I feel like some parts of this is like, they overpromised. They said like, oh, we'll have a thing where it's like a retro game mini-game. And then they had realized like, oh, we don't have the time to like make some retro graphics. Okay, we'll just throw these little goofballs in here. Here's your retro game, dipshits. It's just like, this is like worse than the average Mario Party minigame. This is like lower budget than a single minigame of Lego Party. There's nothing, it's all recycled assets. It doesn't perform very well. It doesn't really make sense as far as like, it doesn't really nail the retro game vibe. And it doesn't really have that much of an identity other than like, yeah, it's like that thing you've done before, but worse. It's like a worse version of that. Do you like that? Would you like a worse Sin and Punishment? You know, you can make this in Roblox. That's sort of the comparison I would make. Like, if you made this in, like, Minecraft or Roblox, you'd go like, yeah, that's a pretty good thing you made. Wow, that's pretty impressive. But as a part of a very successful Kickstarter game that was, by the way, of course, like one of the things that they openly promised, it's weird and out of place and feels like they probably should have cut them. And, they probably should have cut it, honestly. And, like, replaced it with something better. Let's see another one of them. I'm curious. We still got an hour left. We still got more than an hour left. This almost looks like it could be I think it said 2-player there. This could be, like, another bad Mario Party minigame, perhaps. It's like a bad Mario Party minigame, but with ice physics. With like some... Well, actually, I don't know if these have ice physics, but I think these ones do. Kinda hard to tell. These are just regular running around. Doesn't feel super good and all, but this is like a kind of dull Mario Party minigame. This one, I at least will say... I'll say these are better than the shit that makes up all of, what the hell was that, that game on the Xbox, Bill Gates' favorite game? It's better than that. I played a little bit of that as part of, like, the last, Game Pass stream before I canceled Game Pass. That game really sucks, huh? That game, like, really sucks. It sucks, like, so much. It has no... Lego Party is, like, the polar opposite of, God, I forget what that game is called, but it doesn't matter because it sucks, and it's worse than... I'll say it's worse than the games we played tonight. I think it's worse even than Sonic 06. I'll say again, with Yooka-Laylee, the original, to me, this is a 2 out of 5 game. And I feel like this is sort of emblematic of, like, what the difference is between a 2 out of 5 and a 1 out of 5. You know, like, this wasn't trying to be shit. This didn't have, like, a million billion bad ideas. This isn't founded on a bed of lies. It's just sort of a game that misses the mark, and misses it so badly that I can barely get 64 Pagies before wanting to be out. It has all sorts of quality of life issues. It has all sorts of quality of life issues. It doesn't feel like particularly good to play. It meters things that should not be metered. It gets in the way of itself a lot. And for that, like, it's very easy to say, like, it's a garbage game. But it's not, like, sticker star bad. It's not abysmal. You know, at the end of the day, it's just a garbage, pretty bad 3D platform. You know, it's not the worst game you ever played. It has some bad ideas that it really, you know, they needed to pull away from. And, like, I do think a couple of those bad ideas, and especially, like, bad map design, bad level design, still continue to mar the new one. If I were to say what they should do if they wanted to do a Yooka-Laylee 3, or a Yooka-Laylee 2, I forget that Replaylee isn't 2. It's just 1, redone. Well, first off, they should take all the quality of life stuff from the new game. I think they should retool some of, like, how the abilities work. Like, some abilities, I think, for once, you know, Banjo-Kazooie into Banjo-Tooie, you bring everything over. I think you can drop a lot of the, like, stealth abilities, the way flying works. Just drop a lot of those entirely, and just start fresh on, like, half the movesets, I think would be a good idea. I remember this part being really annoying in the original one. Maybe it was just... I really wanted to get whatever was in the left path, and... Did I not realize that I could use the iron balls? It is also just, like, confusing, these labyrinths. You don't know where it goes, and honestly, I never found out where it went in the remake either. I just sort of exited and never came back. Again, in this case, the weenie of the world, the big centerpiece, you cannot see without moving the camera. When you're just looking left and right and not looking up, you will not see the big fortress up there. You will not see it, and you will not appreciate it, and it's hard to orient yourself by it. I think that makes for not a great design here. It is kind of cool that the grass, the snow is, like, partially melted. That's nice. We never did talk to the sign in Replaylee. It was a good idea that they made a talking sign. Cute, dumb, but cute overall. Yeah, there was a thing here that was added. That's not here in the original one. Interesting. Also, there's no on-screen controls about like how to cancel, how to start and stop your flight. Little quality of life differences is like the most major thing that they did. As far as like the basic handling goes, I would say in the sequel, if you ever did a sequel, I don't know if they have the money for a sequel, honestly. If I had to guess, Yooka-Re-Playlee is one last Hail Mary, and if they can't, if it doesn't sell, and you know what, I don't think it sold. Did it sell? Tell me if it sold. If they did a sequel, though, one thing I would request is like, okay, you need more than 5 worlds. 5 worlds are too few. You need them to be smaller worlds where they're more compact and more like Banjo-sized. But if you could fill them with like a Mario Odyssey level of collectibles, you know, similar to like Odyssey, Tinykin. I would say Tinykin has a similar amount of collectibles, just because like each Tinykin in that game is basically a collectible. So like throughout a level, you are collecting all of your duders, you're collecting all of your little guys that you are using to like solve puzzles, move stuff, climb upwards. Tinykin has a really great gimmick where you're collecting Tinykin throughout the game, right? And Tinykin are like collectibles. They're like Pikmin. And the green Tinykin are my favorite, where just like at any point you can hold down the R, right trigger, and it'll just like build a ladder below you. And the more green Tinykin you have, the higher up you can climb. So at first it's just like, you know, okay, I'll do like basically a this amount of climb, and then by the end you're like going as high as that fucking tower. And I mean, it's a Tinykin is set in a world where you're like Pikmin size, so you know you're going as high as like, oh, I can get to the top of that seat. I can get right onto the desk. That bed? Oh, I can get right onto that bed. You know, stuff like that is cool and good. What, an icy metric maybe? And I think, you know, I feel like at the time I had a million nitpicks. I've said them before. Things like the enemies being generally annoying to deal with. They're so small, so they have to be a little bit fast and agile, so they get in your way and you can't really avoid them very easily as a result of this design. Versus like in the original Banjo, enemies were big enough to be a threat without necessarily being fast, you know. They would just be big and take up like half of the path or like a quarter of the path, and like, yeah, dodge me, asshole. And you'd go like, okay, and you'd dodge them and you'd feel good about it because that's efficient and smart and good. I think we have to be a plow to get to the stupid isometric fortress thing. We don't have to do that. Or we have to use sticky, maybe. Because like we didn't use any honey in the original in Replaylee. I guess they really did like consolidate like a number of abilities and just like cut aggressively. That's the thing I'll say I appreciate about Replaylee. They were very aggressive and made the kinds of changes where typically you wouldn't expect it in a remake. You know, this is very much a attempt to, very much a, oh right, I can fly. Very much a, you know, we'll change everything. This is the director's cut, you know, it's very different. And a lot improved, like I said, goes from a 2 out of 5 to a 3 out of 5. It's fine now. Load times, like, I feel like there were a lot more loads. This is basically the same as in Replaylee. I guess in this case, it's very much just, hey, this is literally the, this is literally just some of those Spectrum games that they made back in the day, back on the Spectrum or whatever the retro console was in Europe. The ZX Spectrum, I think it was. Just a version of that, so you can't expect it to be much different. And honestly, it's not much worse. It's fine. This is a fine... I mean, actually, like, I suppose we haven't seen, like, all these rooms. Are they the same? Were any of them changed? I wonder if, like, they just redesigned any. At the end of the hall, there were, like, a couple of relatively interesting rooms, right? Wait, this guy is like a brick wall here, not like a boiler. Also, you can't talk to him or go into his shit after you've done the gimmick. Okay. We're in our last hour, folks, by the way, so we're getting down to it. Obviously, we've already beaten Yooka-Replaylee. We've obviously already beaten Yooka-Replaylee, so we're just checking out a little bit more of this. And I think we'll look around here. We'll look around the first world, and then we'll call it for this segment. And I think we'll end on a little bit of Impossible Lair, which I will say is alright. I would probably put Impossible Lair over the other two, but I'm not sure, like, if it's a 4 out of 5 or a 3 out of 5. Kind of on the fence, just thinking about it just now. And, I'm not sure what I gave it back in the day when I played it. Whatever I gave it back then, you know, I guess I would say that, that's, like, the overall opinion. Wasn't I, like, saying something about, like, the reason my, biggest problem with the original Yooka-Laylee has gotta be just the Pagies. Collecting them wasn't fun. It felt like pulling teeth, and at a certain point when you're just like cruising through levels looking for, you know, like I said, I got like 64 Pagies, right? You need 100 to beat the game. Looking for 36 more collectibles. Literally 50% more than what you got. It just is tiresome. Just makes you go like, I'm so done. I'm so checked out. I don't want to do any more. And, you know, indeed, I didn't want to do any more. Let's go and check out the first level. I am very curious about some particular parts. You know, there's like one platforming segment that they changed that I believe they changed entirely for Replaylee, that was like kind of a critical part of my original criticism of this game, and like the things I thought was wrong about it. I mean, unrestrained flight is definitely part of it. Like, you can really just, at a certain point, you really don't have to do platforming if you have enough patience just to wait for the damn meter to refresh and to, like, get back up to full. You can just be like, ah! Fly, 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 in every level, in any circumstance, for free. Like, that is just ridiculous, but I do feel like, even from the start, the original Yooka-Laylee, which I will note, this is not Replaylee, this is the original one, had issues. Let's see if we can find... I think it's that part up there. That's, bunch of moving platforms. Let's just use our flight ability. And also we can see if, we can spot... So, from the start of Yooka-Laylee, you have the hover, which goes pretty damn far. You know, basically with the hover, you can go as far as you want, essentially. Even before you get flight, you're pretty much not locked down for how far you can go, how far you can hover. That sounds really great on paper, you know? It's great in Mario Odyssey. You can sort of just like, look at this, look at this. You can go that far instantly. Now, that might sound like a good thing, you know? You're thinking about Mario Odyssey, you're thinking about Hat in Time. Those are games where you can just basically do that as well and go that far in an instant. But in those games, it's like skill-based, right? Like, if you want to go that far, you have to pull out some risky moves. You have to do a hat jump and know where you're landing, because after you do your hat jump, you're gonna be fucked. You know, you have to do like a big dive in Hat in Time. And at the end of your hat jump, your dive, you're gonna have to pull out of it and stop, and try to stop exactly on a platform that you wanted to land on. Whereas in this game, by default, you can just jump incredible distances, which from the start meant it created platforming sequences like this, where it's just a bunch of platforms over a void. Not really something you could jump between, like, naturally, but literally requiring a flippity-flap to just, like, go the distance. It's not really a coherent path anymore. It's just platforms over a void, sparsely, and I feel like it's much better when, by default, the paths are coherent, and then using the movement tools and using the powerful abilities that you have, you just sort of tear holes in it, you know? Just like, make shortcuts, you know? Using abilities to do, like, the intended path is not really as fun, I think, as using abilities to tear shortcuts in levels. Mind you, the flight ability is just broken and overpowered and sort of boils out a lot of things that otherwise could be fun. Let me just say, I'm not saying that the shortcuts possible by flight are fair or good, or help the game, but, like, you can see, just by the first level, already, there's fewer coherent, like, platforming lines, and more just, yeah, just go ahead and jump 500 feet and, land perfectly easily without any, like, skill involved. Without any nuance. Here's a great example right here. Look at this. Just like platforms 500 feet apart. Just, yeah, you can do it from level 1, so why wouldn't you? Oh, shit. Well, when you get hit, it's a problem. But, you know, I don't think that's a particularly good platforming line to follow. And like Yooka-Laylee, the original one, is kind of over-reliant on them. I think they kind of low-key fixed that in the new one. They changed some of those where you had to, like, platform across a bunch of platforms into, like, collect coins on platforms to just fill up the whole space. That is way better than, this crap. They actually did fix some of the level design. Insofar as just, like, over-reliance on long gaps like this. Like this. Like that. I hope people like shorts of Yooka-Laylee. There's gonna be a bunch of shorts of Yooka-Laylee from this 12-hour stream, I think. Also, you know, this is helping me, explain criticisms I've had for years. One thing, again, I really don't like is that the enemies are so small. They have to be the kind that, like, run at you really fast to be anywhere near challenging. Compare this to the enemies in Banjo-Kazooie. They would be, like, this big. They would take up, like, a quarter of the path. And getting around them would be the challenge. Not, like, you know, deflecting their affections, you know? A lot of these things I'm saying are like nitpicks, are like minor reasons why I don't think it works. I mean, the map thing, the whole, like, levels having no central, being hard to navigate in, and being hard to find your way around and know where you are, and everywhere kind of looking the same, that's a core issue. And something that Yooka-Laylee still struggles with, but, like, the main issue of Yooka-Laylee has got to be just collecting Pagies was like pulling teeth. It was hard to find them. A lot of them were too difficult to be bothered with, and you needed to get like over 50% of them to finish. You know, well after you unlocked your last world, you still would have to get like, you know, 50% more to actually finish. You know, maybe you're unlocking your world like halfway through your playthrough, basically. And then realizing, like, there's nothing left I want to get. There's nothing left I know how to get. And, that's weird. Folks, I think I would like to do something else for the remainder. I think we've got it on Yooka Yooka-Laylee. I think I have, we've looked and we've found out what's different quite a bit. I feel like we found that things like, obviously, they made it so all the ghostwriters gave out, they give out pages a lot easier. We know that now. They added a lot of pages that really flesh things out. We still have 45 minutes left, so to fill out the remaining time, I would like to do... Honestly, I'd really like to do more Banjo-Kazooie and just, like, see another world, but, we don't got that, do we? We don't got that unless... Hang on. We could do Banjo-Kazooie, or we could just do Yooka, the other one. 45 minutes. Is that enough to do, Let me, turn back on my Switch. Because the next thing I want to do... You know, I'm thinking about, like, dropping another 20 myself, just as a additional donation. Oh, stop. You can hear the Switch game now. Let's go back over to the Switch. I'm gonna save and quit, and that should be, that should do it for this game. And we'll switch back to, let me, options and stuff. I want to quit. I want to be done. Thank you, Yooka, and such. I need to show the HDMI, and, I don't have Impossible Lair downloaded, do I? Do I have Impossible Lair downloaded? How long would it take to download Impossible Lair right now if I don't have it? I would like to end on Impossible Lair, which I think would be an interesting aside. I don't believe I currently have it. Virtual game cards. Let's download it real fast. Not loaded on the system. Sort by title. And it'll be at the very bottom, you know, Yooka. Alright, Impossible Lair loaded up. How long does it take to download? I think it'd be nice to end on Impossible Lair, which I do think, low-key, is the best of the Yooka-Laylee games. It's the best Yooka-Laylee product you could buy. Yooka-Replaylee is alright, but I think, like, Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair actually does have this downloads going real quick. This is the intro to Impossible Lair now. We'll segue right into playing it. The timestamp, we already passed it. Impossible Lair, I think, is a better game than Yooka-Replaylee. I'll say that much. And the main reason I would say that is because it actually has a killer idea. I would say, like, execution-wise, it can be kind of as weak as Replaylee. You know, it's, like, good, but not great. That sort of thing. But, like, it has one killer idea, and that killer idea is that every level has, like, an A version and a B version. And you do, like, stuff in the overworld to switch between version A and version B. Like, you know, in some cases, the level might twist 90 degrees. It might be filled with really hard enemies. It might become a completely different kind of challenge. We should have checked out Kratos and see if he sucked more in the original game. Too late. Doesn't matter. It's a really good gimmick, and I think it raises it just maybe barely to a 4 out of 5. I wonder if I can check on my... I don't think I re-reviewed this yet on Backlogged. I'm really behind on Backlogged reviews. So I haven't, like, gotten most reviews up onto Backlog. But let me just check my notes for you know, that sort of thing. I have a big note thing. Where the hell is it? Reviews. Here it is. Of just, like, all the games that I need to get around to reviewing. What date was Yooka Impossible Lair? Oh, I have it down as a 3 out of 5. Yeah, gameplay-wise, I think it's hard to argue a 3 out of 5. I might see, just with the gimmick and how much I enjoyed the gimmick. Honestly, I remember enjoying it more than I enjoyed Yooka-Re-Playlee, personally, so I could see bumping it up to a 4 out of 5. I guess I would also have to look at the other games that I give a 4 out of 5 to. Like, is it better than Luigi's Mansion 3? That I was kind of on. I was kind of 3 out of 5 on that. No, I don't think it's as good as, well, I think I like it more than Luigi's Mansion 3. Yes, okay, I do. Is it as good as Super Monkey Ball? I forgot I played... Why is Super Monkey Ball at this point in the list? It doesn't matter. I was reviewing it off of rental. Super Monkey Ball, yeah, that's like a 4 out of 5. Super Monkey Ball 2, like a 5 out of 5. I like how you can select the levels in Super Monkey Ball 2. That makes it a lot more fun to me. Makes it easier to go the distance. It could. I'm just gonna put in there, just as a little bit of ambiguity here. It's a 3 out of 5 or a 4 out of 5. I guess originally I went with a 3. I'm feeling a little more generous after playing Replaylee. I would say it's somewhere in between. All right, it has installed. We can now. Oh, I need the right controller. I'm accidentally hitting buttons in Banjo right now, which. Are we paused in Banjo? I hope we're paused in Banjo. Oh no, this is the PC controller. Okay, I hope this didn't do anything to the stream or nothing. We're still good. We're still live. I didn't like accidentally hit the stop stream button with the controller somehow. That'd be weird if that's a thing you could do. If you could control OBS using a Xbox 360 controller. That's not a thing unless you want it to be. We still got 40 minutes. It is time for one last thing, and you know, we're making up as we go because we ran out of the other game. It is time for Impossible Lair. Which has a lot more followers than Yooka-Re-Playlee, apparently. On Twitch. I don't know if that matters. Yooka-Re-Playlee doesn't seem like a very popular game. This game is alright, though. Let's go. So yeah, like I said, the basic thing of it is that it is like a Donkey Kong Return-style platformer. I would, if we're just talking the quality level of this, I would say it's sub Returns. It's below Returns. It's below the Rayman games, both of them. It's below Kaze. It's definitely below Windswept. It's just a little higher than things like Marsulami and the other games that no one really recommends that are indie DKC type platformers that are like middling in nature, like Marsulami or what was that game called with the that was sort of like Crash Bandicoot meets DKC? I would say that this is better than it. And the main reason I would say that is that it has the main gimmick here of just like in this overworld area, you can switch between a version A and a version B. You know, you can do something outside the book, and that changes the level. And that is cool, and that is cool pretty much every time, and also just like messing with it. I do have some criticisms here. One of the biggest criticisms has to do with the final level, which, bearing a sudden onslaught of like Sonic 06 or, you know, Banjo-Kazooie, which could happen. Y'all could still get us $100 more, and, you know, we still haven't reached our goal. That said, of course, 150 is good money, and I appreciate all y'all for putting in as much as you did. If we get more Sonic 06, bearing Sonic 06 or Banjo-Kazooie, which is still an option, still possible, there was a weird thing here where like you got these gimmicks, right? Where you have these tonics, right? And they really alter your playstyle, right? In a way similar to like the gimmicks from we actually don't need that one because it's just climbing or something. I don't have that many, honestly, looking at it now. I'll equip this one, that's fine. You have all these things, right, that sort of change the way the game is played. Like here, the, you sort of get like a mini Dixie Kong hover as a perk, right? Which is cool, you know? Play the whole game this way. You basically have more of a DKC type experience. More of a DKC type, experience. Well, the last level of the game is sort of a big challenge level. And, as a result, you don't get to use any of these tonics. So just imagine playing through this whole game with a Dixie Kong hover, and then you get to the final level, and it's like, yeah, tough luck, buddy. You don't get to hover. So this is like an okay one of these. I would say, you know, just coming off of, Windswept, it feels way slower than Windswept, obviously. But even like Kaze and like Returns and Rayman, I would say that this game is a lot slower. The character is a lot bigger on screen, and it's not quite as snappy as either of those games. And I do think that matters. It is also worth noting that the levels are a lot longer than I don't know if they're that much longer, but they can be a bit long for levels like this, you know? This first one might be a bad example, I'll say, but if memory serves, like, each of these kind of overstays their welcome a good bit, and, like, is long enough to necessitate, like, constant checkpoints. Wait, why did that... That guy bite me? Did I, like... Or do you, like, come out of your roll, like, every couple of feet? That also kind of sucks. For as a way for this to work. This is no Kaze. I'll say that much. That holds it back a notch. Holds it back a scotch. But I do think, like, the basic idea of having 2 levels per level and seeing, like, version A, version B is just so neat, and, you know... I wish more games did it. I wish more games, like, had that as a big central gimmick. Like, right now, I'd really like to see, like, more than a couple levels, you know, and, I don't know why I can't roll into that guy. It probably was the case where my roll was being canceled because I was rolling for too long. That's annoying. It doesn't quite feel as good as, any DKC. Or, like, any indie DKC, other than that I can name. Just a little bit lacking. That one's not bad, lengthwise. Again, that's the first level. I would say that, like, sort of, like, sets the pace for, like, what you can expect. Like, that was clearly not a Tropical Freeze level. It's not that exciting, it's not that, that much going on, relatively, but the gimmick here... He pulled the thing out. What is that going to do to the level? We are now going to see the Chaos version. Let's see. And, like, basically, all the levels have, like, this sort of, like... First off, the overworld stuff, which I do honestly think is better than anything. The overworld stuff in this game is better than any of the things in Yooka-Replaylee. It's more fun to just explore the overworld and, like, figure out how to, like, puzzle out how to switch up the duders, how to switch up the levels, than it is to this roll. How it stops every now and again, even if you're mashing. I mean, it's more responsive, I guess, than the returns roll, where it just, like, stops on a dime, and, like, you know, when you don't have a Kong helper. But the fact that it starts right away really makes it look like you should still be invulnerable, and, don't care for that. Don't care for that. it could stand to be like 10% faster, fix the roll, make it so that the rolls work the same as in DKC or Windswept or Kaze, where they refresh your roll when you go through an enemy. And like, and maybe like cut the level length like by 25%. And I think this would be a fantastic game, but it's just a little bit lacking. But, you know, like I said, like the basic gimmick of the overworld stuff, I do think that puts it over. And I do think... what? I do think, truth be told, I would probably put it as a 4 out of 5. I think that the way it basically feels is like a 3 out of 5. So, like, if I'm saying that this feels like a 3 out of 5, if you factor in the killer twist, the killer gimmick, then does that not raise it up to a 4? Again, you know, these feelings that I have about game, I don't have to think about that heavily. And, I don't have to couch my opinion in, like, a number. But I do, so... yeah. It is what it is. I'll say another thing I'm not big on. I've never liked, never been a big fan of, like, the Baby Mario gimmick of, like, Yoshi's Island. I feel like it just, as a, like, way to do damage, it just breaks the flow, makes you want to, like, stop and, do nothing for a bit, just, like, backtrack. Just, like, it kills your flow in a way that I really don't care for. Makes you, like, you know, really, like, struggle. Makes you really, like, flail around for a bit. And I really don't like that in general, and I don't like that here. You know, it makes sense as a character that flies to make Laylee, like, go and fly around, go like, ooh, ha, ha, you know, that sort of thing. But I just don't care for it. Not how I like my games to be. Let's go find a different level. There's Factory Flight and Factory Fright Flooded. So here's a case where, like, you divert this river, and that changes this level from a regular level to a flooded level. Let's see the alternate version. Let's see some alternate versions. I think generally you'd probably do the original version first, but like seeing the before and after is just kind of neat every time, especially in some cases where it gets honestly creative. Like I think my favorite one is definitely the one where it switches, like the level is turned up 90 degrees and you're just going vertical where previously you were going side to side and it's the same level. That's just neat as hell. You know, it's the kind of thing that I would love to do if I were doing, like, a set of Mario Maker levels that were basically the same, but, like, 2 different variants of them, you know? Sometimes, you know, in that first case, it was, like, a easy version versus a hard version. Whereas in this case, it's, like, a water version versus a land version. Let's see a different level. Water levels are fine, but, like... you don't need to see a water level. It's works like you'd expect. Kind of like a slightly slower Tropical Freeze. Like Tropical Freeze, but with less, juice, you know? Less, verve, less, riz, as the kids say. Less charisma, as the adults say. Here's a good one. Okay, this is actually the one I was talking about. There's Queasy Clay, and there's Queasy Clay Climb, where you can see that currently it's up on its side, so right now the level will be vertical in nature, rather than side to side, which is real neat. There's a bunch of these that are real neat. We still have a half hour left. I'll say, like, Sudden Redemptions aside, which... You know what I'll say? I'll say that I will do another stream to do any sudden redemptions in the near future, considering at this point we probably don't have enough time to do Bubble Gloop Swamp. We probably don't have enough time to do any more levels, and I would like to finish this thread, so I'll say from here on out, we will stick to this game, but if we do get more redemptions, more of these incentives, I will come back tomorrow or for Sunday. TBD, I'll come back maybe Monday, maybe within the next week. Maybe before the Metroid Prime stream, Metroid Prime 4 stream, I will come back and I will do it. You can make me play more of Banjo-Kazooie, though, you know, obviously on its own, it's kind of weird, isn't it? You can do that if you want. I wouldn't mind playing more Banjo-Kazooie on stream. I never mind. Or you can make me play more Sonic 64 or Sonic 06. And what's more, 2 redemptions of Sonic 06 levels would get us to our goal. And what's more than that, to the overall goal. And what's more than that, 3 would get us to the stretch goal that I previously mentioned of playing all of Sonic 06 on a separate occasion. Kind of silly to play 3 levels and then to start over as a full playthrough, but that is what I am promising now. It makes sense. Also, by the way, this level is clearly just, like, aesthetically on its side, which is neat. This level is neater than anything. This level is cooler than anything in Yooka-Replaylee. I'll say that much. If anyone is looking for a purchasing advice, consider playing Impossible Lair before you play in Yooka-Replaylee. Even though Yooka-Replaylee is, like, fine. It's like a perfectly good 3 out of 5. This actually has some really good ideas and some really cool, like, business. Look at that. That building's on its side because this is an oddball twisted level. Not like the best playing game or nothing, but hey, neither is Yooka-Replaylee, so at least this has a killer idea. Like if there's anything to be said about Yooka-Replaylee, it's that they thought they had some ideas to differentiate Yooka-Laylee, right? Like things like having the worlds expand after you go about them in a little bit. There's the expansion thing. Making it so that the Jinjos are harder to get, so you can't just get them for free. Like, it had some ideas, it just they didn't pan out, and like almost all of them got stripped away and got like de-emphasized in the remake because they were like, oh, that was yeah, the quiz shows between each world, that was not it. This part was also not it. That rolling gimmick, having that cost meter, that was not it. A lot of ideas that just weren't it. And didn't end up being the killer thing that sets it apart. This game has some ideas, and also, like, it's, again, just really cool to explore the overworld and figure out, like, how to unlock each level variant, what changes in each level variant. It's dope. I do think that puts it over, and I am going to adjust my... Playing it again, I feel pretty strong of just like, yeah, this is a 4 out of 5. This is a star rating above Replaylee. And what I would recommend if anyone was looking to get into these games? Anyone looking to get into these games? No, not really. Why? I mean, I'll say, for what it's worth, another note I would make is like, yeah, you know, Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair is like a 4 out of 5. But, you know, on the other hand, did you know that Kaze and the Wild Masks is like a 5 out of 5? Kaze, like, actually feels good, has some solid, tight level design that's a little bit more DKC, a little bit more in line with the original DKCs. It has animal buddies. This does not have animal buddies. speaking of animal buddies, so to do several of the other indie DKCs. Several of the other indie DKCs have like a bunch of animal buddies to them, which is pretty cool every time. I would recommend Windswept, very recent release. That game is definitely a 5 out of 5. It's hard, it's difficult, let me say, disclaimer, disclaimer. Expected to get like Celeste hard by the end of it. And then have like a whole post game that is like even more Celeste hard. Not really the same level of difficulty to like the original DKCs, but like it's still really good, and comes with my full recommendation. This comes with a, you know, a 4 out of 5 recommendation, you know? Like, yeah, it's fine. It's good. I like it. It does a few things really well, and for those things, it's better than... There's no other game that does it like this. There's no other game that really mixes up its levels in this way, that gives you, like, a vertical level by turning a horizontal level on its side, and lets you platform through it this way as well. And for that, I think it's worth playing. In a 4 out of 5 way, because it doesn't quite handle perfectly. And I think we'll go to the final level after this, because that is another big part of this game, and we should do some attempts on that. I'm not sure, like, actually with the time we have left, if we have time to, like, actually do the entire last level, but odds are we're going to die anyway. We're gonna struggle, and, like, I do feel like it is good to play the last level just so I can do some criticism on it, because, yeah, no, the last level is, like, the main thing I would criticize of how this game works, if that makes sense. This is cooler than anything in Yooka-Replaylee. I mean, look at this. We're climbing sideways through a tree now, above a village, as, like, saws and other stuff are going. Oh, there's smiley faces and frowny faces made of things, and that indicates, like, what's a bad side and what's a good side to go on. That's clever. There's some real good design here, and the saw broke the thing for us. Excellent. Very good. It's great. It's like a good 4 out of 5 due to its really good ideas. Handling-wise, so-so. Level length, maybe a little too long. On the long side for sure. The gimmick puts it over. Let me see, is there like a... Level select. Let's see, so... What are the different let's look at some of these, like, cases. So there's, like, smoggy, there's, like, duct, there's powered, boom blast, breakthrough is one of them. I don't know what that means exactly. Tidal, so that's one with, like, a tidal level, probably. High tide versus low tide, maybe, I guess. Wilder, frozen. I think that, like, this is like a spider level, and I think, like, maybe let's go there and just see, like, what the map thing is that makes this work. Oh yeah, that just there's, like, a machine here dumping, like, a ton of enemies into it. This is a version with, like, a bunch of additional enemies. This game has some fun ideas. So many more fun ideas than Replaylee or the original. The original, even the remake. Hell yeah. Groan, stuck, panic, windy, updraft, rerouted, crosswire, frozen, cold, hung, tidal. That might be another vertical situation, or maybe it's just, like, precarious in some way. I'm not sure, but all that is very cool. So, yeah, let's go over here. So this is the gimmick of the game. Impossible Lair is called Impossible Lair because at the end of the game, depending on like how many levels you complete, how many things you go through, you get this Impossible Lair, which is a really long, hard level that is challenging, is difficult, and you have like as many hits as you have levels completed, which is a good idea in theory, but it does mean that like when you fail it, you do find yourself like at the start of a really, really impossible, really, really long level, and just feel like going, fuck it, man, no checkpoint, no thing. I'll say clearly, this was patched, which I do think brings it up a notch. Also, you have to like do some K-Rool style fights every single like time you go through an area. This has been patched to make it so that you can do checkpoints, and you'll have as many, I guess maybe you'll have as many tries as when you got to the checkpoint. Question mark? Not sure how that works exactly, but they have now added some checkpoints, and I do think that improves the thing significantly. See, I took a hit, and that cost me 1B. And like once I run out of Bs, I still have the Laylee gimmick where the bat flies off me and I can retrieve the bat, but in the middle of a hectic final battle, that's gonna be hell, you know, that's not gonna be very good. Also, the other thing that's worth noting is that because this is a big, long challenge level, I no longer have the ability to... Because the tonics are all, like, optional boosts, this level strips them all from you and makes you go without, which means I no longer have a Dixie Kong twirl, which I will repeat, I played the whole rest of the game with, getting here and realizing, like, oh, all my muscle memory and all my, like, how I played the rest of the game, it's just out the fucking window. Which I think is a bad thing. I think that that's not great. I would go so far as to say, like, this is the worst level in the game, and that seems like a weird thing to say about literally the gimmick of the game, the namesake of the game. We're gonna see how far we can get in the next 15 minutes, folks. We just have, again, I don't have a hover. I need to remember that. But I will say, I don't like this level very much, and the fact that the whole game is, like, based around this level, like, if there's a reason to take this down to a 3 out of 5, it's just like, oh, it all amounts to this one level, which, I don't like to play. And just, you know, you have all these tries, and they just get, like, drained from you one after another, and it's just like, dude. Pretty soon you're left with nothing. And you might as well just... Dude! You might as well just go fuck yourself. Also, again, you don't have a hover, so... You don't have a Dixie Kong hover, so it's like suddenly playing in hard mode all of a sudden. I think they did patches so that, again, there's, like, checkpoints now, and we can totally jump to a later checkpoint if we run out of tries. I mean, we might as well. Dang it. Huh? What? Huh? Oh! There's like a cannon there. I didn't see the cannon there. Didn't quite get what I was doing. I mean, this is a cool bit. I'll say, like, this level does have cool bits, but, like, the basic design of it is just... I'd rather just have checkpoints. Honestly. And, like, at the distance and range where the game has previously put its checkpoints. Which is to say, very frequently. Like, when this game demands more of you, it's not very good. But I will say the rest of the game was really fun. And definitely worthy of 4 stars. And again, like, the whole overworld gimmick, the whole overworld alternate version of level gimmick is just brilliant. I would like to give it roses for that. And, like, when I'm doing my... If ever I get to this in my backlogged situation, again, right, no hover anymore. No hover, cannot hover. I'll have to, I think I'll side on the side of 4 out of 5. I think I'll forgive it this. We'll note that it's, it did patch some of it, make it more forgiving. Make it so that there's checkpoints. But, like, I don't know. I feel like from the checkpoints, they should give you all your bees back. If this is supposed to be the easy version. Oh, by the way, I didn't check how the audio was. It looks like it's fine. Maybe even a little bit low. I can't... There's no music, so I can't test it right now. We got 10 minutes left. I feel like, I think this level is, like, really long, by the way. I think that we're not nearly at the end. This is, like, partially. And like I said, when you ran out of, like, bees originally, and then got 2 hits on you, it's just over. And you had to, like, start from the start. And that sucks. There's no 2 ways to put it. You know, that blows. That is a very bad very bad, like, thing to be your... The level you're basing your whole game around. The level that everything builds to. It's just kind of unfortunate. I would describe this as a very unfortunate part of an otherwise great game. And in retrospect, I don't think it takes away from the 4 out of 5-ness. I would give this a 4 out of 5. Lock it in. Lock it in. Dude's got evil bees. I mean, he is a bee. So that makes sense. We got like 10 minutes left. I think we basically have done it. The VOD will be noticeably shorter than the timer indicates, by the way. If you're wondering, if you're watching the VOD right now in the future. The reason for that is that the t-shirt breaks took out of that, you know? Like every time I went to a t-shirt break. Also every time that there was like a technical thing or I needed to switch games and I wanted to like not have a noticeable break in there. Yeah, see, so this isn't over. This is just like we just got to the second part. Which I'll say, we got to here with more bees than before, so I think that would lock that in, but not that many bees now. Like, I think there's several stages here, too. These guys kind of suck ass. Very unforgiving and dickish in a way that I find. And like, if a problem I've had with the rest of the levels is that they go a little bit too long, like, this is the ultimate example of that, where it's just like an hour-long level that originally... What the hell is this? What the hell was that? Why was there a balloon? Was that a checkpoint? Might have been a checkpoint. I don't know. We're about to run out of bees. Let's go as far as we can do. And, it'll be soon. And then... Oh, crap. Damn. Gotta... Yeah, it'll be very soon. It'll be very, very, very soon. This is annoying. Yooka, please return to me. There we go. Okay. We now have to do the gimmick. We have to do the Yoshi's Island to retrieve our Yooka every time she goes away from us. And it's hard to get out of that space without losing a thing. I need to, like, bounce off these guys to get up to the next level? Okay. There's 5 minutes left. Wait, no, that's not it. What is it, then? What? Do I have to, like, time an A press? Time a B press? Oh, these guys jump with you, too, so... That's, Oh, yeah, it's a time and you time a B press. It's pretty precise. It's reasonable. It's somewhat precise. I like it better when you can just bop by hitting a button and you don't have to worry. That's my preference, if you're wondering. Or like, we're cooked. We're done. Yooka is on his own. What is up with these? Okay, good. You just have to do like a swim thing. How much farther can we get? It's gonna be... There we go. Just at the 5 minute left point. Yeah, that level sucks. I think that's as far as I've ever gotten it, though, so... That's cool. Yeah, 40% complete. We are not halfway done with that level, and it took up, like, nearly all the rest of our time, and we spent all of our bees. How far... What checkpoints... What's the checkpoint situation like? Okay, so we could start at stage 2 with 16 bees, which I believe would be after or before that second fight. Let's just confirm that real fast. And, I think then it is start to... Yeah, second phase, second fight. That's where the checkpoints are. I really dislike that level, and, the checkpoints help. But it still kind of sucks ass. I would like a recharging checkpoint, and also I would like to have my goddamn glide ability, my goddamn Dixie Kong hover that I went through the rest of the game with. I feel like that would be only fair, and it would make it a lot more playable. Also, apparently, I think what happens... Oh, there's no bees. There's if you want to do a hard mode without any bees, you can do the Impossible Lair version, which is to say, before you do the rest of the game and get a bunch of, like, extra checkpoint and extra hits. Well, folks, it is almost 12 hours. It is almost 12 hours after we started. We're done. That's it. I'm just gonna pull up the original game we started with just to have it up. I think we went through like 10 shirts. Like 10 shirts. That's a good amount. Honestly, I wasn't sure how many shirts we'd go through, but I appreciate your Rock Party putting in $50 of shirts. Mostly on your own. Like, a couple people also got in a bunch of shirts, but that was real cool, and I think a good gimmick. I really enjoyed that gimmick. Folks, it's been a fun stream. It's been an interesting stream. I really enjoyed what amounts of Banjo-Kazooie we played, and the one level of Sonic 06. Well, let's say it made me laugh really damn hard. The timer is about to be out. It is time for last thoughts overall. Banjo-Kazooie rules. It's the best. Yooka-Re-Playlee is alright. They fixed most of the problems with Yooka-Laylee, but they still have to deal with the bad level design, the confusing level design, even the maps. You know, the maps help, but they don't fully alleviate it. I do really like how they make it more Odyssey-like, and they've taken a lot of good cues from Odyssey, but there's a lot of elements of the basic design that is still lacking, that still, like, makes it not as exciting as, say, another game. You know, I would say that Yooka-Re-Playlee has no killer feature, has no reason for the season, and doesn't, like, terribly excite me to play it. It's kind of a somewhat dull experience, all things told. It's fine, it's alright, and I do think it has smoothed over all of Yooka-Laylee's rough edges and brought it from a 2 out of 5 to a 3 out of 5. And, you know, I was able to finish it, for fuck's sake. I really wasn't expecting to do that, considering that, like, I spent about the same amount of time in the original Yooka-Laylee, 10 hours or so, and was, like, only 2/3 of the way to finishing it. They are much nicer in this. They have fixed a lot, but at the end of the day, it's okay. It's not something I'd recommend over, like, I don't know, Super Kiwi 64 or any number of other 3D platformers. Sonic 06 really made me laugh. I really enjoyed that earlier. That was fun. We're about to hit 12 hours. Here we go. There's 30 seconds left. I think I've done my last thoughts. Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair is also really good. I say it's better than Yooka-Replaylee. It has a lot more of a hook. It has like a good gimmick in the overworld where you're unlocking alternate versions of levels that can be really cool and creative, and that a lot more cool and creative than anything in Yooka-Replaylee or Yooka-Laylee. But it doesn't handle that good, and worth noting that the final level is a pain in the ass. That is my Yooka-Laylee recommendation, and that is Extra Life. We got 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1, done. 12 hours in the books. We gotta end, like, right away. I mean, I'll say with the breaks thrown in, I didn't end up doing a dinner break, for what it's worth, but with the technical breaks and the t-shirt breaks, I have some wiggle room for the YouTube VOD, where it still will be under 12 hours, despite going a little over. But, folks, let me just go ahead and end it right here and now. Let me go ahead and send you off. Let me, say when I will be here next. We did not get any additional Sonic 06 redemptions, I'll say. I'll say, for anyone watching the VOD, if you want to see me, I'll say, the incentives are done, but you can still unlock the Sonic playthrough if you want to get us up to $300. If you want to, like, double the amount that we raised, that is an option. That is on the table. I'll let y'all do that, but, I think for now we are done and we have raised a good amount. You know, let me just pull this up real fast and be like, yes, we have raised a good amount for the local children's hospital that is nearest participating to me, the one in Dallas, Texas. I'm in Plano, and the one in Plano doesn't participate in this program, but the kids there, they will be happy for the support. I don't really know how that works logistically, what the funds are for, but I know that hospitals are chronically underfunded in general, and I wouldn't be surprised if children's hospitals, especially so. Read what it says there. That probably does a better job of me of knowing what they use the money for. You can look this up if you're interested. We did good, folks. We raised $150. That is not nothing. We did good. Maybe next year, just $200 goal. Let's be more conservative, more have lower expectations. We'll get one of these goals one day, but I do like setting high goals. I do like reaching for the stars, and I'll say again, any amount of money raised for charity is a good amount, and we should feel good about that. Yes. Anyway, schedule. I will be back mid next week. It's gonna be Wednesday. I'm gonna have a nice relaxing weekend. I'm gonna have a nice relaxing early part of the week going back to work. Oh geez. That's gonna be a whole thing. I will be back on December 3rd with Metroid Prime 4 launch night. That is coming out at 11 p.m. Central. I will pre-order it pretty much right now after I end the stream, and I will stream the first such and such hours of it, and we'll see like first impressions of that, and then I'll play it off stream from there. Viewer levels will be next Friday at 6 p.m. Central, as they will be for the rest of the month. This Friday night non-Mario Maker stream is sort of an anomaly. Usually we do Mario Maker on Fridays, but for Extra Life, this is the best day that worked for it, and I'm happy I did it. Here's the whole calendar, by the way, if you want to see a whole calendar. There will be a bunch of Metroid randomizers in the Sundays to come, from Metroid Prime 2 to Super Metroid. On the Tuesdays to come after next week, there will be Half-Life 2 Episode 1 with dev commentary, and then the next week, Half-Life 2 Episode 2. And if you look at the calendar, you can see Xmas week is Goatee week. And then New Year's week has some cool stuff too. More randomizers. I need to finish Link to the Past before its randomizer day comes up. And I'm also looking forward to a little more TTYD randomizer, which I quite enjoyed last time. Will be fewer stars this time, like a 3 or a 4 star. I forget what I put in the schedule there on the Discord, but whatever I said there is what stands. That's all coming up in the next month. There is a lot of good stuff coming. Don't, you know, one day maybe we'll do Sonic 06 in full, and every time I play it, it just makes me laugh so hard that I do really want to do it someday, but I do think it makes sense to have to offer as an incentive. Let me see who's online, who's streaming, who I can send the Twitch folks to. Let me see. There are some folk online. I'm gonna send you to Alter Mentality, who is 101%ing DK64 in one sitting, like she does every year. That's awesome. That's great. That's where we'll send you to, DK64. Very much a related game. I would put DK64 over Yooka-Replaylee, by the way, to be clear. DK64 is much better than Yooka-Replaylee. Yooka-Laylee, it's a damn sight better than Yooka-Replaylee. I'd probably put it, I'd favor it in a matchup versus Impossible Lair as well. I've kind of grown. I was originally pretty fond of that game, then I sort of fell off opinion-wise, DK64, and then when I got into the randomizer, I feel like my opinion has shot back up. I really like the randomizer of DK64. Anyway, y'all take it easy. Give your love to the VOD. If you want to support more to the Extra Life, I will honor any milestone goals going forward, but the incentives are done otherwise. Y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Have a good rest of your Thanksgiving break weekend if you did any Thanksgiving break stuff. Rest of your 4-day to 9-day weekend, you know. Have a good one. Give your love to the VOD. I'll see you on Wednesday for Metroid Prime 4 launch night. Bye.